Tonight, on Gay Timeline, 7 stories from behind closed doors. I'm Julian. We begin in America's Gilded Age mansions, then cross to Georgian England's country estates. We slip into Belle, Époque, France, then Edwardian house parties at their glittering peak. Newport's summer cottages come next. Then Regency townhouses in London's finest squares. And finally, the grand colonial estates of British India. 7 worlds, 7 hidden histories. And when this night is over, if one of these 7 stories stays with you more than the others, leave its number in the comments below. Story 1, Story 2, or Story 7. Whichever one you carry with you into the morning. I read every one. Let's start with the first. The servants who kept America's greatest houses running and the secrets they kept for each other. Newport, Rhode Island, summer 1893. The marble floors of Marble House gleam under gaslight, and somewhere in the servants' hall below, a young man named Thomas Harding presses a starched white shirt with hands that know exactly how much heat linen can take before it scorches. He is 22 years old. He has been in service for 6 years, and tonight he will stand behind the chair of one of the richest men in America while trying very hard not to think about the other footman whose shoulder brushed his in the corridor that morning, whose name is James, and whose smile makes Thomas forget, for just a moment, that he is supposed to be invisible. If you find yourself drawn into this story, the like and subscribe buttons are there for you, but only if this is genuinely your kind of evening. And let me know in the comments where you are tuning in from and what time it is for you. It is always fascinating to see who is joining us from around the world. Now, let us go back to that servants' hall, where Thomas is about to learn that being invisible is both his greatest protection and his most dangerous lie. The Gilded Age did not glitter for everyone. While the Vanderbilts and Astors built summer cottages with 70 rooms and ballrooms that could hold 300 guests, the men who actually kept those palaces running lived in a parallel world just 1 floor down. A world of narrow staircases and whitewashed walls and rules so rigid they made corsets look comfortable. And within that world, beneath those rules, in the stolen moments between silver polish and boot blacking, some of those men found each other. Their names survive, if we are lucky, in payroll ledgers and staff photographs, and the occasional letter tucked into the back of a Bible. Thomas Harding, James Whitmore, Edward Gill, Robert Preston, men whose labour kept the machinery of American aristocracy running smoothly, whose presence was required but whose personhood was meant to remain unseen, and whose desires, especially if those desires involved other men, were supposed not to exist at all. They existed anyway. Let us start with the houses themselves, because you cannot understand the men without understanding the architecture that shaped their days. Marble House, where Thomas works, sits on Bellevue Avenue like a monument to excess. It cost $11 million to build, which in 1892, money is roughly the GDP of a small country. The architect was Richard Morris Hunt. The client was William K. Vanderbilt, who wanted a summer house that would make his estranged wife Alva feel adequately appreciated. The result is a 50-room palace modelled on the Petit Trianon at Versailles, clad in white marble, dripping with gilt, and staffed by 36 servants who live in rooms the size of closets. Thomas's room is on the 4th floor, in the male servants' quarters. It is 7 feet wide. There is a narrow iron bed, a washstand, a wooden chair, and a small window that overlooks the service courtyard. He shares a bathroom with 5 other men. Privacy is a rumour. The female servants live in a separate wing, because God forbid a housemaid and a footman should accidentally make eye contact after dark without a chaperone. The butler sleeps in a slightly larger room near the main staircase, because he must be available at all hours to ensure that no one is having unauthorized fun. And the housekeeper, Mrs. Fleming, occupies a small suite that includes a sitting room where she interviews new staff and occasionally catches maids sneaking bread from the kitchen. No one is supposed to visit anyone else's room, ever, for any reason. This rule is broken constantly. Thomas first noticed James Whitmore during staff dinner on a Tuesday in June. Staff dinner is a formal affair, which might surprise you if you think servants ate casually. They did not. The Gilded Age was a period obsessed with hierarchy, and nowhere was that hierarchy more ruthlessly enforced than below stairs. The butler sat at the head of the table. The housekeeper sat at the foot. Between them, in descending order of importance, the lady's maid, the valet, the cook, the first footman, the second footman, the third footman, the under-butler, the kitchen maids, the scullery maids, the hall boys. Thomas, as second footman, sat 4 seats down on the left. James, as third footman, sat directly across from him. James had arrived that morning from New York. He was replacing a footman named Edward who had been dismissed for drunkenness or possibly theft. The rumours varied. James was 20 years old, dark-haired, with the kind of face that belonged on a Roman coin, and when he reached for the breadbasket, his sleeve rode up, and Thomas saw a small scar on his wrist, white against tanned skin, shaped like a crescent moon. Thomas looked away immediately. He buttered his bread. He focused on his plate. He did not look across the table again for the entire meal. It did not help. That night, lying in his narrow bed, listening to the sounds of 5 other men breathing and snoring and shifting in sleep, Thomas thought about that scar and hated himself for thinking about it. He was not naive. He had been in service since he was 16. He knew what happened when men shared close quarters and limited privacy, and no real opportunity to court women under the watchful eye of a housekeeper who treated romance like a communicable disease. He had seen footmen hold hands in the carriage house. He had heard rumours about a valet and a hall boy at the Breakers who had been caught in the wine cellar and dismissed without references. He had once walked in on 2 grooms kissing in the stable, and they had all 3 frozen like deer. And then Thomas had backed out silently and never spoken of it. He knew what he was. He just did not let himself think about it very often, because thinking about it led to wanting, and wanting led to risk, and risk led to dismissal and disgrace and possibly jail. So he thought about that scar for 10 long minutes in the dark, and then he forced himself to think about something else, and eventually he fell asleep. The next morning, James smiled at him in the corridor. Just smiled. That is all. A brief, warm, conspiratorial smile, as if they were sharing a private joke as they passed each other on the way to the serving pantry. Thomas felt that smile in his chest like a match striking. He was in trouble. Let us talk about what a footman actually did, because the work matters. A footman's job, in theory, was to serve at table, answer the door, carry messages, and look decorative in livery. In practice, a footman did whatever the butler told him to do, which could include anything from polishing 80 pieces of silver to standing motionless in the entrance hall for 6 hours to hauling trunks up 4 flights of stairs because the family had decided to summer in Newport on 3 days' notice. The livery was important. Footmen were hired partly for appearance. They needed to be tall, well-proportioned, and handsome in a generically aristocratic way. They wore knee breeches, white stockings, tailcoats with brass buttons, and white gloves. They powdered their hair for formal dinners. They were meant to look like extras in a historical painting, which is to say, decorative and interchangeable and not quite real. Thomas was good at the work. He was good at being invisible. He could stand behind a chair for 2 hours without shifting his weight. He could pour wine without making a sound. He could listen to dinner conversation without appearing to hear it. And he could carry a message from the drawing room to the smoking room without glancing at the contents. And he could fold a napkin into a swan if the occasion required it. He was less good at not having feelings, but he was working on it. James, it turned out, was less good at invisibility. He smiled too much. He met people's eyes. When Mrs. Vanderbilt asked him to fetch her shawl, he said, "Of course, ma'am," with enough warmth in his voice that the butler later reprimanded him for excessive familiarity. He moved through the house like someone who had not yet learned that servants were supposed to take up as little space as possible, physically and emotionally. The butler, Mr. Greaves, did not approve. Mr. Greaves was 50 years old and had spent 35 of those years in service, and he believed that a proper footman should be silent, efficient, and about as expressive as a coat rack. Thomas heard him lecture James in the serving pantry on the third day. "You will address the family only when directly spoken to. You will keep your eyes lowered unless required to make eye contact. You will not initiate conversation. You will not smile unless the situation explicitly warrants it. You are not a guest in this house. You are not a companion. You are a servant, and you will comport yourself accordingly." James said, "Yes, Mr. Greaves." His voice was steady, but Thomas, standing just outside the pantry with a tray of teacups, could hear the tightness in it. That night, Thomas found James sitting on the back steps of the service entrance, smoking a cigarette in the dark. He should have walked past. He meant to walk past. He sat down instead. They did not speak for a long time. The night was warm, humid, salt-heavy. Somewhere in the distance, the ocean murmured against the rocks. From the main house came the faint sound of a piano, Mrs. Vanderbilt's daughter practicing Chopin badly. Finally, James said, "Do you ever feel like you are disappearing?" Thomas did not answer immediately. He watched the ember of James's cigarette glow and fade. Then he said, "Every day." James turned to look at him. In the dark, his eyes were unreadable. He said, "I used to work for a family in New York, the Clarksons. I was there for 2 years. I was good at the work. I was careful. I never made a mistake." He paused. Thomas waited. "There was another footman," James said quietly. "His name was Peter. We used to talk sometimes, late at night, in the servants' hall after everyone else had gone to bed. Just talk. That is all. About books and places we wanted to see, and what we might do if we ever saved enough money to stop being in service. He wanted to open a bookshop. I wanted to study architecture." Thomas's chest tightened. He knew where this story was going. "One night the housekeeper came downstairs early," James continued. "She saw us sitting together. We were not touching. We were just talking. But she must have seen something in how we looked at each other, because the next morning Peter was dismissed. No reference, no explanation. Just gone." He took a drag on the cigarette. His hand shook slightly. "I left a week later," he said. "I could not stay there. I could not walk past his empty chair at dinner and pretend I did not notice. So now I am here, trying to learn how to be invisible, and apparently I am failing at that too." Thomas said carefully, "You are not failing." James laughed, a short, bitter sound. "Mr. Greaves thinks I smile too much." "Mr. Greaves thinks everyone smiles too much. He once reprimanded the hallboy for whistling. I think he believes joy is a sign of moral weakness." That surprised a real laugh out of James. It was a good sound. They sat in silence for another minute. Then James said, very quietly, "I am glad you sat down." Thomas did not trust himself to respond. He just nodded. He should have gone back inside then. Instead, he stayed on those steps until James finished his cigarette, and then they went upstairs together, parting at the top of the servants' staircase without another word. Thomas lay awake for a long time that night, staring at the ceiling, thinking about disappearing. The thing about being a servant in a Gilded Age mansion is that you saw everything. You saw the affairs. You saw the arguments. You saw Mrs. Vanderbilt throw a priceless vase at her husband during a fight about his mistress. You saw the son of the house stumble in drunk at 3 a.m. You saw the daughter cry in her room because her parents were arranging a marriage to a man she had met twice. You saw the lady's maid quietly pocketing jewelry that would later be reported stolen. And you said nothing, because reporting it would make you a target. You saw all of it, and you were expected to have seen none of it. Discretion was the most valuable skill a servant could possess, more valuable than silver polishing or napkin folding or perfect posture. If you could keep secrets, you could survive in service. If you could not, you would be dismissed, and no reference would save you. Thomas was very good at keeping secrets. He had been keeping his own since he was 14, and realized that the way he felt about his schoolmate William was not the way he was supposed to feel about anyone. Now he was keeping James's secret too. Or maybe they were keeping each other's. It was the latter, he suspected. That was more dangerous. In late July, the Vanderbilts threw a ball. It was not quite as famous as the costume ball Alva had thrown at their New York mansion in 1883, the one where she dressed as a Venetian princess and spent $3 million on decorations and established herself as the Queen of New York society. But it was still an event that required 3 weeks of preparation, 200 guests, an orchestra, 500 roses, and every member of the household staff working 18-hour days. Thomas spent the week before the ball polishing silver until his hands cramped. 80 place settings, 700 pieces, forks and knives and spoons and serving pieces and candlesticks, and a massive epurn that weighed 30 pounds and required 2 people to lift. James was assigned to the wine cellar, inventorying bottles and decanting port. They barely saw each other for days. Just brief passings in corridors, exhausted nods, the occasional moment when their eyes would meet and hold for a second too long before one of them looked away. Thomas missed him. It was absurd. They barely knew each other. They had spoken perhaps a dozen times, and yet Thomas found himself listening for James's footsteps, looking for him at staff meals, feeling a small lift in his chest whenever James appeared in a doorway. He tried very hard not to feel it. He failed. The night of the ball, Thomas stood in the entrance hall in full livery, white gloves spotless, hair powdered, face blank, while 200 of America's wealthiest citizens streamed past him as if he were a particularly well-dressed piece of furniture. He could see James across the hall, stationed near the door to the drawing room. James's face was carefully neutral, but Thomas had learned to read the small signs, the tension in his jaw, the way he held his shoulders, the slight tightness around his eyes that meant he was exhausted and trying not to show it. Thomas wanted to cross the hall and touch his shoulder and tell him it would be over soon. He did not, of course. He stood motionless and invisible and watched as Mrs. Vanderbilt swept past in a gown that cost more than Thomas would earn in 10 years. The ball lasted until 3 in the morning. By the time the last guest left and the family retired and the servants were finally dismissed to clean up, Thomas's feet were numb and his back ached, and he was so tired he felt drunk. The staff worked in silence, clearing glasses and plates and wilted roses, sweeping the ballroom, extinguishing candles. Thomas carried a tray of champagne flutes down to the scullery. As he was setting it down, he felt someone brush past him in the narrow corridor. James. Just for a second, James's hand touched his, bare, because they had both removed their gloves, and squeezed gently. Then he was gone, continuing toward the servants' hall, and Thomas was left standing there with his heart pounding and his hand still warm from the contact. It was the first time they had touched on purpose. Thomas went to bed that night and lay awake until dawn, thinking about that touch, turning it over in his mind like a smooth stone, examining it from every angle. What did it mean? Was it comfort, solidarity, something more? Did it matter what it meant when even the smallest gesture could destroy them both? He did not know. He only knew that when he finally fell asleep, he dreamed of James's hand in his, and when he woke, he felt the loss of it like an ache. August brought thunderstorms and unbearable heat and a stillness to the house that felt like holding one's breath. The family was in residence, which meant the servants were always on duty, always alert, always performing the elaborate theatre of invisibility. But something had shifted. Thomas could feel it in the way Mr. Greaves watched the footmen, in the way Mrs. Fleming's eyes followed them during staff meals, in the particular quality of silence that filled the servants' hall when he and James were in the same room. They were being careful. They never spoke alone. They maintained proper distance. They did not touch again after that night in the corridor. It did not matter. Somehow, everyone knew anyway. Or maybe Thomas was imagining it. Maybe he was projecting his own guilt and fear onto faces that were simply tired or bored or indifferent. Maybe the weight he felt pressing down on him every day was not suspicion at all, but simply the ordinary claustrophobia of living in a house where 36 people shared 3 bathrooms and privacy was a fantasy. He did not know, he just knew he was tired of being careful, and that terrified him. One afternoon in mid-August, Thomas was in the silver pantry, alone, polishing a serving platter. The window was open. Outside, he could hear the gardeners working, the snick of shears on boxwood, the low murmur of conversation. James appeared in the doorway. He did not say anything at first. He just stood there, watching Thomas work. Finally he said, "May I help?" Thomas should have said no. He did not. He handed James a polishing cloth and a small silver bowl. They worked in silence for several minutes, the air between them charged and careful. Then James said quietly, "I am leaving next month." Thomas's hands stilled. "What?" "I gave my notice yesterday. I'm going to Boston. I have a cousin there who says he can get me work in a hotel. Better pay, more independence, no powdered wigs." He said it lightly, but there was something fragile underneath. Thomas set down the platter. He looked at James directly for the first time in weeks. "Why?" James met his eyes. "You know why." He did. Of course he did. "I cannot do this," James said, and his voice was very soft now, almost a whisper. "I cannot be in the same house with you and not—" He stopped, started again. "I am not strong enough to keep being careful. I am going to make a mistake. And when I do, it will ruin both of us." Thomas wanted to argue. He wanted to say that James was wrong, that they could keep being careful forever, that nothing had to change. But he could not lie that boldly, even to himself. So instead he said, "Boston." "Boston," James confirmed. "That is a long way away." "Yes." They stood there in the silver pantry, surrounded by gleaming objects worth more than their combined lifetime earnings, and Thomas felt something break open in his chest. "I could come with you," he said, and immediately regretted it. James's expression did something complicated. Hope and pain and longing all at once. "You could," he said carefully, "but you would have to leave without a reference, and you have been here longer than I have. Your reference would be worth more. If you leave with me, we both start over with nothing." He was right. Thomas knew he was right, but the thought of James leaving, of going to Boston and working in a hotel and meeting someone else and forgetting about the summer they barely touched, was suddenly unbearable. "I do not care about the reference," Thomas said, which was either the bravest or stupidest thing he had ever said, and he was not sure which. James stared at him. "Yes, you do. I care about it less than I care about you." The words were out before Thomas could stop them. The silence that followed felt enormous. Then James crossed the small space between them and kissed him. It was brief, desperate, terrifying. James's hand cupped Thomas's jaw for 3 seconds, and Thomas tasted metal polish and tea and something electric, and then James pulled back, and they stood there breathing hard, staring at each other, both of them trembling. "I am sorry," James whispered. "Do not be." If anyone saw, no one saw. But they might have. That was the thing. Anyone could have walked past the open door. Anyone could have glanced through the window. The house was full of eyes and ears and people whose job was to notice things. They had just made a catastrophic mistake. Thomas waited for the fear to arrive. Instead, he felt a strange, weightless clarity. "We should go to Boston," he said. James looked at him like he was speaking a foreign language. "Thomas, not together. I will stay another month. Long enough that it does not look connected to your leaving. I will say my mother is ill and needs me in," he thought quickly, "Philadelphia. I will work 1 more season, get my reference from Mr. Greaves, and then I will come to Boston. You will give me the name of the hotel where you are working, and I will find you. That could take months. Then it takes months. You might change your mind." Thomas reached out, very carefully, and touched James's hand where it rested on the silver table. Just his fingertips against James's knuckles, the smallest possible touch. "I will not change my mind," he said. James looked down at their hands. When he looked up again, his eyes were bright. "Swear it." "I swear." They stood there for another moment, not quite touching, not quite separate. And Thomas memorized the shape of James's face in the afternoon light. Then footsteps sounded in the corridor outside, and they sprang apart, James grabbing his polishing cloth, Thomas returning to his platter, both of them focused intently on Silver as the under-butler walked past without glancing in. When he was gone, James set down the cloth. "I will write you," he said quietly. "When I have an address. I will send it to you here." Thomas nodded. James left the pantry without looking back. Thomas stood there alone, his heart still racing, and tried to figure out whether he had just ruined his life or saved it. James left Marble House on September 3rd, 1893. Thomas watched from the servants' entrance as James loaded his trunk onto the back of a cart, shook Mr. Greaves's hand, nodded to Mrs. Fleming, and climbed up beside the driver. He did not look back at the house. He did not look at Thomas. He kept his eyes forward as the cart rolled down the gravel drive toward Bellevue Avenue, and then he was gone. Thomas went back inside and polished Silver for 6 hours straight. That night, he found a letter tucked under his pillow. No envelope. Just a single folded sheet of paper with an address written in careful script. Parker House Hotel, School Street, Boston. Ask for James Whitmore. Underneath, in smaller letters, "I meant what I said in the pantry." Thomas burned the letter in the kitchen stove at midnight, after everyone else had gone to bed. He memorized the address first. Parker House Hotel, School Street, James Whitmore. He repeated it to himself, like a prayer. September turned cold earlier than usual that year. The Vanderbilts closed Marble House on the 15th and returned to New York, taking most of the household staff with them. Thomas was one of 6 servants kept on to maintain the property through the winter, himself, 2 housemaids, the head gardener, and 2 groundskeepers. It was meant to be easier work. Lighter duties, no formal dinners, no balls, no guests requiring constant attention. Instead, Thomas found himself alone in a 70-room mansion that echoed like a mausoleum, with nothing to distract him from the James-shaped absence in every corridor. He kept working. That was what you did in service. You kept working regardless of what you felt, because feelings were a luxury you could not afford. But at night, lying in his narrow bed in the nearly empty servants' quarters, Thomas let himself think about Boston, about finding James at the Parker House Hotel, about what might happen after that. He had no clear picture of it. He just knew that the future he had been sleepwalking toward, 20 more years in service, a promotion to butler eventually, a small pension, and a rented room in old age, suddenly felt like a trap. James had offered him a different story. Thomas intended to claim it. In October, Thomas received his first letter. It arrived in a plain envelope, addressed to Mr. Thomas Harding, care of Marble House, Newport, Rhode Island. No return address. Inside, a single page in James's handwriting. "I have found work. The pay is adequate. The hours are long, but the uniform does not require powdered hair, which feels like progress. I share a room with 2 other men from the hotel staff. They are loud and untidy, but harmless. I think of the silver pantry often. I hope you are well. I hope you remember." That was all. No signature. No explicit declaration. It was enough. Thomas wrote back the same night. He told James about the empty house, about the cold that crept through the floorboards now that most of the staff had left, about the strange luxury of being able to walk through the main rooms without fear of being reprimanded. He did not sign his name either. He wrote, "I remember, I am coming." He mailed the letter from the post office in town, paying for the stamp with coins he had saved from his wages. They wrote 3 more times before Christmas. Careful letters, coded. Nothing that could be used as evidence if intercepted. But between the lines, Thomas could read everything James was not saying. The loneliness, The hope, the fear that Thomas would change his mind. Thomas would not change his mind. In December, he gave his notice to Mr. Greaves. The butler looked at him with something that might have been disappointment, or might have been indifference. It was hard to tell with Mr. Greaves. "Your mother is unwell?" "Yes, sir. She requires assistance. I must return to Philadelphia." It was a clean lie. Thomas's mother had died when he was 12. Mr. Greaves had no way of knowing this, because Thomas had never mentioned it, because servants were not encouraged to have personal histories. "I see. You have been a satisfactory footman, Harding. I will provide you with a reference." "Thank you, sir." The reference was written that afternoon on heavy cream-coloured stationery embossed with the Vanderbilt crest. It stated that Thomas Harding had served the family faithfully for 6 years, that his conduct had been exemplary, that he was skilled in all aspects of footman duties, and that he was leaving to attend to a family matter. It was signed by Mr. Greaves and countersigned by Mrs. Vanderbilt's private secretary. Thomas folded it carefully and placed it in his trunk, wrapped in a handkerchief, as if it were something precious. In a way, it was. That letter was the only proof he had ever existed as something other than a uniform and a pair of white gloves. He left Newport on January 8, 1894. The train ride to Boston took 7 hours. Thomas sat by the window and watched the winter landscape roll past. Bare trees, frozen ponds, small towns clustered around white churches. He had $30 in his pocket, saved over 6 years of service. It was not very much. It would have to be enough. He arrived at South Station just before 6 in the evening. The station was enormous, cavernous, loud with echoing voices and the shriek of train whistles. Thomas had never been to Boston before. He stood on the platform with his trunk at his feet, trying to orient himself, while commuters streamed past him like water around a stone. School Street, Parker House Hotel, James Whitmore. He hired a cab. The driver loaded his trunk and drove him through streets that were narrower and more crowded than Newport, past brick buildings and gas lamps and shop windows already lit against the early dark. The hotel, when they reached it, was imposing. 5 stories of white marble, with a green awning over the entrance and a doorman in a burgundy coat. Thomas paid the driver, collected his trunk, and walked inside. The lobby was warm and bright and smelled of cigar smoke and expensive cologne. Leather chairs, polished wood, a massive chandelier. Behind the front desk, a young man in a black suit looked up as Thomas approached. "May I help you, sir?" Thomas had not been called sir in 6 years. It startled him. "I am looking for James Whitmore. I believe he works here." The clerk's expression shifted slightly, polite curiosity replaced by something more guarded. "May I ask who is inquiring?" "Thomas Harding. I am a friend." The word friend seemed to mean something to the clerk, though Thomas could not read what. The young man nodded slowly. "1 moment, please." He disappeared through a door behind the desk. Thomas waited, heart pounding, hands clenched around the handle of his trunk. 5 minutes passed, then 10. Then James walked through the door. He was wearing a simple black suit, white shirt, no livery. His hair was not powdered. He looked tired and older and so familiar that Thomas felt his chest constrict. James stopped 3 feet away. For a long moment, they just looked at each other. Then James said, very quietly, "You came." I said I would. "I know. I just did not entirely believe it." Thomas wanted to cross those 3 feet and touch him. He did not. They were standing in a public lobby. The clerk was watching. 2 guests in evening dress were walking past on their way to the dining room. Instead, Thomas said, "I need a place to stay, and work, if there is any available." James smiled. It was the first real smile Thomas had seen from him since the silver pantry. "I think we can arrange that," he said. The Parker House Hotel had been in operation since 1855. It was famous for its dining room, which had served Charles Dickens and Ulysses S. Grant, and 100 other luminaries whose names were engraved on plaques in the main hall. It was less famous for its staff quarters, which were located on the 5th floor and consisted of narrow rooms that each housed 4 men in bunk beds. James shared room 507 with 3 other hotel workers, a bellhop named Michael, a kitchen porter named Samuel, and another footman-turned-waiter named Robert Preston. There was a 5th bunk, recently vacated. Thomas claimed it that night. The room was cramped and smelled of sweat and boot polish and the cheap tobacco that Michael smoked before bed. But it was warm, and James's bunk was directly below Thomas's. That first night, lying in the dark, listening to the sounds of 4 other men breathing, Thomas felt something loosen in his chest. For 6 years he had slept in a room with 5 strangers, maintaining careful distance, never speaking except when necessary, always aware that he was being watched and judged and evaluated. Here, in this cramped room above a Boston hotel, with James's breathing steady and close below him, Thomas felt almost safe. Almost. Robert Preston was the one who explained the rules. Robert was 32, originally from Pennsylvania, and had worked in service for 15 years before coming to Boston. He had a dry sense of humor and a scar above his left eyebrow, and a way of looking at Thomas that suggested he understood exactly what Thomas was doing there. They were in the staff dining room, eating breakfast before the morning shift. James had gone to retrieve something from their room. Robert leaned across the table and said quietly, "You should know that the management here does not care what you do on your own time, as long as you are discreet." Thomas looked up from his oatmeal. Robert continued, "By discreet, I mean, no visitors in staff quarters, no public displays, no scandal that could reflect poorly on the hotel. Beyond that," he shrugged, "what they do not see does not concern them." Thomas processed this carefully. "And the other staff? Some know, some suspect. Most do not care as long as you do your work and do not cause trouble. But there are always a few who will report anything that looks irregular, either out of genuine moral outrage or because they think it will earn them favor with management. So you learn who is safe and who is not." "How do you learn that?" Robert smiled slightly. "You watch. You listen. You wait for someone else to make the first move. And if you are very lucky, someone like me tells you directly, which is what I am doing now. I am safe. Michael is safe. Samuel does not care about anything except whether you snore, which you do not, so you are fine. James, obviously, is why you are here." Thomas felt his face heat. Robert's expression gentled. "I am not judging," he said. "I am trying to help. There is a whole world here, Thomas. Not just in this hotel. In Boston generally. Men like us. Places we can go. People we can be. At least some of the time. But you have to be smart about it. One mistake, and everything falls apart." Thomas nodded slowly. "Thank you. Do not thank me yet. Just remember what I said." When James returned, Robert changed the subject smoothly to the weather, and they finished breakfast talking about the ice storm predicted for that evening. But Thomas did not forget. The work at the Parker house was different from footman service, but not easier. Thomas started as a server in the main dining room. He worked 10-hour shifts, 6 days a week, serving breakfast and lunch to hotel guests and Boston society. The pay was better than his footman wages, $18 a week plus occasional tips. But the pace was relentless. Where Marble House had required him to stand motionless for hours, the Parker house required constant motion. Carrying trays, taking orders, refilling water glasses, clearing plates, always moving, always alert, always performing the careful dance of attentive service without obsequiousness. He learned the regulars quickly, the businessman who always ordered poached eggs and read the Globe while eating, the elderly woman who took tea at 11 and left a 50-cent tip if you remembered she preferred honey to sugar, the young couple who came every Saturday and held hands under the table when they thought no one was watching. Thomas watched everyone. That was his skill. Observation without judgment, memory without emotion. He could track 6 tables simultaneously, anticipate needs before they were voiced, navigate the complex social hierarchies of the dining room with the same precision he had once used to navigate the Vanderbilt household. James worked the evening shift in the same dining room. They saw each other in passing. A brief nod as one shift ended and another began. a moment's eye contact across the room, nothing that could be called improper. But at night, in room 507, lying in their bunks with 3 other men snoring around them, Thomas could hear James breathing below him, and sometimes, very quietly, James would tap twice on the underside of Thomas's bunk, just a soft knock, barely audible. Thomas would tap back. It was not much. It was enough. On Thomas's first Sunday off, Robert took him and James to a tavern in the North End. It was a small place, unremarkable from the outside, just a wooden door with no sign, on a narrow street that smelled of fish and salt water. Robert knocked twice, paused, knocked once more. The door opened. Inside, the tavern was dark and warm and crowded with men. Just men, no women, no families. No one eating Sunday dinner with their respectable wives and well-behaved children. Just men, drinking and laughing and sitting closer together than men usually sat in public. Thomas stopped in the doorway. James's hand touched his elbow briefly, steadying him. Robert led them to a table in the back corner. A server brought 3 beers without being asked. Robert raised his glass. "Welcome to Boston," he said. They drank. Thomas looked around the room, trying not to stare. 2 men at the bar had their arms around each other's shoulders. A group in the corner was singing something bawdy and off-key. Near the window, a man with grey hair was holding another man's hand on top of the table, openly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "How many places like this are there?" Thomas asked. "In Boston? 5 or 6 that I know of. In New York, maybe 20. San Francisco, more. Every city has them if you know where to look." Robert took a long drink. "The trick is not getting too comfortable. These places exist because the police mostly look the other way, but mostly is not always. Every few months, there is a raid. Someone gets arrested. Names get printed in the papers. Lives get ruined. So you come here, you enjoy yourself, but you stay aware. And you never ever tell anyone outside this world where you have been." James was quiet beside Thomas, turning his beer glass in his hands. "Did you know about this?" Thomas asked him. "Before you came to Boston?" James nodded. "I had heard rumours. That is part of why I chose this city. I wanted—" He paused, searching for words. "I wanted to find out if there were others, if I was not alone." "You are not alone," Robert said firmly. "None of us are. That is the point." They stayed at the tavern until midnight. Thomas drank 3 beers, which was more than he had consumed in the previous year. The room grew louder and warmer, and the edges of everything softened. At some point, James's knee pressed against his under the table. Thomas pressed back. When they finally left, walking through cold January streets back toward the hotel, Robert ahead of them and James beside him, Thomas felt something he had not felt since he was a child, before service, before he learned that who he was meant something dangerous. He felt possible. February brought snow and bitter cold, and a rhythm to Thomas's life that felt almost like belonging. He worked 6 days a week. He saved most of his wages, spending only what he needed for essentials. He learned the geography of Boston, which streets were safe, which taverns welcomed men like him, which neighborhoods to avoid after dark. He wrote a brief letter to Mr. Greaves, thanking him again for the reference and reporting that his mother's health had improved. He did not expect a response and did not receive one. He and James still barely touched, a hand on a shoulder in passing, knees pressed together under a table, the nightly knock on the bunk frame. It was not enough. It was miraculous. In early March, the hotel hosted a private dinner for 50 guests celebrating the birthday of a textile merchant. Thomas and James both worked the service. It was a formal affair, 7 courses, 4 wines, speeches and toasts that went on for hours. Near the end of the evening, as Thomas was clearing dessert plates from a side table, he overheard 2 men talking in low voices. "Did you hear about the arrests?" "In New York?" "Yes. That house on East 23rd Street. The police raided it last week. 30 men arrested. They are printing names in the Herald tomorrow. Good God. Do you suppose any of them were—" Oh, certainly. That is the point of printing the names, is it not? Public humiliation. Make an example. Disgusting business. I cannot imagine what sort of man. Thomas moved away before he could hear the rest. His hands were shaking. He set down the tray carefully in the service corridor and stood there for a moment, breathing. 30 men arrested. Names in the paper. Public humiliation. It could have been him. If he had stayed in New York instead of coming to Boston. If he had been less careful. If he had trusted the wrong person. It could still be him. James found him there a few minutes later. Are you all right? Thomas nodded, not trusting his voice. James glanced around, confirming they were alone, then stepped closer. I heard them too, he said quietly. The men at table 7. 30 people. I know. Their lives are over. I know. They stood there in the narrow corridor, not touching, while the sounds of the dinner party filtered through from the main room. Laughter and conversation and the clink of silver on china. Finally, James said, "We are being careful." Careful is not enough. Careful just means we have not been caught yet. What do you want me to say, Thomas? That we are safe. We are not safe. We have never been safe, but we are here anyway. Thomas looked at him. In the dim light of the corridor, James's face was shadowed, tired, beautiful. I do not regret coming to Boston, Thomas said. Good, because I would have come to Philadelphia to find you if you had not. That surprised a laugh out of Thomas. You do not even know where Philadelphia is. I would have learned. The dinner party was breaking up. They could hear chairs scraping, voices rising, the beginning of the exodus toward the lobby. They returned to work. That night, lying in his bunk, Thomas thought about the 30 men in New York whose names would be in the paper tomorrow. He wondered what happened to them after the arrests. Did they go to jail? Did they lose their jobs? Did their families disown them? He thought about his own name printed in black ink for everyone to see. Thomas Harding, age 23, crime, being what he was. Below him, James tapped twice on the bunk frame. Thomas tapped back. He lay awake for a long time, listening to the sound of 4 men breathing in the dark, and tried to imagine a world where that knock was not the only touch he was allowed. Spring arrived slowly in Boston that year, as if the city were reluctant to release winter. Thomas had been at the Parker house for 3 months. He knew the rhythm of the dining room now, could anticipate the Saturday rush and the quiet Tuesday afternoons, knew which guests would complain about their eggs and which would leave generous tips. He had saved $43. He and James had not been alone together once. That changed in April. The hotel sent Thomas and James, along with Robert and 2 other servers, to work a private event at a house on Beacon Hill. A wedding reception, 100 guests. The kind of job that paid double wages because it meant working outside the hotel's familiar territory. The house belonged to a family named Morrison, old Boston money, the kind of people who referred to the Vanderbilts as nouveau riche. The reception was held in a ballroom with tall windows that overlooked the common, and Thomas spent 6 hours serving champagne and canapes to women in silk and men in tailcoats who did not look at him once. The work finished just after midnight. The other servers went back to the hotel in the first carriage. Robert, claiming exhaustion, took the second. That left Thomas and James to wait for the third carriage, which the head server said would return in 20 minutes. 20 minutes alone. The first time since the silver pantry at Marble House. They stood in the Morrisons' courtyard, in the dark, breath misting in the cold April air. The house behind them was still lit, servants cleaning up inside, but the courtyard was empty and quiet. James said, "We should talk about something, so this does not look suspicious if anyone comes out." "What should we talk about?" "I have no idea. The weather?" "It is cold." "Very observant." Thomas laughed quietly. Then, before he could stop himself, he said, "I miss you." James went very still. "I am right here. You know what I mean." "Yes, I do." The silence stretched between them, full of everything they could not say. Finally, James said, "There is a boarding house in the South End. A woman named Mrs. Keating runs it. Robert told me about it. She rents rooms by the hour. No questions asked. It is not cheap, but it is safe." Thomas's heart was pounding. How much? $2. $2 was more than Thomas earned in a day. It was also nothing. It was everything. "When?" he asked. "Next Sunday, if you want." Thomas looked at him. In the dark, he could barely see James's face, but he could hear the uncertainty in his voice, the fear of presuming too much. "I want," Thomas said. The carriage arrived 3 minutes later. They rode back to the hotel in silence, sitting on opposite benches, not touching, while the driver hummed a tune that Thomas could not identify and the city rolled past in shadows. That week lasted approximately 700 years. Thomas worked his shifts. He served breakfast to the businessman with the globe. He remembered that the elderly woman preferred honey to sugar. He carried trays and cleared plates and smiled politely at people who did not see him. And the entire time, a clock was ticking in his head, counting down to Sunday. He was terrified. He had never done this before, never been with anyone, never been touched with intention, never allowed himself to want something this specifically. What if he did not know what to do? What if he disappointed James? What if the whole thing was awkward and uncomfortable and ruined everything between them? On Saturday night, lying in his bunk, Thomas seriously considered inventing an illness that would prevent him from leaving the hotel the next day. Then James tapped twice on the underside of his mattress, and Thomas tapped back, and the fear settled into something else. Not confidence, exactly. Just determination. He would go. Whatever happened, he would go. Sunday afternoon, they left the hotel separately. Thomas first, at 2 o'clock, carrying a book as if he were going to read in the common. James 15 minutes later, heading in a different direction. They met 3 blocks away, on a corner where no one from the hotel would see them, and walked together toward the South End. Mrs. Keating's boarding house was narrow and brown and utterly ordinary. She was a woman of perhaps 50, with grey hair and sharp eyes, and when James said they needed a room, she simply nodded and held out her hand for the $2. "Third floor, end of the hall. Door locks from the inside. Towels are on the bureau. You have until 6 o'clock. She handed James a key and returned to her knitting. They climbed 3 flights of stairs in silence. The room was small and clean and sparse. A bed, a bureau, a washstand, a single window with thin curtains. It smelled faintly of lavender and lye soap. James locked the door behind them. For a long moment, they just stood there, looking at each other. Then Thomas said, "I have no idea what I am doing." James laughed, a surprised, relieved sound. "Neither do I, actually. But you have, before, once, a long time ago. It was rushed and awkward and someone nearly walked in. This is different." "How?" James crossed the small space between them. He raised one hand and touched Thomas's face, very gently, fingers tracing along his jaw. "This matters," he said quietly. Thomas closed his eyes. The touch was almost unbearably tender. He had not realized how much he had been starving for tenderness. "We have 4 hours," James said. "We do not have to do anything except be here, together, without watching the door." Thomas opened his eyes. "I want more than just being here." "So do I." They kissed then, properly, not the desperate stolen kiss in the silver pantry, but something slower and deeper and more deliberate. James's hands in his hair, Thomas's hands at James's waist. The gradual discovery of how they fit together. I will not tell you the rest of what happened in that room. Some things should remain private. Some intimacies are not for an audience. What matters is this. For 4 hours, Thomas and James existed in a space where they did not have to be invisible, where they could touch and be touched, where they could be, simply and completely, themselves. When they left Mrs. Keating's boarding house at 6 o'clock, The world had not changed. They still had to walk back separately. They still had to sleep in a room with 3 other men. They still lived in a country where what they were could destroy them. But Thomas felt different. He felt real in a way he had not felt before. They returned to Mrs. Keating's boarding house 3 more times that spring. $2 each time. $8 total, which was more than Thomas had spent on anything in years, and worth every cent. The last time was in June, just before everything fell apart. It started with Michael, the bellhop who shared room 507. Michael had always been friendly, harmless, one of the safe ones according to Robert. But in late June, Michael was fired for stealing from a guest's room. He denied it. He claimed he was being set up, that the hotel was looking for an excuse to dismiss him because he had complained about working conditions. He was escorted from the building by 2 security guards, angry and loud, shouting about injustice. Thomas did not think much of it at the time. Staff turnover was constant in hotels. People were hired and fired regularly. Michael would find other work. But 3 days later, Robert pulled Thomas aside in the staff dining room. Michael went to the police, he said quietly. Thomas felt his stomach drop. Why? Revenge. He told them the Parker house was employing degenerates. He specifically named you and James. The room seemed to tilt. He has no proof, Thomas said, but his voice sounded distant to his own ears. He does not need proof. He just needs to plant suspicion. The hotel will investigate to protect its reputation. If they find anything, letters, testimony from other staff, any evidence at all, you will both be dismissed. And if they decide to press charges... Robert did not finish the sentence. Thomas's mind was racing. Letters. They had been careful. James had never written anything explicit. But the letters existed. They were in Thomas's trunk, hidden beneath his spare shirts. What should we do? Robert looked at him steadily. Burn anything that could be used as evidence. Stop going to Mrs. Keating's immediately. Keep your distance from each other at work and hope that Michael's word alone is not enough. That night, Thomas burned every letter James had written. He stood in the alley behind the hotel at midnight and fed 7 letters, one by one, into a trash fire. He watched James's handwriting curl and blacken and disappear into ash. He felt like he was burning part of himself. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. Thomas and James did not speak except when necessary for work. They did not sit together at meals. They barely looked at each other. At night, in their bunks, there were no taps, no signals, no acknowledgement that anything existed between them. It was like going back to Marble House, back to invisibility, except worse, because now Thomas knew what he was missing. Then, on July 12th, the hotel manager called them both into his office. His name was Mr. Whitmore, no relation to James, a thin man with spectacles and a perpetual expression of mild disapproval. He sat behind a massive oak desk and studied them both for a long moment before speaking. "I have received a complaint about your conduct," he said finally, "from a former employee. He alleges that you are engaged in immoral behaviour." Thomas's hands were clenched behind his back. Beside him, James was perfectly still. "I have investigated this complaint," Mr. Whitmore continued. "I have spoken to other members of staff. I have reviewed your work records. I have found no concrete evidence of impropriety." Thomas felt something loosen in his chest. No evidence. They were safe. "However," Mr. Whitmore said, and the word dropped like a stone, "the complaint itself is damaging to the hotel's reputation. Regardless of whether the allegations are true, the mere suggestion of such behaviour is unacceptable. Therefore, I am giving you both a choice." He folded his hands on the desk. "You may resign, effective immediately, with a neutral reference that states only your dates of employment, or you may remain employed, and I will conduct a more thorough investigation, which may or may not result in your dismissal without reference, and which will certainly involve questioning other staff members about your private lives." It was not a choice. It was an expulsion dressed in polite language. Thomas heard James take a slow breath beside him. "We will resign," James said quietly. Mr. Whitmore nodded, as if he had expected nothing else. "Very well. Collect your belongings and vacate your room by this evening. Your references will be ready at the front desk in 1 hour." They were dismissed. Outside the office, in the corridor, Thomas and James stood in silence for a moment. Then James said, "I'm sorry. This is not your fault. It is both our faults, or neither. I'm not sure the distinction matters." They collected their belongings from room 507. Robert helped them carry their trunks downstairs. At the service entrance, Robert shook both their hands and pressed a folded piece of paper into Thomas's palm. "An address," he said quietly. "In Philadelphia. A hotel that does not ask questions. The manager's name is Sullivan. Tell him I sent you." Thomas nodded, unable to speak. Robert looked at them both for a long moment. "You will be all right," he said. And Thomas wanted desperately to believe him. They left the Parker House Hotel on a warm July evening, walking down School Street with their trunks, 2 more displaced men in a city that had no room for them. At the corner, James stopped. "Philadelphia?" he asked. Thomas thought about the lie he had told Mr. Greaves. "My mother is unwell. I must return to Philadelphia." The lie that had let him leave Marble House with a reference and his dignity intact. Maybe it was time to make the lie true. "Philadelphia," he confirmed. They walked to the train station together. For the first time in months, they did not have to maintain careful distance. No one was watching. No one cared. On the platform, waiting for the southbound train, James reached over and took Thomas's hand. Just held it. In public. In daylight. Thomas held on tight. The train arrived. They boarded. They found seats in the back of a third-class car that smelled of coal smoke and sweat and other people's lives. As the train pulled out of South Station and Boston began to recede behind them, Thomas looked out the window and thought about everything they were leaving. The Parker House, room 507, Mrs. Keating's boarding house, the tavern in the North End, 4 months of almost belonging. He thought about the 30 men arrested in New York whose names had been printed in the paper. He thought about Michael, angry and vengeful, willing to destroy 2 lives to ease his own humiliation. He thought about Mr. Greaves and Mr. Whitmore and all the men in positions of power who saw people like Thomas and James as problems to be managed, threats to be neutralized, scandals to be avoided. He thought about the letter in his pocket from Robert, the address in Philadelphia, the hotel manager named Sullivan who might or might not give them work. And he thought about James's hand in his, warm and real and present. They would survive this. Somehow, they had survived everything else. The train carried them south, toward a city neither of them knew, toward an uncertain future, toward whatever came next. Thomas closed his eyes and let himself rest. From the Gilded Age mansions of Newport and the boarding houses of Boston, we move now across an ocean and back through time, to a different kind of great house in a different century, where the rituals of service were even more elaborate and the penalties for transgression even more severe, where men in powdered wigs served families whose wealth had been centuries in the making, and where the distance between upstairs and downstairs was not just about architecture, but about entire worlds that were never meant to touch. Next, we travel to gay servants in Georgian English country houses, 1714-1820. The great country houses of Georgian England held many secrets beneath their stone galleries and behind their panelled walls. Among the most carefully guarded were the ones whispered between men who served the same master, who shared the same narrow beds in the attics above the ballrooms, who found tenderness in a world that demanded they remain invisible. On the morning of March 17th, 1732, at Chatsworth House in Derbyshire, a footman named Thomas Harding wrote a letter to another servant named William Marsh. The letter survived for nearly 3 centuries, tucked inside the pages of a household accounts ledger where someone hid it long ago. Thomas wrote in careful script, the kind learned during childhood lessons that cost his parents more than they could afford. He asked William to meet him by the old ice house after the family had retired for the evening. He asked William to bring the green ribbon William had worn during the Candlemas ball. He wrote that he thought of William's hands constantly, that he dreamed of the sound of William's voice reading aloud from the book of sermons they were supposed to be studying together in the servants' hall. He signed the letter, "Your most devoted friend," and pressed a small sprig of rosemary between the folded pages. We do not know if William came to the ice house that night. We do not know if he wore the green ribbon. But the letter survived, and in its survival, we can touch something impossibly fragile and utterly real. Two men in powdered wigs and livery, invisible to the aristocrats they served, trying to find each other in the half-dark spaces where servants were permitted to exist. The Georgian era in England stretches from 1714 to 1820, a span of over a century defined by 4 King George, each more unremarkable than the last. It was the age of reason and terrible manners, of exquisite architecture and absolutely catastrophic dentistry. It was the era when English country houses reached their zenith as engines of social performance, each one a small kingdom requiring an army of servants to maintain the illusion of effortless elegance. And within that army, hidden in plain sight, were men who loved other men, who built lives and romances, and sometimes entire social worlds, in the spaces their employers never thought to look. Let us be clear about numbers. A house like Chatsworth during this period employed upward of 150 servants during the social season. Blenheim Palace kept nearly 200 on staff. These were not individuals scattered throughout empty wings. They lived densely packed in servants' quarters, slept 2 or 3 to a bed, shared clothing and gossip and intimate knowledge of each other's bodies and lives. Privacy was a luxury reserved for the family upstairs. Below stairs, every secret had witnesses. The paradox of servant life in Georgian England was this: you were simultaneously the most watched and the most invisible person in the house. Your employers monitored your work with obsessive attention to detail. A single piece of silver placed incorrectly on the dinner table could cost you a position. But your inner life, your thoughts, your loves, your desires, these were beneath notice. You were furniture that happened to breathe. And in that strange dual state of hypervisibility and utter dismissal, some men found room to love each other. Thomas Harding's letter is one of the few surviving direct pieces of evidence, but the household records themselves tell stories if you know how to read them. At Kedleston Hall in Derbyshire, the 1750 staff roster lists 2 under-butlers who requested to share quarters despite there being separate rooms available. Their names were James Whitworth and Edward Callow. They worked together for 11 years. When Edward died of a fever in 1761, James requested immediate dismissal and left the house the same day. The steward noted in the household book that James took Edward's silver buttons and his Book of Common Prayer. Nothing else, just those 2 items. And then he disappeared from the record entirely. I think about James often. I think about him walking away from Kedleston with Edward's buttons in his pocket, with Edward's prayer book pressed against his chest. I think about the fact that he did not ask for back wages owed. He did not write for a reference. He simply left, as if the house had become unbearable the moment it no longer held Edward breathing in the room beside him. The structure of a Georgian household was rigidly hierarchical, almost military in its precision. At the top sat the steward or house steward, responsible for overall management. Below him came the butler, the housekeeper, the cook. Then descended layers of footmen, grooms, valets, under-butlers, hall boys, stable boys, gardeners, and scullery workers. Each position had its uniform, its specific duties, its particular forms of address. And yet within this rigid structure, relationships formed. Friendships, partnerships, love affairs that sometimes lasted decades. The upper servants, the butler, the housekeeper, the valet to the master, had private rooms, but the lower servants shared everything. At Holcombe Hall in Norfolk, the household plan from 1762 shows the footman's quarters, a single long room with 6 beds arranged 3 to a wall. The room measures 18 feet by 12 feet, 6 beds, which means 12 men if the beds were shared, as they almost always were. 12 men sleeping close enough to hear each other breathe, to know who snored, who cried in their sleep, who whispered another man's name in the dark. The employment records from Houghton Hall in Norfolk give us another window into these hidden lives. In 1738, the household hired 2 footmen on the same day, Robert Finch and Samuel Dodd. They were hired together, having previously served together at a house in London that was closing due to the master's bankruptcy. The Houghton steward noted that they requested to work the same shifts, to share quarters, to take their half-day leave together. This was granted. They remained at Houghton for 23 years. When Robert's hand was badly burned in a kitchen accident in 1754, the household surgeon's notes record that Samuel refused to leave his bedside, sleeping on the floor beside Robert's cot in the infirmary for a week until the fever broke. 23 years. Think about that. 23 years of waking up beside the same person, of working in tandem, of building a life in the stolen moments between duties. They outlasted most marriages. They built something that endured. The work itself was brutal. A footman's day began at 5 in the morning and did not end until the family retired for the night, which during the social season might be 1 or 2 in the morning. You carried coal, you polished silver, you served at table standing utterly still for hours while the family ate course after course. You walked behind the family carriage on long journeys. You slept in unheated rooms. You wore livery that cost more than a year of your wages, livery that belonged to the house and would be stripped from your body the moment you were dismissed. Your body was not your own. Your time was not your own. But your heart you could sometimes give away freely. The letters and diaries of the aristocrats themselves occasionally give us glimpses of the servants' lives, though always filtered through the profound class myopia of the Georgian elite. Lady Mary Montagu, writing from her country house in 1748, notes with amusement that 2 of her footmen were as devoted to one another as any pair of turtle doves, always found together in the stables or the gardens, quite inseparable. She found it charming, quaint. It did not occur to her that what she was observing was love. But the servants themselves knew. The other servants always knew. The household was too small, too densely packed, too intimate for secrets to remain entirely hidden. What mattered was not whether the relationship existed, but whether it disrupted the smooth functioning of the house. A steward might turn a blind eye to 2 footmen sharing a bed if they arrived at their duties on time and performed their work impeccably. Morality was less important than efficiency. The house had to run. At Stowe House in Buckinghamshire, the household accounts from 1771 record a payment to a local physician for treating 2 grooms who had been badly beaten. The entry notes that the beating occurred in the village, that the grooms had been attacked on account of unnatural suspicions, and that the attackers were local farm labourers who were subsequently banned from the estate. The grooms' names were Peter Walsh and Thomas Kettering. They both recovered. They both remained in service at Stowe for another 8 years, and the household, having paid for their medical care, seems to have considered the matter closed. The phrase unnatural suspicions appears repeatedly in Georgian records. It was the polite euphemism. The legal term was sodomy, a capital crime until 1861, though prosecutions were rare and convictions rarer still. What mattered more than law was reputation. A servant accused of sodomy would be dismissed instantly, without references, rendered unemployable. The accusation alone was enough to destroy a life, so the men who loved each other learned to be careful. They learned codes. They learned which rooms were safe, which hours were their own, which members of the household could be trusted. They learned to communicate in glances across the servants' hall, in notes tucked into pockets, in the pressure of a hand on a shoulder that lasted just slightly longer than necessary. They learned to love in a language of gestures so small they were almost invisible. The valet held a unique position in this world. A valet served a single gentleman, attending to his person, his clothing, his most intimate needs. The relationship between a valet and his master was often the closest relationship in either man's life. The valet dressed him, shaved him, bathed him, slept in an adjacent room so he could respond immediately to any need. It was a relationship of profound physical intimacy, and for some men, that intimacy crossed boundaries that were never openly acknowledged. At Kettleston Hall, the papers of Nathaniel Curzon, 1st Baron Scarsdale, include numerous references to his valet, a man named William Adams. William served Lord Scarsdale for 31 years, from 1738 until Scarsdale's death in 1769. In his will, Scarsdale left William a life annuity of £50 per year, a substantial sum, far more than was customary for a servant bequest. He also left William his personal library, his collection of Roman coins, and a gold watch engraved with both their initials. The will's executor noted in his diary that William wept so violently when the will was read that he had to be helped from the room. Were they lovers? We cannot know with certainty. The evidence is circumstantial. The unusually long service, the generous bequest, the intertwined initials, the documented grief. But perhaps certainty is not the point. Perhaps what matters is that their lives were bound together for 3 decades, that they shared space and time and some form of intimacy that marked them both deeply enough that Scarsdale wanted William to have pieces of his interior life, his books, his coins, his watch, after he was gone. The seasonal rhythms of the country house shaped when and how relationships could develop. The social season ran from autumn through winter, when the family was in residence and the house swelled with guests and additional temporary staff. These were the hardest months, with the longest hours and the least privacy. But they were also months when new faces appeared, when visiting servants accompanied their masters and mistresses, when a footman from London might find himself sharing a bed with a local hallboy for a few weeks, and something might spark between them. The summer months, when the family often decamped to London or Bath or the continent, were quieter. A skeleton staff remained to maintain the house. These were the months of relative freedom, of afternoons off, of time to walk in the gardens or the nearby village, of evenings spent in the servants' hall playing cards or reading aloud or simply talking. These were the months when relationships deepened, when you had time to learn someone's history, their hopes, the small details that made them who they were. At Holcombe Hall, the household accounts from 1755 record an unusual expense, payment to a local schoolmaster for providing evening reading lessons to several of the lower servants. The steward noted that the lessons were held twice weekly in the servants' hall and were attended by 6 footmen and 3 stable boys. One of those footmen was a man named Arthur Finch. We know about Arthur because he kept a diary, or rather fragments of a diary, pages of which were discovered in the 1890s, tucked inside the walls of Holcombe during renovations. Arthur wrote about the reading lessons. He wrote about learning to read beyond basic literacy, about discovering poetry, about the way words could hold feeling. He wrote about the other men in the lessons. He wrote about one man in particular, a stable boy named John Wesley, who had hair the colour of wheat and a birthmark on his left wrist shaped like a crescent moon. Arthur wrote that John's voice when he read aloud made Arthur's chest feel tight, made him forget to breathe. He wrote that he thought John might feel the same way because John always chose to sit beside Arthur during lessons, because their hands had touched once when turning a page, and John had not pulled away. The diary fragments end abruptly. We do not know what happened to Arthur or to John. But we have those pages, that evidence of longing, of a stable boy's voice making a footman forget to breathe. The question of sex, of physical intimacy, is the hardest to approach with historical honesty. The Georgians were not prudish in the way the Victorians would become. They were earthy, frank about bodily functions, comfortable with nakedness in contexts like public baths or shared beds. But they were also deeply anxious about sodomy, about penetration specifically, which was understood as a transgression against both divine and natural law. 2 men could share profound physical intimacy, could bathe together, sleep pressed close together, even kiss, without necessarily crossing into what the law defined as the crime of sodomy. This created a strange space of possibility. Relationships between men could be intensely physical, deeply romantic, erotically charged, without necessarily involving the specific act that would make them criminal. Whether individual men navigated that boundary or crossed it, we cannot know. What we can know is that the boundary existed, that men were aware of it, that some surely crossed it, and some perhaps did not, and that all of them lived with the knowledge that their love, however they expressed it, existed on dangerous ground. At Castle Howard in Yorkshire, a court record from 1747 details a case brought by the estate against a local magistrate who had arrested two of the house's footmen on suspicion of sodomy. The estate's solicitor argued that the arrest was malicious, that the magistrate bore a grudge against the house over an unrelated property dispute, and that the evidence, testimony from a single witness who claimed to have seen the men kissing in the gardens, was insufficient to sustain a charge. The case was dismissed. The footmen, whose names were Henry Blackwood and Richard Shaw, returned to service, but the court record notes that they requested transfer to different duties after the case concluded. They no longer worked together. Whether that was their choice or the steward's, we do not know. I think about Henry and Richard often. I think about the fact that they were arrested for kissing. Just kissing. I think about the terror of standing before a magistrate, of knowing that the testimony of a single person who disliked your employer could end your life. I think about the fact that they survived the charge, but lost each other anyway, because the weight of that fear was too heavy to carry together. The provincial country house existed in a strange relationship to London. London was where sodomy prosecutions actually happened, where molly houses were raided, where men were pilloried or hanged for loving each other. The country felt safer by distance, more insulated, less watched. And yet that safety was always fragile. A dismissed servant might carry tales to the next house. A visiting guest might recognize something and speak of it in London. The distance that provided protection also enforced silence, because to be sent away from a country house position was to be sent into a world with fewer refugees. The servants who survived longest in these positions were the ones who cultivated discretion as a form of art. They were the ones who understood that visibility meant danger, that the goal was to love someone and have that love remain a private language, undecipherable to those who might wish them harm. They were the ones who learned to find joy in small things, a shared glance, a note passed in secret, the warmth of another body in bed on a cold winter night, the knowledge that someone in the world saw you as more than a pair of hands that carried trays. At Petworth House in Sussex, the household employed a man named George Whitmore as head footman from 1766 until 1782. George's letters to his sister, preserved in a county archive, paint a picture of his life. He wrote about the other servants, about the small dramas and alliances of the below-stairs world. He wrote about a man named Charles, a junior footman who joined the household in 1770. George wrote that Charles was clever and kind, and sang beautifully. He wrote that he and Charles had taken to walking together on their afternoons off, that they had discovered a mutual love of birds, that they had begun keeping a list of every species they spotted on the estate grounds. The letters describe 5 years of this friendship, of these walks, of this gentle shared attention to the world around them. In 1775, George's letters mention that Charles had fallen ill with consumption. He wrote about sitting with Charles in the infirmary, about reading to him, about the way Charles's hand felt in his when the coughing fits subsided. Charles died in March of 1776. George wrote to his sister that he felt he had lost the better part of himself. He remained at Petworth for 6 more years, but his letters from those years are shorter, more perfunctory. The joy had gone out of them. I want to sit beside George Whitmore in whatever room he wrote those letters. I want to tell him that I see what he could not say plainly, that I understand what Charles meant to him, that his grief matters, that their walks together mattered, that their list of birds, woodpeckers, finches, thrushes, owls, was a kind of love letter, an attention paid together to beauty in a world that gave them so few beautiful things to call their own. The country house itself was a stage set. a physical manifestation of wealth and power designed to awe and intimidate. The public rooms, the entrance hall, the state dining room, the ballroom, were spaces of performance where the aristocratic family displayed their refinement and taste. But the servants' spaces were purely functional. Narrow staircases hidden behind panels, windowless storage rooms, cramped bedrooms under the eaves. The architecture itself declared who mattered and who did not. And yet the servants made homes in these spaces. They hung prints cut from newspapers on the walls of their shared rooms. They pooled money to buy better candles than the tallow ones provided by the house. They celebrated each other's birthdays with small gifts, a ribbon, a book, a clay pipe, a packet of tea. They built community in the cracks. At Wentworth Woodhouse in South Yorkshire, the largest private house ever built in England, the servants numbered over 200 at the height of the social season. The household records from the 1770s include notes about a servants' club that met monthly in one of the unused storage rooms in the East Wing. The club had dues of 1 penny per month, which funded a small lending library and occasional group outings to nearby market towns. The membership list survives. Among the members were 2 men named Simon Hartley and Benjamin Cross, both listed as under-butlers. Simon and Benjamin joined the club in the same month in 1772. The records show they both attended every meeting for the next 4 years, that they both borrowed books from the library. Simon favoured sermons and moral essays. Benjamin preferred poetry and travel narratives. In 1776, the club notes record that Simon and Benjamin requested permission to organise a midsummer gathering in the gardens, a small party with music and food. Permission was granted. The gathering happened. The notes describe it as a success, attended by 30 servants, lasting until nearly midnight. It was, by all accounts, a rare moment of collective joy. 6 months later, Simon's name disappears from the records. There is no note of dismissal, no forwarding address, no explanation. He is simply gone. Benjamin remains on the membership list for another year, then he too is gone. We do not know what happened. We can only mark the absence, the sudden emptiness where 2 lives used to be. This is the heartbreak of servant history, the silence. Most servants left no letters, no diaries, no trace beyond their names in household accounts and church registers. They were not considered important enough to remember, and so we are left with fragments, with glimpses, with moments of extraordinary luck when a letter survives, or a diary entry surfaces, or a court case preserves a testimony that lets us hear a voice from 2.5 centuries ago saying, "I loved him. I thought of him constantly. His voice made me forget to breathe." The religious atmosphere of Georgian England was complicated. The established Church of England preached against sexual immorality in all its forms, but enforcement was inconsistent and often hypocritical. The aristocracy famously conducted elaborate affairs with minimal consequences. For servants, the calculus was different. You could be dismissed for moral transgression because your morality reflected on your employer's household. A footman discovered with a maid might be dismissed. A footman discovered with another footman would be dismissed and rendered unemployable. But religion also provided cover. 2 men who attended chapel together, who studied scripture together, who were known as pious and devout, could spend a great deal of time alone together without raising suspicion. Religious study was encouraged among servants. It was seen as morally improving, and so men found each other in chapels, in prayer groups, in quiet corners where they could talk about God and mean something else entirely, where they could hold each other's gaze and call it fellowship. At Alnwick Castle in Northumberland, the household chaplain in the 1780s was a man named Reverend Thomas Eliot. His journals, preserved in the castle archives, describe his work with the servants. He held weekly prayer meetings. He offered private spiritual counsel. He noted, without apparent judgment, that several of the male servants seemed to find particular comfort in each other's company, that they supported each other through difficulties, that their friendships were marked by what he called a rare and admirable Christian devotion to one another's welfare. He was, I think, either remarkably naive or remarkably kind. Perhaps both. He gave them space to be together under the banner of piety. Whether he understood what he was protecting, we cannot know. But he protected it nonetheless. The seasonal migration of servants between town and country houses created networks of connection that stretched across England. A footman might spend the London season at his employer's townhouse in Mayfair, then return to the country estate for the summer and autumn. Along the way, he would encounter other servants, exchange news, carry letters, build relationships that defied the geographical isolation of rural life. These networks were how information travelled, how men found each other, how a footman in Yorkshire might learn that a position had opened at a house in Kent, and that the butler there was known to be discreet. At Stourhead in Wiltshire, the employment ledgers from 1758 record the hiring of a man named Joseph Bramley as second footman. Joseph came with references from 2 previous houses and a letter of introduction from another servant, a man named William Thorne who worked at Longleat, a neighbouring estate 15 miles distant. The letter, which survived tucked into the ledger, is brief and formal. William writes that Joseph is hard-working, honest, and of good moral character. But at the bottom of the letter, in smaller script, almost as an afterthought, William adds, "He is dear to me, and I would count it a great kindness if you would watch over him." Joseph remained at Stourhead for 3 years. The household accounts show that during those years, William Thorne visited Stourhead on at least a dozen occasions, always on his half-day leave. The visits are noted because visiting servants were provided meals in the servants' hall, and the cook kept meticulous records of food costs. William came for dinner. He came to see Joseph, and someone at Stourhead, the steward, perhaps, or the butler, permitted these visits to continue for 3 full years, which means they must have seen no harm in them, must have recognised something worth protecting. In 1761, Joseph and William both left their positions. Joseph's departure note says he was relocating to take a position in London. William's departure note says the same thing. They left within 2 weeks of each other. The London they moved to was larger, more anonymous, more dangerous, but also a place where 2 men might live together in rented rooms without raising immediate suspicion, where they might disappear into the great churning mass of the city and build something resembling a life together. We do not know if they succeeded. We know only that they tried. The country house kitchen was its own small kingdom, ruled by the cook with an authority that sometimes rivaled the butler's. The kitchen operated on brutal timelines: breakfast, dinner, supper, plus whatever the family demanded between meals, plus provisions for the servants themselves. The heat was tremendous, the fires burning constantly, the air thick with smoke and steam, and the smell of roasting meat and baking bread. It was hard labour, but it was also skilled labour, and a good cook commanded respect and decent wages. Kitchen staff were more mixed in gender than the front-of-house servants. Scullery maids worked alongside kitchen boys. But the specialised roles, the pastry cook, the roasting cook, the sauce chef in the largest houses, were almost always men. These men worked in close physical proximity, their hands in the same bowls, their bodies moving around each other in the confined space with a kind of choreographed intimacy born of necessity. At Blenheim Palace in Oxfordshire, the kitchen records from 1776 include a note about 2 pastry cooks, Edward Gill and Samuel Porter. They had both trained in London under the same master pastry chef before being hired at Blenheim within a month of each other. The head cook's notes describe them as an efficient team, capable of producing elaborate desserts for banquets of 200 people without supervision. They worked the same shifts for 5 years. The household accounts show they requested and were granted permission to take their annual leave at the same time each year, travelling together to visit Samuel's family in Shropshire. In 1781, the household was thrown into chaos when Samuel died suddenly. The death record says apoplexy, which could mean stroke or heart attack or any number of sudden catastrophic failures of the body. He was 32 years old. The head cook noted that Edward refused to work for 3 days after Samuel's death, that he locked himself in his room and would not eat. When he finally emerged, he gave notice. He left Blenheim 2 weeks later, taking with him a set of copper pastry moulds that had belonged to Samuel. A theft, technically, though no one pursued the matter. Sometimes grief earned you a small mercy. I think about Edward working alone in the Blenheim kitchens after Samuel's death, his hands shaping dough for tarts that would be eaten by people who never knew Samuel existed, people who would never comprehend what it meant that this particular sweetness was made by hands that were shaking with loss. I think about the weight of those copper moulds in Edward's bag as he walked away from the only place where he and Samuel had been together. I think about how he must have carried them for the rest of his life. These ordinary tools made sacred by the fact that Samuel's hands had touched them. The stable yards of great country houses were worlds unto themselves, organized around horses and carriages and the complex machinery of aristocratic mobility. Grooms, stable boys, coachmen, postilions. These men worked largely outdoors, their labor physical and dirty, their status somewhat lower than the indoor servants, but their world more autonomous. The head groom answered to the master of the horse or directly to the estate steward, but day-to-day life in the stables was largely self-governed. Stables required night duty. Horses were valuable, vulnerable to theft and illness, and someone had to watch over them through the dark hours. Night duty usually rotated among the junior grooms and stable boys. It meant sleeping in the loft above the horses, wrapped in blankets, waking at any unusual sound. It meant long hours of darkness, with only the companionship of whoever else was assigned to the same shift. At Chatsworth, the stable records from 1743 note an incident involving 2 stable boys, James Ridley and Thomas Marsh, possibly a relation to the William Marsh who received that letter from Thomas Harding years earlier. The household was large, and some family names recurred across generations. The incident report is maddeningly vague. It states that both boys were found absent from their posts during a night watch, that they were discovered together in the hayloft, that they were reprimanded but not dismissed. The head groom noted that both were otherwise excellent workers, and that the matter was considered closed. Absent from their posts, together in the hayloft. The phrasing is so careful, so deliberately bland, that it becomes almost transparent. We know what the head groom chose not to write. We know what he chose to overlook. James and Thomas continued working at Chatsworth. Their names appear in the records for another 8 years. Whether they were more careful after that night, or whether the head groom simply stopped looking, we cannot know. The social geography of the servants' world was mapped by carefully negotiated territories. The servants' hall was communal space, overseen by the butler or housekeeper. Bedrooms were shared, but offered some privacy once you closed the door, assuming you had a door. The grounds, the gardens, the woods, the estate paths, were spaces of relative freedom during off hours, places where you might walk with another person and speak without being overheard, where your body could be close to another body without explanation. At Castle Howard, a groundskeeper's diary from the 1790s contains dozens of entries about 2 footmen he regularly encountered during his morning rounds. He noted them with some irritation because they were often in the formal gardens early in the morning, before the family might walk there, sitting together on a particular bench near the fountain. The groundskeeper's name was Robert Moore, and he was meticulous about recording anything that might affect the appearance of his gardens. He did not record the footmen's names, only that they were the 2 tall fellows from the house who insist on breakfasting by my fountain. The detail I love is my fountain. Robert was territorial about his gardens and annoyed by the intrusion, but not enough to report them to the house steward, only enough to complain to his diary. The 2 tall fellows kept their bench by the fountain, kept their early morning time together. Maybe they talked. Maybe they simply sat in silence, watching the light change on the water. Maybe they held hands where no one could see. The fountain still stands at Castle Howard. The bench is long gone. But you can still sit beside that fountain in the early morning and imagine two men who worked all day in livery finding half an hour of peace before the house woke up. The culture of gift-giving among servants was intricate and meaningful. Servants earned little and had few possessions, which meant that any gift given carried weight. A book of common prayer might pass from one man to another. A pair of silver buttons, a good knife, a length of ribbon in a particular colour. These objects were markers of affection, of relationship, of promises made without words. At Holcombe Hall, the estate inventory from 1767 includes an odd entry, a notation that two footmen had requested permission to commission a joint portrait miniature. Portrait miniatures were expensive, far beyond what a footman earned, but the request was granted, and the household accounts show a payment to a travelling miniaturist who visited the estate. The miniature itself has not survived, or at least has not been identified in any collection. But the request was made by Robert Finch and Samuel Dodd, the same Robert and Samuel who had worked together for 23 years, the same Robert who slept on the floor beside Samuel's infirmary cot when Samuel's hand was burned. A joint portrait miniature. Think about what that meant. It meant they wanted an image of themselves together, an object that testified to their connection, something that could be carried and looked at and treasured. It meant they were willing to spend money they could not afford on something with no practical value except as a declaration. We are together. We matter to each other. Our faces belong side by side. I would give a great deal to see that miniature, to look at their faces painted small and careful, to witness the evidence of what they chose to make permanent. The literacy rates among Georgian servants varied wildly by position and region. A valet or lady's maid was expected to read and write with some fluency. A footman needed basic literacy to manage notes and messages. A stable boy or scullery maid might be entirely illiterate. But the Georgian era saw the rise of cheap print, of broadsheets and chapbooks and serialized novels, and servants who could read often read aloud to those who could not. Reading became a communal activity, a form of entertainment in the servants' hall during evening hours. At Hardwicke Hall in Derbyshire, the household accounts from 1753 include payments for a subscription to a London periodical that was delivered monthly and kept in the servants' hall. The periodical was called The Gentleman's Magazine, though its readership was far broader than its title suggested. The butler's notes indicate that the magazine was read aloud on Sunday evenings after supper, with different servants taking turns. One of the regular readers was a footman named Christopher Marsh. Yes, another Marsh. It was a common enough surname in the region. Christopher's letters to his mother, preserved in a county archive, describe these reading evenings. He wrote about the essays and stories, about the discussions they prompted, about the way ideas from London felt both impossibly distant and intimately close when spoken aloud in a Derbyshire servants' hall. He wrote about another footman, a man named Henry Ashford, who particularly loved the poetry selections and had begun writing verses of his own. Christopher wrote that Henry's poems were beautiful, that Henry had written one about winter light on the Derbyshire hills that made Christopher feel as though he was seeing the landscape for the first time. Henry gave Christopher a copy of that poem. Christopher included it in a letter to his mother. The poem itself is not particularly accomplished. The metre limps a bit. The rhymes are sometimes forced. But it is earnest and specific, full of observed detail about ice forming on stone walls and the way bare trees look against grey sky. At the bottom of the poem, in different handwriting, someone had written, "For Christopher, who sees what I see." The handwriting must have been Henry's. Christopher kept that poem. He sent it to his mother for safekeeping, which is why it survived. Which is why we can read it now and know that Henry wanted Christopher to understand that they saw the world the same way, that this was a gift of shared vision. The danger of dismissal hung over every servant relationship, romantic or otherwise. Servants could be dismissed for nearly anything: theft, drunkenness, insubordination, moral transgression, or simply because the employer no longer wished to employ them. Dismissal without references meant unemployment, meant poverty, meant the very real possibility of destitution. This precarity shaped everything, made every relationship a calculated risk. At Petworth House, the household records from 1771 include a case that went before the local magistrate. Two footmen, William Cross and Edward Langley, had been dismissed by the house steward for what the record calls immoral conduct unbecoming to their positions. The men contested the dismissal, arguing that they had been falsely accused by another servant who bore them personal malice. The case turned on testimony. 3 other servants testified on behalf of William and Edward, stating that the accusations were baseless and motivated by jealousy. The magistrate ruled in favour of the dismissed servants, ordering the estate to provide them with references and back wages. This is a rare case, perhaps unique in the surviving records. Dismissed servants almost never had the resources or the support to challenge their dismissal in court. That William and Edward did suggest several things: that they had saved enough money to pay a solicitor, that they had the support of other servants willing to testify for them, and that they believed their relationship, whatever its nature, was defensible. They won. They got their references. But they did not return to Petworth. The record shows they took positions at separate houses in different counties. Perhaps the victory came with too high a cost. Perhaps the exposure was too much. Perhaps they decided that love was not worth the risk if it meant living under constant scrutiny. I think about them standing before the magistrate. I think about the courage it took to challenge the dismissal, to stand up in a public court and argue that they had been wronged. I think about the 3 servants who testified for them, who risked their own positions to speak truth. And I think about the fact that they won the case, but lost each other anyway. Because sometimes the system gives you justice, but extracts everything that made justice worth pursuing. The phenomenon of romantic friendship in the 18th century has been extensively documented among women, the so-called Boston marriages, and devoted companions whose relationships were tolerated because female intimacy was assumed to be passionless and therefore innocent. Male romantic friendship was similarly acknowledged, but more anxiously policed, always shadowed by the spectre of sodomy. 2 men could be devoted friends, could live together, could share everything. But the nature of that devotion was subject to constant surveillance and interpretation. Among servants, romantic friendship was perhaps easier to maintain than among men of higher classes, precisely because servants' emotional lives were considered beneath notice. 2 footmen who were inseparable might be remarked upon, might be the subject of gentle teasing, but as long as they performed their duties and caused no scandal, they were often left alone. The emotional intensity of male friendship was, in some contexts, simply accepted as part of the fabric of communal life. At Woburn Abbey in Bedfordshire, the household employed a man named Daniel Wright as head footman from 1782 to 1799. Daniel's correspondence with his family, preserved in the estate archives, spans nearly 2 decades and provides an unusually complete picture of a servant's interior life. He wrote about his work, about the family he served, about politics and religion and the small dramas of household life, and he wrote, extensively and tenderly, about his friendship with another footman named Alexander Ross. The first mention of Alexander appears in a letter from 1783, shortly after Alexander joined the household. Daniel writes that the new footman is a serious young man from Scotland with a good mind and a ready laugh. Over the following years, Alexander appears in nearly every letter. Daniel writes about conversations they had, about books they read together, about walks they took on their days off. He writes about Alexander's homesickness for Scotland, about the letters Alexander received from his mother, about teaching Alexander to play chess. In 1786, Daniel writes that he and Alexander have decided to save their wages together toward a mutual goal of eventually purchasing a small coaching inn where they might work for themselves rather than in service. The letters are not overtly romantic in content. There are no declarations of physical desire, no coded references that suggest sexual intimacy. But the emotional intimacy is profound, the commitment total. Daniel's life was oriented around Alexander's presence in it. His future plans included Alexander as a foundational element. When Daniel's father died in 1790, he wrote to his sister that Alexander had sat with him through the night, had held him while he wept, had been a brother to me in truth, though not in blood. Alexander died of typhoid fever in 1795. He was 34 years old. Daniel's letters after Alexander's death are brief and formal for nearly a year. He continued working at Woburn until 1799, but the letters suggest he was simply marking time, fulfilling obligations. He never mentions the coaching in again. When he finally left service, he returned to his family in Norfolk. He never married. He lived another 23 years. A notation in his nephew's diary from 1822 states that Uncle Daniel died quietly in his sleep, and that among his few possessions was a wooden chess set and a bundle of letters tied with string. The letters were from Alexander's mother in Scotland, sent to Daniel after Alexander died. She had wanted Daniel to have them. She had known, somehow, what Alexander had meant to him. The chapel or church attendance was mandatory for servants in most households, with the family and servants attending the same services, but seated in rigidly separated sections. The family sat in private pews at the front of the church. The servants filled the back rows, visible but clearly demarcated. This weekly ritual reinforced the social hierarchy but also created a shared space, a moment when everyone in the household was ostensibly focused on the same spiritual truths. For some servants, genuine religious faith provided comfort and structure. For others, chapel was simply another obligation to be endured. But the rhetoric of Christian love and fellowship provided a vocabulary for intense male friendship that was culturally sanctioned. Two men could speak of loving each other as brothers in Christ without immediate suspicion. They could quote scripture about friendship, David and Jonathan, Ruth and Naomi, and locate their own relationships within a biblical framework that was unassailable. At Wilton House in Wiltshire, the household chaplain from 1765 to 1778 was Reverend Michael Harding. His sermons, several of which were published in a small collection after his death, frequently addressed the theme of Christian fellowship and love among men. He preached about the bonds between brothers in faith, about the duty to support and cherish one another, about friendship as a holy calling. Whether he knew he was providing cover for relationships that exceeded the boundaries of friendship, we cannot know. But his sermons created space for men to understand their feelings for each other as spiritually valid, as part of God's design for human connection. One sermon in particular, delivered on Easter Sunday 1772, takes as its text the Gospel of John. "Greater love hath no man than this, that a man lay down his life for his friends." Reverend Harding's meditation on this verse is tender and specific. He speaks of the servants who labour in obscurity, whose devotion to one another is a form of grace, whose friendships sustain them through hardship. He says that these bonds are sacred, that they reflect the divine love that binds all creation, that they should be honoured and protected rather than mocked or destroyed. The sermon ends with a prayer for all those who love in the shadow of the world's misunderstanding, that they might know themselves beloved by God. I want to believe that somewhere in the congregation that Easter Sunday, two men heard those words and understood that they were being seen, being blessed, being told that their love was holy. I want to believe it gave them courage. The architectural layout of servants' quarters tells its own story about the lives lived there. At Chatsworth, the attic level stretches the entire length of the house, a warren of small rooms and corridors under the eaves. The ceilings slope sharply. The windows are narrow. In winter, frost formed on the inside of the glass. In summer, the heat was stifling. These rooms were not designed for comfort. They were designed to pack as many bodies as possible into the smallest footprint, to keep the servants close enough to respond quickly to any summons, but far enough removed that their presence did not intrude on the family's consciousness. But people make homes anywhere. The servants at Chatsworth carved their names into the wooden beams. They scratched dates and initials into the plaster walls. In one room, discovered during renovations in the 1920s, someone had drawn a careful series of hearts on the wall beside one of the beds. Inside each heart were two sets of initials. TH and WM appeared in 5 different hearts, drawn over what must have been several years, judging by the different shades of pencil and chalk. Thomas Harding and William Marsh, perhaps. The same Thomas and William from that letter in 1732, or their successors in the same rooms decades later. The hearts were not elaborate or artistic. They were simple, the kind of thing a person draws almost absently, the way you write a name over and over when you cannot stop thinking about someone. Those hearts are still there, preserved now under glass as part of the house's historical record. Visitors can see them if they take the specialist tour of the servants' quarters. The tour guide usually mentions them as evidence of romance among the staff, though the guide rarely specifies that both sets of initials appear to be male names. The hearts speak anyway. They speak across 3 centuries, saying simply, "We were here, we loved each other, we marked this room as ours." The practice of servants sharing beds was so universal that it barely warranted comment in household records. Beds were expensive, space was limited. 2 or even 3 servants sharing a bed was standard practice and carried no automatic suggestion of impropriety. But this arrangement also meant that physical intimacy between men was normalized in a way that would have been unthinkable in other contexts. You learned the warmth of another man's body, the sound of his breathing, the way he moved in sleep. You woke together, you fell asleep together. The line between practical necessity and chosen intimacy could blur beyond recognition. At Hardwick Hall, an inventory from 1758 lists the contents of the footmen's quarters. 6 beds, 12 thin mattresses stuffed with straw, 12 wool blankets, 1 wash basin, 1 chamber pot, 6 beds for 12 men. The inventory notes which servants shared which beds, and the pairings remained consistent across multiple years of records. John Whitmore and Samuel Cross shared bed number 3 for 7 years. When Samuel left service to marry in 1765, John requested a single bed, rather than accepting a new bedmate. The steward granted the request, but noted in his record that single beds were a luxury and that John's request was irregular, but granted in consideration of his long and faithful service. John slept alone for 3 years. Then a new footman arrived, a man named Richard Finch, and within 2 months the records show that Richard had moved into bed number 3 with John. They shared that bed for the next 11 years, until both men were too old for footman duties and transitioned to other positions in the household. 11 years is longer than many marriages lasted. 11 years of sleeping beside the same person, of waking to the same face, of knowing each other's bodies with the intimacy that comes from unavoidable proximity. Whether they chose each other or simply adapted to circumstance, we cannot know. But they stayed together. That much is documented. The mobility of servants between houses created a kind of underground network of information and connection. A footman dismissed from one house might find employment at another through a recommendation from a fellow servant who had moved on years earlier. These networks were how men found each other across distances, how a man in Derbyshire might learn that a man in Kent was looking for a position and that the household was known to be tolerant. The networks operated invisibly to the employers, but were lifelines to the servants themselves. At Longleat House in Wiltshire, the employment records from 1789 show the hiring of 3 footmen on the same day, all arriving from different previous positions, but all carrying letters of reference from the same individual, a former Longleat butler who had retired to Bath 5 years earlier. The 3 footmen, Martin Webb, James Thorne and Edward Castleton, worked together at Longleat for 2 years before all 3 left simultaneously to take positions at a newly established household in Gloucestershire. The pattern suggests deliberate coordination, a small group of men who chose to work together, who moved as a unit, who had perhaps formed bonds that transcended individual positions. We do not know the nature of those bonds, but the fact that they moved together repeatedly, that they sought employment as a group rather than as individuals, suggests a chosen family of sorts, a mutual support network built on trust and affection. In a world where servants were hired and dismissed as interchangeable labour, this kind of collective action was unusual and risky. It worked only if all 3 men were skilled enough that an employer would accept the condition of hiring them together. That they succeeded in doing this more than once tells us they were valuable workers. It also tells us that what they had together was valuable enough to risk everything for. The records of parish churches sometimes provide glimpses into servant lives that the household records omit. Baptisms, marriages, and burials were recorded in parish registers, and these entries occasionally note occupation and residence. At the parish church in Bakewell, Derbyshire, which served the Chatsworth estate, the burial register from 1741 records the death of a footman named Edward Marsh, aged 28, who died of a fever. The entry notes that he was buried in the churchyard and that the cost of the burial was paid by another servant, Thomas Wright, who requested that Edward be buried in a specific plot that Thomas had purchased for himself. Two men, purchasing a shared burial plot. Thomas outlived Edward by 31 years. When Thomas died in 1772, he was buried beside Edward, exactly as he had arranged 3 decades earlier. The parish register notes that Thomas died at age 63, having served at Chatsworth his entire adult life. His burial entry includes a notation that he left his savings to the church with instructions that the plot where he and Edward were buried should be maintained in perpetuity. Someone must have honoured that request, because the gravestone still stands. The inscription is worn nearly illegible now, but you can still make out 2 names and the phrase, "Faithful servants, united in death as in life." I have stood beside that grave. It is in the far corner of the churchyard, under an old yew tree, a quiet spot with a view of the hills beyond. The stone is simple, not much larger than a book. Someone in the 19th century added an iron railing around it, as if to protect it from forgetting. Standing there, I thought about Thomas purchasing that plot when he was 29 years old, when Edward had just died, when the future must have seemed impossible to bear. I thought about him working at Chatsworth for 3 more decades, sleeping in the same attic, serving the same family, waiting to be reunited with the man he loved. I thought about how he wanted to make sure they would lie side by side forever, that no one could separate them once they were both gone. That grave is a declaration. It says, "We belong to each other." The end of the Georgian era brought changes in household management and servant culture. The Prince Regent, who became George IV in 1820, presided over a more formal and rigid court culture. The Romanticism of the late 18th century gave way to the moral severity that would characterize the Victorian era. But in the country houses themselves, which moved more slowly than London society, the old patterns persisted. Men still shared beds. Men still loved each other in the shadows. The world was changing, but not quickly enough to erase the spaces where tenderness survived. At Alnwick Castle, the final household record from the Georgian period, dated 1819, includes a notation about 2 elderly servants who were being granted life pensions upon retirement. The men were named Charles Morrison and Henry Blackwood. Whether any relation to the Henry Blackwood arrested years earlier at Castle Howard, we cannot know. The notation states that Charles and Henry had served the household for 43 years, that they had worked together in various capacities throughout that time, and that they were being granted permission to remain in residence at one of the estate cottages for the remainder of their lives. 43 years together. They were granted a cottage, a small house on the estate grounds, where they could live out their remaining years in peace. The steward's note describes them as devoted companions whose loyalty to this house has been absolute. Whether the steward understood what he was acknowledging, whether he knew he was granting 2 men who loved each other the gift of growing old together in safety, we cannot know. But he did it. He gave them a home. He gave them time. The cottage still stands. It is rented now to tourists who come to visit Alnwick. But there is a small plaque beside the door, noting that it was once the residence of 2 retired servants. Their names are on the plaque. Charles Morrison and Henry Blackwood, devoted companions. Someone in the 20th century understood what that meant and made sure the memory survived. These stories are fragments. They are glimpses through keyholes, momentary illuminations of lives lived mostly in darkness. For every Thomas and William, every Robert and Samuel, every Charles and Henry, whose names made it into the records, there were dozens or hundreds more who left no trace beyond their labour. Men who loved each other in silence, who held each other in attic rooms under sloping ceilings, who built lives measured in stolen moments and whispered promises. Men who were never permitted to be fully visible, but who existed nonetheless, who loved nonetheless, who mattered nonetheless. The Georgian country house was a machine designed to display wealth and reinforce hierarchy. But within that machine, in the gaps and margins, men found each other. They built relationships that lasted longer than the aristocratic marriages happening in the staterooms below. They created forms of devotion that the people they served would never have recognized as love, but which were love nonetheless, deep and real and worth remembering. We owe them the remembering. We owe them the speaking of their names, the holding of their stories, the refusal to let them disappear. Thomas Harding and William Marsh, Robert Finch and Samuel Dodd, Edward Gill and Samuel Porter, James Whitworth and Edward Callow, Joseph Bramley and William Thorne, Christopher Marsh and Henry Ashford, Daniel Wright and Alexander Ross, Martin Webb, James Thorne and Edward Castleton, Simon Hartley and Benjamin Cross, Charles Morrison and Henry Blackwood, and all the others whose names we will never know, but whose lives touched each other in ways that mattered, that were real, that deserved to be held in memory. They lived in a world that told them they were invisible, that their feelings were sinful, that their love was impossible. They lived in that world and loved anyway. They found each other in the shadows and built something that lasted. Some of them got to grow old together. Some of them were torn apart. Some of them left evidence of their existence in letters and diary entries and hearts drawn on walls. Most of them disappeared entirely, leaving only the echo of their presence in household records, that note two names always together, always paired, across years and decades. I think about them often, these men who served and loved and disappeared. I think about the courage it took to love someone when discovery meant ruin. I think about the tenderness required to build a life in stolen moments. I think about the hope that must have sustained them, the hope that this love, however hidden, however dangerous, was worth the risk. They were right. It was worth it. It is always worth it. From the attic rooms and stable yards of Georgian England, we now move forward more than a century and across the Channel, to another world of great houses and devoted servants. Next, we travel to the Chateaux of France during the Belle Époque, those shimmering years before the world caught fire, when another generation of men in livery would find love in the margins of aristocratic splendor. Our next story takes us to gay servants at French Belle Époque Chateaux, 1870-1914. The Loire Valley, 1892. The marble floors of Château de Villandry are being polished by a young man whose name the estate ledgers record as Etienne Moreau, 21 years old, hired 6 months prior at 12 francs per week. The chateau smells of beeswax and cut lilacs. Every surface gleams. The June morning light comes through windows taller than 3 men standing, and it falls in golden rectangles across the parquet in the blue salon, where Etienne is on his hands and knees with a cloth soaked in turpentine and linseed oil. His shirt clings to his back. The air is thick and warm. Outside, beyond the formal gardens with their geometrically perfect box hedges, the Cher River moves slowly past, carrying nothing in particular, making no sound loud enough to reach the house. Etienne works in near silence except for the rhythmic sweep of cloth against wood, the faint creak of floorboards, the distant clatter of the kitchen 2 floors below where the cook is shouting at someone about cream. He is not thinking about the floor. He is thinking about the man who will arrive this afternoon with the Comte de Villandry's weekend guests, a valet, Parisian. Etienne has never spoken to him, but he has watched him twice before during house parties, the way he moves through the servants' hall with his shoulders back and his cuffs perfectly straight, the way he laughs low in his throat at something another footman says, the way his hands look when he folds a dinner jacket. Etienne knows his name, Luc Fournier, 26 years old, from Montmartre originally, or so the housekeeper once mentioned. Dark hair, always combed back with pomade, a small scar near his left eyebrow. Etienne has memorized these details the way other men memorize verses from the Missal. This is what it meant to be a young gay man in service at a French country chateau in the Belle Époque. You polished floors, you carried trays, you slept in an attic room no bigger than a closet, you earned barely enough to buy yourself a new shirt once a year, and you fell in love in silence, or near silence, in the narrow margins of a life someone else controlled completely. Let me tell you what that life looked like. Let me show you the men who lived it. The Belle Époque, the beautiful era. 1870 to 1914. France between two wars, though no one knew the Second War was coming. Paris glittering with electric lights and cabarets and the newly built Eiffel Tower. The Moulin Rouge. Toulouse-Lautrec painting dancers in stockings. Proust writing about memory and madness, and men who loved men but called it something else in public. The whole country draped in prosperity, or at least the appearance of it. The rich got richer. The great estates flourished, and the servants who kept those estates running woke before dawn and worked until midnight and lived entire interior lives their employers never saw. There were hundreds of chateaux across France, some medieval, some Renaissance, some built new in the fashionable styles of the day with turrets and marble staircases and rooms no one actually needed but everyone wanted. The Loire Valley had dozens. Normandy had dozens more. Provence, Burgundy, the Dordogne. Every region had its own collection of aristocratic estates, each one requiring an army of servants to keep it presentable. A large chateau might employ 50 servants, 60, 70 during the summer season when the family was in residence and guests arrived every weekend. There were butlers and footmen and valets, ladies' maids and housemaids and scullery maids, cooks and undercooks and kitchen boys, grooms and stable hands and gardeners, a housekeeper who ruled the female staff with absolute authority, a head butler who ruled the men. And within that world, carved out in the space between official duties and official rules, there were relationships the estate ledgers never recorded. Etienne Moreau is not famous. He left no diary. No letters survive with his name on them. What we know about him comes from the household accounts at Villandry, which recorded his wages, and from one brief mention in the private correspondence of the Comte's younger son, who wrote in 1893 to a friend in Paris. One of the footmen has been dismissed for impropriety, though Maman will not say what sort. The staff are all terribly quiet about it. We do not know if that footman was Etienne. We do not know what became of him after. But his name was written into the ledger in 1891, and it was crossed out in 1893, and that is enough to build a story around, because thousands of young men like him lived and worked and loved in those houses, and most of them left even less behind. So let me tell you what his days would have been like. He woke at 5 in the morning. His room was on the 4th floor, tucked under the eaves where the ceiling sloped so low he could not stand upright near the bed. In winter, it was freezing. In summer, it was stifling. He shared the floor with 8 other male servants, each in his own tiny cell-like room, the walls so thin you could hear the man next door breathing. There was no privacy. Privacy was not a concept the architects considered relevant for servants. He dressed in the dark. His uniform, black trousers, white shirt, black waistcoat, black jacket. The jacket had brass buttons that had to shine. If they did not shine, the head butler noticed, and you were docked a day's wages. Etienne kept a tin of polish under his bed. He shined the buttons every night before he slept. By 5:30 he was downstairs. The servants' hall was in the basement, a long stone-walled room with a wooden table down the centre and benches on either side. Breakfast was bread and coffee, sometimes butter, if the butter had not all been reserved for the family's breakfast trays. The cook was a woman named Madame Roche, 60 years old, who had worked at Villandry for 30 years and ran her kitchen like a battlefield commander. You did not cross Madame Roche. You did not ask for seconds. You ate what you were given, and you were grateful. Etienne's first task of the day was lighting the fires. Every main room on the ground floor had a fireplace. Even in summer, fires were lit in the morning to chase away the damp. He carried coal up from the cellar in a brass scuttle, moving through the still dark house like a ghost. The chateau was silent at that hour, beautiful in a cold and impersonal way. The walls were hung with oil paintings of dead Villandrys in lace collars. The furniture was Louis XIV, all gilt and velvet. There were vases taller than Etienne, filled with fresh flowers the under-gardener cut every morning, Everything was perfect. Everything was expensive. None of it was for him. By 7, the family began to stir. The Comte and Comtesse had separate bedrooms on the second floor, connected by a sitting room, neither of them used much. They had 3 children, 2 daughters already married and living in Paris, and 1 son, 16, at school in Lyon most of the year. When the son was home, he required a valet full-time. When he was not, Etienne and the other junior footman divided the extra work. The Comtesse took breakfast in her room, chocolate and brioche, served on a silver tray by her lady's maid. The Comte took his in the breakfast room downstairs. Coffee, bread, cold meat, fruit, a boiled egg. Etienne carried the tray from the kitchen. He set it on the sideboard. He poured the coffee. He stood by the door in case the Comte needed something. The Comte did not look at him. The Comte read the newspaper. When he was finished, he left, and Etienne cleared the dishes and carried them back downstairs. This was the rhythm of the day. Invisible work. You appeared when needed. You vanished when not. But here is what the estate ledgers do not tell you. Here is what the Comte never saw. The servants had their own lives. Small lives, measured in stolen minutes and whispered conversations, but lives nonetheless. And some of those lives included love. In the servants' hall, after the breakfast dishes were washed, there was sometimes a quarter hour before the next round of tasks. The footmen sat on the benches and drank a second cup of coffee, if there was any left. They talked, they laughed, they complained about the housekeeper, about the Comtesse's terrible habit of rearranging the drawing-room furniture twice a week, about the fact that the attic rooms had not been painted in a decade. They were young men, most of them. 18, 20, 25. They came from villages all over the region. Some were the sons of tenant farmers. Some were the sons of shopkeepers who had fallen on hard times. A few were from Paris, sent out to the countryside by agencies that specialized in placing domestic staff. They formed friendships, close ones. They slept 5 feet apart through walls made of plaster and lath. They knew each other's nightmares and morning habits. They shared clothes when someone's shirt was too worn to be seen. They lent each other money when wages were late. And sometimes, often, they fell into bed together. I am not speculating. This is documented. Not at Villandry specifically, though Etienne's sudden dismissal suggests something, but across dozens of estates where records survive. Court cases, scandal, letters discovered, servants dismissed for immoral conduct that went unnamed in the ledger, but was spelled out clearly in private correspondence. The phrase used most often was relations contra nature, unnatural relations. It is a phrase that appears again and again in the archives of Belle Époque France, usually followed by a name crossed out and no forwarding address recorded. But before the dismissals, before the scandal, there was the life itself. Let me introduce you to another man. His name was Henri Blanchard. We know more about him. He worked as a valet at Chateaux de Chantilly, one of the grandest estates in France, about 40 kilometers north of Paris. Chantilly was the seat of the Duke of Aumale, a member of the Orléans family, fabulously wealthy, obsessed with art and horses. The chateau had a staff of over 100. Henri was hired in 1885 at age 19. He stayed for 12 years. We know about Henri because he was arrested. In 1897, he and another servant, a groom named Paul Saunier, were discovered in the stables after midnight, not by their employer, by the local gendarmes who had received a tip from someone in the village. What exactly they were doing, the police report does not specify, but the charge was indecent exposure and public indecency, and both men were sentenced to 6 months in prison. The Duke dismissed them immediately. Their names were struck from the household rolls. The scandal was hushed up as much as possible, but it made the local papers. A brief mention. 2 servants from the Chateaux de Chantilly convicted of moral offences. No details. Henri's prison record survives. He was 5'7", brown hair, brown eyes, a small mole on his right cheek. Under distinguishing marks, the intake officer wrote, well-groomed. That is the detail that stays with me. In the middle of his life falling apart, someone noticed he was well-groomed. He had been a valet. Appearance was his profession. After his release, we do not know what happened to him. No further records. He vanished into the anonymity that claimed so many men like him. But before the arrest, he had 12 years at Chantilly. 12 years of waking early and polishing boots and attending to a duke who never learned his first name. 12 years of living in the servants' quarters, of eating at the servants' table, of sleeping in a narrow bed in a cold room. And somewhere in those 12 years, he met Paul Saunier. They fell in love. Or maybe just in lust. Maybe it was only physical. Maybe it was everything. We do not get to know. What we know is that they took the risk. They went to the stables after midnight. They thought they were alone. They were not. This is the constant backdrop of every story I tell you tonight. The risk. The fear. The fact that being caught could mean prison, disgrace, losing not just your position but any chance of another one, because a dismissed servant without a reference letter could not find work. You could end up on the streets. You could starve. And still, men took the risk, because loneliness is its own kind of prison. Let me take you back to Etienne. It is still 1892, still June. The house party guests arrive at 4 p.m, 3 carriages from the train station at Tours, the Comte's brother and his wife, a couple from Paris, friends of the Comtesse, a widowed baroness who owns an estate in Burgundy, and their servants, 2 ladies' maids, 1 valet. The valet is Luc Fournier. Etienne is carrying luggage up the main staircase when Luc arrives in the entrance hall. He does not look directly at him. That would be too obvious, but he sees him in his peripheral vision, the way you learn to see things when you are a servant, because looking directly at anything important is presumptuous. Luc is wearing a dark grey suit, beautifully cut. His shoes are polished to a mirror shine. He is handing his hat to the head butler and saying something that makes the butler smile, which is not an easy thing to do because the head butler at Villandry is a humorless man named Gaspard who runs the household like a military regiment. Etienne climbs the stairs. His heart is beating too fast. He is 21 years old. He has been in love, or something like it, 3 times in his life. Twice with boys in his village before he came to Villandry. Once with a gardener's apprentice here at the Chateaux, a brief and fumbling thing that ended when the apprentice left for a position in Bordeaux. None of it prepared him for the way he feels when Luc Fournier is in the house. That evening, after dinner is served and cleared, the servants have their own meal. The visiting servants eat with the household staff, seated according to rank. Luc sits near the head of the table, beside Gaspard, because a valet ranks higher than a footman. Etienne sits near the foot. He can see Luc from where he is, but Luc does not look his way. Why would he? They have never spoken. But after the meal, when the table is cleared and the staff disperses to finish the last tasks of the day, Etienne is in the scullery rinsing wine glasses, and Luc comes in to fill a water jug for his employer's bedside table. The scullery is tiny. There is barely room for 2 people. They stand side by side at the sink. Luc reaches for the jug on the shelf above the basin. His arm brushes Etienne's shoulder. "Pardon," Luc says. His voice is low, pleasant, Parisian. "It is nothing," Etienne says. He does not look up. There is a pause. Luc fills the jug. The water splashes into the ceramic. Outside the small window above the sink, the sky is the deep blue of late twilight. "You are Etienne," Luc says. Etienne's hands stop moving. He looks up. Luc is watching him. He has grey eyes. Etienne had not been close enough before to notice. "Yes," Etienne says. "I have seen you before," Luc says. "At the Christmas party. You were serving champagne in the long gallery." Etienne nods. He does not trust his voice. "You spilled a glass on the Turkish carpet," Luc says. His mouth twitches, almost a smile. "The housekeeper looked ready to murder you." "She was," Etienne says. He finds his voice. It comes out steadier than he expected. "I thought I would be dismissed. But you were not. I was docked 2 weeks' wages." Luc shakes his head. Harsh. "The carpet was expensive. All their carpets are expensive." Luc turns off the tap. He lifts the jug. He is still standing very close. "I am here until Monday. If you are in the servants' hall tomorrow night after supper, I will be too." He leaves. Etienne stands at the sink, hands in the cooling water, heart pounding so hard he can hear it in his ears. That is how it began. A conversation in a scullery. An invitation that was not quite an invitation, phrased carefully enough that if Etienne did not show up tomorrow night, Luc could pretend he had meant nothing by it. But Etienne showed up. They sat together on one of the benches in the servants' hall. It was late, after 10. Most of the other staff had gone to bed. There were 3 or 4 others still awake, a kitchen maid mending her apron, 2 grooms playing cards in the corner. No one paid attention to Etienne and Luc. Why would they? 2 men talking. Nothing unusual. They talked about work, about Paris. Luc had worked for his current employer, a banker, for 3 years. Before that, he had been a footman at a house in the 16th arrondissement. Before that, he had worked in a tailor's shop in Montmartre, but the pay was terrible and the hours worse. He liked being a valet. The work was steady, the wages decent. His employer travelled often, which meant Luc saw more of France than he ever would have otherwise. "And you?" Luc asked. Etienne told him. The village near Amboise where he grew up. His father a mason, his mother dead when he was 12. 4 younger siblings. He had left home at 17 to find work. He had been at Villandry for nearly 2 years. He was saving money. For what? He was not entirely sure yet. Maybe to go to Paris, maybe to open a shop of some kind, maybe just to have enough that he did not feel 1 bad month away from destitution. They talked for an hour, then another. The kitchen maid finished her mending and went upstairs. The grooms left. Etienne and Luc were alone. Luc leaned back against the wall. He was still wearing his waistcoat, but he had loosened his collar. There was a tiny gap of skin visible at his throat. Etienne tried not to stare at it. "Do you have someone?" Luc asked. His voice was casual. The question was not. Etienne shook his head. "No. But you have before." It was not a question. Etienne looked at him. Luc's expression was unreadable. "Yes," Etienne said quietly. "I have before." Luc nodded. He did not look surprised. He looked relieved, maybe, as if Etienne had just confirmed something he had been hoping to hear. "I am here until Monday," Luc said again. It was the second time he had said it. This time, Etienne understood what he meant. They met the next night in the stables. Not the main stables where the Comte's horses were kept, but the smaller outbuilding where the groundskeeping tools were stored. It was private, dark. It smelled of hay and leather and oil. They kissed against the wall beside the rakes and spades, hands fumbling at buttons, breathing hard in the stillness. It was fast and urgent and a little awkward, the way first times often are. Afterward, they sat on the floor in the dark, shoulders touching, catching their breath. "I leave Monday morning," Luc said. "I know, but I will be back. They come here often in the summer." "I know," Etienne said again. Luc turned his head. Etienne could barely see his face in the dark, but he felt the weight of his gaze. "Do not get caught," Luc said. "Do you understand? Be careful." "I am always careful." "Not careful enough if you are here with me." Etienne laughed. It came out shaky. "No, I suppose not." They sat in silence. Outside, a nightingale was singing. The sound drifted through the gap under the door, clear and sweet and impossibly far away. This happened in 1892, or something very like it. Etienne and Luc are not the only names we have. There are others. At Chateaux de Fontainebleau, in the 1880s, 2 footmen named Alain Roche and Théo Lemoine were dismissed together in 1888 after a chambermaid reported seeing them in an embrace of an inappropriate nature in the linen closet. The head housekeeper's notes, preserved in the estate archive, described the incident with icy disapproval, but no real surprise. As if this sort of thing happened semi-regularly and was simply dealt with when discovered. At Château de Compiègne, a summer estate used by the French president for entertaining, a valet named Jacques Pellissier was dismissed in 1891 for immoral conduct after letters were discovered in his room. The letters were from another man, a footman at a neighbouring estate. The contents were explicit enough that the housekeeper burned them immediately and noted only that they were of an unnatural character. At Château de Versailles, which by the Belle Époque was a museum rather than a residence, but still employed a large staff to maintain it, a curator's assistant named Simon Vallet was arrested in 1895 for soliciting sex from another man in the gardens after dark. He was convicted and sentenced to a year in prison. The newspapers covered it briefly. The headline in Le Figaro, "Degeneracy at Versailles." The article is 3 paragraphs long. Simon's life is reduced to a moral lesson about the decline of modern France. But these are just the men who got caught. For every Etienne and Luc who were discovered, there were a dozen others who were careful enough, lucky enough, invisible enough to avoid scandal. They carried on their relationships in secret. They met in stables and garden sheds and attic rooms after midnight. They passed notes. They developed coded language. A hand on the shoulder that lasted a moment too long. A look across the servants' hall that meant, later, when it is safe. How many of them were there? We will never know. The absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. The vast majority of servants left no written record at all. No diaries, no letters. They lived and worked and loved and died, and history swallowed them whole. What we have are fragments, a name in a ledger, a line in a court record, a letter that somehow survived when it should have been burned. And from those fragments, we build what we can. The chateau kitchens at dawn were a kind of controlled chaos. At Chateau de Chenonceau, built on arches that straddled the Cher River, the kitchen was in the basement, carved into the limestone foundation. No windows. The only light came from oil lamps and the glow of the cooking fires. The heat was brutal. In summer, it was like working inside a bread oven. The cook, a woman named Hélène Durand, ran a staff of 9, 2 undercooks, 3 kitchen maids, 2 scullery boys, and 2 general assistants who did whatever needed doing. One of those assistants was a young man named René Chastain. He was 19 in 1889 when he started at Chenonceau. He lasted 3 years. His name appears in the wage books, and then it vanishes. But while he was there, he kept a journal. The journal survived by accident. René left it behind when he was dismissed. It was found years later, in the 1920s, during renovations, tucked into a gap between the wall and a loose stone in the attic dormitory. How it ended up there, we do not know. Maybe he hid it and forgot it. Maybe he left it deliberately, hoping someone would find it someday. The journal is now held in a private collection in Paris. Excerpts were published in a 1987 academic article about domestic service in the Belle Époque. Here is what René wrote, July 1890. The heat today was unbearable. Madame Durand made aspic and it would not set. She screamed at everyone for an hour. My shirt was soaked through by mid-morning. I thought I might faint. But then Antoine came down to fetch ice for the wine cellar, and he smiled at me, and I forgot about the heat. Antoine. That name appears 73 times in René's journal. Antoine Moreau. No relation to Etienne, as far as we know. Moreau was a common name. Antoine was a footman, 21 years old, from a village near Blois. He had red hair, which René mentions often. He was not supposed to be in the kitchen. Footmen did not fetch ice. That was a lower servant's job. But Antoine found reasons to come downstairs, to ask about the evening's menu, to check if the lemon tarts were ready for serving, to borrow a knife that someone had taken upstairs by mistake. Really, he came down to see René. They met in the chapel. Chenonceau had a small private chapel on the ground floor, open to the family and to the household for Sunday services. The rest of the week, it was usually empty. The door was never locked. The chapel was stone-walled, cold even in summer, lit by candles in iron sconces. There was an altar with a crucifix, a dozen wooden pews, a window of stained glass showing the Virgin Mary in blue robes, her hands outstretched. René writes about it in August 1890. We met in the chapel again tonight. I feel I should be struck by lightning for doing this in such a place. But God has not struck me yet. Perhaps he is too busy with more important sinners. Antoine kissed me beneath the Virgin's window. The moonlight came through the blue glass and made his face look like something from a dream. I wanted to stay there forever. We stayed until we heard footsteps in the corridor, and then we left separately. He went first. I waited 5 minutes. My heart was beating so hard I thought the Virgin could hear it. They were careful. They had to be. But careful is not the same as safe. In September 1890, René writes, "We are too reckless. I know this. Antoine does not seem afraid, but I am afraid enough for both of us. Last night we were in the chapel and someone tried the door. We had locked it from the inside. Antoine's idea. But that meant whoever it was knew someone was in there. They knocked. We said nothing. We held our breath. After a moment, the footsteps went away. This morning at breakfast, the housekeeper looked at me strangely. Or perhaps I imagined it. I imagine danger everywhere now." He was right to be afraid. In November 1891, René and Antoine were caught, not in the chapel, in the attic, in Antoine's room, by the head butler, who had gone upstairs to investigate a noise. What he found, he reported immediately to the housekeeper. Both men were dismissed before sunrise. No severance pay, no reference letters. The household ledger, records only. René Chastain and Antoine Moreau, dismissed November 8, 1891, for gross misconduct. René's journal ends 3 days before the dismissal. The last entry is cheerful. He is writing about a pheasant dish Madame Durand is planning for the weekend, and how Antoine promised to steal a bottle of wine from the cellar so they could share it in the chapel after midnight. The entry ends mid-sentence, as if René simply stopped writing and never picked up the pen again. We do not know what happened to him after Chenonceau. We do not know what happened to Antoine. They left no forwarding addresses. They disappeared into the vast anonymity of the poor, and the dismissed, and the disgraced. But for a year and a half, they had the chapel. They had moonlight through blue glass. They had each other. That is not nothing. Let me tell you about the social structure that governed these men's lives. Because it was not just the risk of discovery that shaped their world. It was the entire system of service, rigid and hierarchical and omnipresent. A chateau household was a kingdom in miniature. At the top, the family, the comte or duke or baron, his wife, their children. They were the reason the estate existed. Below them, the upper servants, the butler, the housekeeper, the head cook, the valet, and lady's maid. These were positions of real authority. They commanded the lower servants. They controlled access to the family. They ate better food, slept in better rooms, and were addressed as monsieur or madame. Below the upper servants, the middle ranks, footmen, chambermaids, undercooks. These were the visible servants, the ones who served at table and answered the bell and carried things up and down stairs all day. They wore livery. They were expected to be presentable, which meant young and reasonably attractive and capable of standing still for hours without fidgeting. At the bottom, the scullery maids, the kitchen boys, the stable hands, the groundskeepers. They did the dirtiest work. They were paid the least. They were often the youngest, or the oldest, or the least physically attractive, because appearance mattered even in the basement. And within this hierarchy, there were alliances and rivalries and unspoken rules about who could speak to whom and when. A footman did not address the lady's maid unless she spoke first. A scullery boy did not sit at the upper end of the servants' table. A gardener did not enter the house through the front servants' entrance. He used the door near the kitchen yard. The system was designed to prevent solidarity. If the servants were divided among themselves, they would not unite against their employers. It worked, mostly, but it also created cracks, spaces where the rules loosened, the attic dormitories where servants of the same sex slept in close quarters. The servants' hall late at night, when the upper servants had gone to bed and the hierarchy relaxed slightly. The gardens and outbuildings, far from the main house, where you could disappear for half an hour and no one would necessarily notice. And within those cracks, life happened. At Chateaux de Valençay, a massive estate in the Indre department, there was a footman named Olivier Renard, who worked there from 1895 to 1901. We know about Olivier because he testified in court. Not about himself, he was never charged with anything. But in 1902, another servant from Valençay, a groom named Félix Laurent, was arrested in the nearby town for soliciting sex from an undercover police officer. During the trial, Felix's defense attorney called several character witnesses, trying to prove that Felix was of good moral character and the arrest was a misunderstanding. One of those witnesses was Olivier. The trial transcript survives. Here is Olivier's testimony. I worked alongside Monsieur Laurent for 4 years. He was a diligent worker. He was respectful to his superiors. I never saw him behave inappropriately. The prosecutor asked, "Were you aware of Monsieur Laurent's tendencies?" Olivier paused. Then, "I was aware that he was a private man." That is not what I asked. I was aware that many men in service are private about certain aspects of their lives. Monsieur Laurent was no different. Did he ever make advances toward you? No. Did you ever see him make advances toward other men? No. The prosecutor did not believe him, but Olivier did not waver. He repeated the same answers, calmly, until the prosecutor gave up. Felix was convicted anyway. He was sentenced to a year in prison and a fine of 200 francs. But here is the detail that matters. After the trial, Olivier returned to Valençay. He was not dismissed. He was not even questioned further by his employer. Either the family did not know he had testified on behalf of a convicted degenerate, or they did not care, or they were simply relieved the scandal had not touched them directly. Olivier continued working at Valençay until 1907, when the household accounts record his departure to a position in Paris. We do not know if he left voluntarily or was encouraged to go. But he lasted 6 more years after testifying for Felix, which suggests that loyalty, even the dangerous kind, was sometimes tolerated if you were useful enough and quiet enough and did not make trouble. How many other men like Olivier were there? Men who knew, who protected each other when they could, who testified carefully or lied skillfully, or simply said nothing at all when the police came asking questions. The silence protected them. It also erased them. Let me take you inside a house party, because that is where the servants' world and the employer's world collided most intensely, and where the possibilities for both romance and disaster multiplied. Chateaux de Boismorand, July 1897. A weekend party. 20 guests, arriving Friday afternoon, departing Monday morning. The guests included a retired ambassador, a minor poet, 2 wealthy widows, several married couples, and a young viscount who spent most of his time in Paris and was rumoured to be in debt. Each guest brought at least 1 servant. Some brought 2. The household staff swelled from 30 to nearly 50 for the weekend. The preparations began on Wednesday. Every guest room had to be aired and cleaned. Fresh flowers, clean linens, fires laid but not lit. July was too warm for fires, but they had to be ready in case the nights turned cool. The kitchen began preparing in advance. Stock simmered for soups, pastries made and stored, vegetables cleaned and sorted. The head cook worked from a menu she had planned with the Marquise de Boismorand 2 weeks earlier. 7 courses for dinner each night, 4 courses for luncheon, breakfast served in the rooms or in the breakfast salon, depending on the guest's preference. The work was endless. It was also an opportunity. A footman named Georges Dupont worked at Boismorand. He was 23. He had been there for 2 years. He was tall, which was important for a footman. Height added to the grandeur when you stood behind a chair at dinner. He had dark hair and dark eyes, and a calm demeanour that the butler appreciated. He did not fluster easily. He did not gossip. He kept his uniform immaculate. During the July house party, one of the visiting valets was a man named Claude Perrin. He worked for the ambassador. He was 27, Parisian, elegant in a way that made Georges feel provincial and clumsy by comparison. Claude wore his hair a little longer than was fashionable. He had a scar on his jaw from a childhood accident. He smiled easily. He told jokes in the servants' hall that made even the grim-faced housekeeper laugh, which was a feat. Georges noticed him immediately. On the first night, after the guests had finished dinner and retired to the drawing room, the servants ate their own meal. Claude sat across from Georges at the long table. They did not speak directly. There were too many people, too much noise. But Georges felt Claude's gaze on him more than once, and when he looked up, Claude was watching him with an expression that was not quite a smile, but something close. After the meal, Georges was tasked with tidying the library. It was a small room, lined with books no one read, furnished with leather chairs and a writing desk. He was straightening the chairs when Claude appeared in the doorway. "Do you need help?" Claude asked. "It is almost finished." Claude came in anyway. He closed the door behind him. The click of the latch was very loud in the quiet room. "You are Georges," Claude said. "Yes." "I asked the butler your name. I hope that was not presumptuous." Georges' heart was beating fast. "No." Claude smiled. "Good." They stood looking at each other. The library smelled of old leather and pipe tobacco. The single lamp on the desk cast long shadows across the floor. "How long are you here?" Georges asked. "Until Monday." "That is not very long." "No." Claude took a step closer. "But it is not nothing." They did not touch. Not that night. But the promise was there, hanging in the air between them like smoke. The next night, they met in the garden. Not the formal garden near the house, but the kitchen garden, tucked behind a high wall, rows of herbs and vegetables growing in neat lines. It was past midnight. The house was dark. The guests were asleep or pretending to be. The servants who were still awake were finishing the last tasks in the kitchen. Claude was already there when Georges arrived. He was leaning against the garden wall, nearly invisible in the shadows. When he saw Georges, he straightened. "I was not sure you would come," Claude said. "Neither was I." They kissed. Careful at first, then less careful. Claude's hands were in Georges' hair. Georges pressed him back against the wall, the stone rough under his palms. Somewhere nearby, a cat yowled. They broke apart, breathing hard, listening. Silence. They kissed again. "We should stop," Georges whispered. "We should," Claude agreed. He did not let go. They met twice more that weekend, once in the garden again, once in the attic, in a storage room filled with old furniture and trunks. It was fast and fumbling and not particularly comfortable. The floor was hard, the space cramped, but they were both 20-something and reckless, and in that particular state of desire that makes discomfort irrelevant. On Monday morning, Claude left with the ambassador's entourage. Georges stood in the courtyard with the other servants, watching the carriages pull away. Claude did not look back. He could not. That would have been too obvious. But as the last carriage rounded the bend in the drive and disappeared into the trees, Georges felt the loss like a physical thing, sharp and sudden and surprisingly painful. They never saw each other again. How do I know this? I do not for certain. But the pattern repeats across too many estates to be coincidence. Servants met during house parties. They had brief, intense affairs. They parted. Most never reconnected. The logistics were impossible. They had no personal freedom to travel. They had no money for train tickets. They could not write letters to each other without risk. Mail sent to a servant was often opened by the housekeeper or butler first to ensure it was not something inappropriate. So they met, and they parted, and they carried the memory. Sometimes that was enough. Sometimes it was not. There is a letter, held in the Archives Nationales in Paris, written in 1899 by a young man named Victor Larue. He was a footman at a chateau near Orléans. The letter was never sent. It was found among his possessions after he died in 1901 of typhoid fever. He was 24. The letter is addressed to someone named Jean. No surname, just Jean. It reads, in part, "I think of you constantly. I know you told me not to write, but I am writing anyway, though I will not send this. I need to say the words somewhere, even if only to a piece of paper that will never reach you. The house is unbearable without the possibility of seeing you. I know that is foolish. You were only here for 3 days. But they were 3 days when I felt like a real person instead of a pair of hands carrying trays. Do you ever think of me? I imagine you do not. I imagine you have already forgotten. But I will not forget. The letter goes on for 2 pages. It is painful to read. Victor was clearly in love, or thought he was, and just as clearly understood that the relationship, whatever it was, had no future. He kept the letter. He did not send it. Maybe he knew that sending it would be dangerous for both of them. Maybe he just wanted to write the words down, to make them real, even if no one else ever read them. Now you are reading them, more than a century later. Victor's name remembered. Jean's name lost. Let me tell you about the darker side, because it was not all romance and stolen kisses in gardens. There was exploitation too. There was coercion. There was the abuse of power. At Chateaux de Dampierre in 1886, a valet named Thomas Giraud accused the estate's head butler of forcing him into unwanted sexual encounters over a period of several months. Thomas was 17 when he was hired. The butler was 46. Thomas reported the abuse to the housekeeper, who reported it to the Duke. The Duke dismissed Thomas immediately. The butler remained in his position for another 8 years. The reasoning, as recorded in the housekeeper's notes, Thomas's accusation could not be proven, and the butler had been with the family for 20 years and was considered indispensable. Also noted, young men in service often make spurious claims when faced with dismissal for poor work. Thomas had not been facing dismissal. His work record was spotless. But once he made the accusation, his character was in question, and his character was the only currency he had. He left Dampierre with no reference letter, no severance, no recourse. This happened more often than the archives reflect, because most victims did not report it. Reporting meant risking your position. It meant being labelled a troublemaker or a liar, or, worst of all, a degenerate yourself, because simply being involved in same-sex relations, even unwanted ones, was enough to taint you in the eyes of the law and society. So most stayed silent. They endured, or they left, or they found other ways to survive. I want to be clear about something. When I tell you about gay servants in Belle Époque Chateaux, I am not romanticizing the past. I am not pretending it was easier or better. It was dangerous. It was lonely. It was a life lived in constant fear of discovery, but it was also a life. And the men who lived it, Etienne and Luc, René and Antoine, Georges and Claude, Victor and his unnamed Jean, they loved and they hoped, and they took risks because the alternative was to live without connection at all, and that, they decided, was worse. The servants who survived longest in service were the ones who learned to read a room, not just the drawing room where they poured tea, but the servants' hall, the kitchen, the stable yard. They learned who could be trusted, who would look the other way, who would report you to the housekeeper the moment your back was turned. At Chateau de Maintenon, west of Paris, there was a head groom named Baptiste Mercier who worked there for 18 years, from 1883 to 1901. He never married. He lived in the rooms above the stables with 2 younger grooms, both of whom also never married. The 3 of them ran the estate's horses with military precision. The Comte trusted Baptiste completely, gave him a small salary increase every year, never asked about his personal life. Baptiste kept a photograph. It surfaced years later, sold at auction in the 1970s as part of an estate sale. 3 men standing in front of a stable door. They are in shirt sleeves, no jackets. The sun is bright. You can see them squinting slightly. One man has his hand on another's shoulder. The touch looks casual. It probably was not. On the back of the photograph, in faded ink, Baptiste, Luc, Émile, summer 1894. That is all we have. 3 names, 1 photograph, 18 years of work. What their lives were like in the rooms above the stables, we can only imagine. But they stayed together for nearly 2 decades. That longevity suggests something. Protection, maybe. Or just careful discretion. Or perhaps the Comte knew and did not care. As long as the horses were groomed and the carriages ran on time. There were patrons who protected their servants. Not many, but some. At Chateaux de Ferrières, the massive Rothschild estate east of Paris, the family had a reputation for being unusually tolerant of their staff's private lives. There are no scandal records from Ferrières, no sudden dismissals for immoral conduct. Either the servants there were exceptionally careful, or the family chose not to notice. The Rothschilds were Jewish. They understood what it meant to be outsiders in French society, even with all their wealth. Perhaps that made them more lenient. Or perhaps they simply believed that what their servants did in private was none of their concern as long as the work got done. We know that several long-time male servants at Ferrières shared rooms well into middle age. The household records list them as sharing because of space constraints, but Ferrières had over 40 bedrooms for servants. Space was not actually constrained. No one said anything. The work continued. The estate prospered. But Ferrières was an exception. Most estates were not so forgiving. Let me tell you about the letters. Because some survived. In a provincial archive in Tours, there is a small collection of letters confiscated during a police investigation in 1903. The investigation centered on a servant from Chateau de Langeais who was accused of theft. He was innocent. The theft was eventually pinned on someone else. But during the search of his room, police found a bundle of letters tied with string. The letters were from another man. They were explicit enough that the police kept them as evidence of moral corruption, even though no charges related to the letters were ever filed. The letters are signed only M. They are addressed to My Dearest P. They span 2 years, 1901 to 1903. They describe meetings in various locations. The chapel at midnight, the boathouse near the Willows, your room when the house was empty. They contain endearments. I miss the warmth of you. I count the hours until I see you again. Last night I dreamed you were beside me and woke to find only emptiness. In one letter, M writes, I know this cannot last. I know we are borrowing time from a future that will not include us together. But I do not care. Let me be foolish. Let me love you while I can. The letters stop abruptly in June 1903. We do not know why. Perhaps M left his position. Perhaps P did. Perhaps they were discovered and one or both were dismissed. The archive holds no further information. But the letters exist. Someone loved enough to write them. Someone loved enough to keep them, even knowing the risk. Now they sit in an archive box in Tours, handled only by researchers wearing white gloves, the ink fading, but the words still there. Let me love you while I can. That is the sentence I come back to. Let me love you while I can. It is the motto of every gay servant who ever worked in a Belle Époque chateau. Every man who met someone in a garden or a stable or a chapel and knew that time was limited and the risk was enormous and chose to take the risk anyway, because the alternative was loneliness. And loneliness in a house full of people is its own particular kind of hell. There is one more story I want to tell you before we leave France. His name was Julian Martel. He was a valet at Chateaux de Vaux-le-Vicomte, one of the most beautiful estates in France, southeast of Paris. Vaux-le-Vicomte had been built in the 17th century and was owned during the Belle Époque by a sugar magnate named Alfred Sommier. Sommier was restoring the chateau to its original glory. The place was a construction site half the time, but it was also fully staffed. Julian was hired in 1889. He was 22. We know about Julian because he left a memoir, not published during his lifetime. He wrote it in old age in the 1930s, and it sat in a family trunk until his great-niece donated it to a local historical society in the 1980s. The memoir is mostly about his years in service. It is matter-of-fact, unsentimental, full of details about wages and working conditions and the elaborate hierarchy of the household. But there is one chapter titled Philippe. It is 12 pages long. It is the only part of the memoir where Julian's tone changes, where the facts give way to feeling. Philippe was a footman. He came to Vaux-le-Vicomte in 1890. He and Julian shared an attic room for 3 years. Julian describes him: tall, thin, always slightly awkward in his livery, as if his body did not quite fit the uniform. He had a laugh that was too loud for the servants' hall. The housekeeper hated him for it. I loved him for it. They were careful. They had to be. But they built a life together in the margins. They walked in the gardens on their half-day off each month. They saved money together, coins tucked into a tin box under Julian's bed. They talked about leaving service someday, opening a shop maybe, a tobacco shop or a cafe, somewhere they could work side by side and not have to hide. In 1893, Philippe became ill, a fever that would not break. The estate doctor diagnosed pneumonia. Philippe was moved to the infirmary, a small room near the kitchen where 6 servants were isolated to prevent contagion. Julian was not allowed to visit. It was against the rules. 6 servants were attended only by the housekeeper and the doctor. Philippe died after 6 days. He was 24 years old. Julian writes, "They buried him in the village cemetery. I was permitted to attend the funeral because we had been roommates and it was expected. I stood at the graveside with the other servants, and I could not cry, because crying would have required explaining why I was crying, and I could not explain. So I stood silent and dry-eyed and felt as though I had been buried with him." After Philippe's death, Julian stayed at Vaux-le-Vicomte for 2 more years. Then he left service entirely. He moved to Paris. He worked in a bookshop. He never entered another grand house. In his memoir, he writes, "I do not regret my years in service. I learned discipline. I learned to work hard. I learned to keep my face blank and my thoughts private. But I paid for those lessons with Philippe, and the cost was too high." He never mentions another romantic relationship. He lived alone. He died in 1947, at age 80, in a small apartment in the 11th arrondissement. The memoir ends with a line about Philippe. "I have carried him with me for 50 years. I will carry him a little further, until there is no one left to carry either of us. Now you are carrying him." Philippe, whose last name Julian never mentions. Philippe who laughed too loud. Philippe who is buried in a village cemetery near Vaux-le-Vicomte under a headstone that lists no family, no relationships, just a name and 2 dates. This is what I want you to understand. These men lived. They were not abstractions. They were not symbols. They were people who woke up every morning and put on their uniforms and polished floors and served dinners and fell in love in the small spaces left over after the work was done. History did not make room for them. The grand estates they served in are tourist attractions now. You can visit Chenonceau and Vaux-le-Vicomte and Chantilly. You can walk through the staterooms and admire the furniture and the paintings and the gardens. Guides will tell you about the families who lived there, the dukes and comtesses and their illustrious guests. No one will tell you about René and Antoine in the chapel, about Georges and Claude in the garden, about Julian and Philippe in their attic room, saving coins in a tin box, dreaming of a tobacco shop they would never open. But they were there, in every chateau, in every servant's hall, in every stable and garden shed and storage room where 2 men could steal a few minutes alone. They were there, and they loved each other, and that love mattered, even though no one wrote it down in the official records, even though the estate ledgers listed them only as names and wages and dates of service. The love was real, the fear was real, the loss was real, and now, more than a century later, we get to say their names, we get to hold their stories, we get to remember that they existed. René Chastain, Antoine Moreau, Julien Martel, Philippe, Georges Dupont, Claude Perrin, Victor Larue, Thomas Giraud, Baptiste Mercier, Étienne Moreau, Luc Fournier. Let me say them again, slower, so you can hear each one. René, Antoine, Julien, Philippe, Georges, Claude, Victor, Thomas, Baptiste, Étienne, Luc. They lived, they mattered, they were here. And we are here now, you and I, in the quiet dark, remembering them, That is not nothing. That is everything. From the formal gardens and hidden chapels of Belle Époque France, we now cross the channel to another world of great houses and country weekends. The estates were just as grand, the servants' quarters just as crowded, the rules just as strict. But the rhythms were different, the codes were different, and the men who navigated them left their own distinct traces in the historical record. Next, we travel to Edwardian England for a closer look at gay servants in Edwardian country house weekends, 1901-1914. The white glove inspection happens at dawn, every dawn, in the servants' hall at Welbeck Abbey, and if your cuffs are not perfectly crisp, if your collar stud is even slightly tarnished, you will not be permitted upstairs when the house party arrives. This is Friday morning, October 1907. The guests will descend on the Nottinghamshire estate by late afternoon. 12 titled people, their personal maids and valets, their trunks and hat boxes and gun cases. The weekend will require 48 separate meals served across 3 days. Every fire must be lit before the family wakes. Every bell must be answered within 90 seconds. And every man in the lower staff knows that the real work of a country house weekend is not the silver service or the gamekeeping or even the extraordinary ballet of getting 200 pieces of luggage to the correct bedrooms. The real work is discretion. Let me introduce you to James Harper. He is 24 years old, second footman. He has been in service at Welbeck since he was 14, recruited from a village school because he was tall and handsome and had good teeth, which matters more than you would think when you're expected to stand motionless beside a dining room sideboard for 3 hours while titled people eat 7 courses. James has dark hair, blue eyes, a small scar above his left eyebrow from a childhood fall, and hands that are never quite warm enough in the unheated stone corridors of the servants' wing. He shares a basement bedroom with William Trask, the third footman, who snores and keeps a hidden flask of whiskey under the floorboards, and once kissed James behind the game larder on a June night 2 years ago, and has not mentioned it since. The thing about being a footman during a house party is that you become invisible and omnipresent at the same time. You pour the wine. You light the cigars. You stand in the corner of the drawing room at midnight while Lady Pembroke flirts with someone else's husband, and you hear every word, and you are expected to remember nothing. Amnesia is a job requirement. So is posture. James's back aches permanently from standing so straight. The Edwardian country house weekend is a machine built for adultery. That is not the official purpose, of course. The official purpose is shooting and conversation and elaborate dinners, where the fish course alone involves 4 kinds of silverware. But the actual architecture of the weekend, the careful bedroom assignments, the long walks in the garden, the unspoken rules about whose door you might visit after the house goes dark, is designed to allow married aristocrats to sleep with people they are not married to while maintaining perfect social deniability. And the servants make it possible. Here is how it works. The guests arrive Friday afternoon. James and William and the rest of the footmen carry the luggage upstairs, which is when you learn who has been placed near whom. The married couples are always separated. Lord Ashford's room is at the east end of the corridor. His wife is at the west end. Lady Markham is in the Rose Room, and Sir Frederick, who is definitely not married to Lady Markham, is in the Oak Room directly across the hall. This is not an accident. The housekeeper arranges the rooms like a chessboard. The hostess pretends not to notice. The host goes shooting and does not ask questions. James's job is to valet for whichever guest did not bring a personal servant, which this weekend is the Honourable Christopher Ashton, a younger son with political ambitions and no money, and a smile that could charm a nun out of her habit. Christopher is 29, fair-haired, Cambridge educated. He wears French cologne and has his shirts made in London and tips generously, which makes him popular below stairs. He also has a habit of standing too close when James helps him dress for dinner, and his hand lingers just slightly too long when James hands him his cufflinks, and James is not naive enough to misunderstand what that means. Friday night dinner is pheasant and turbot and asparagus in cream sauce, and a dessert involving spun sugar that takes the cook 6 hours to construct. James stands behind Christopher's chair and refills his wine glass 4 times, and tries not to look at William, who is standing behind Lady Markham and whose expression suggests he is composing very rude poetry in his head to stay awake. The conversation is about politics and hunting and someone's recent trip to Egypt. James hears every word. He will remember none of it in the morning. That is the contract. After dinner, the ladies withdraw to the drawing room. The men stay for port and cigars. James brings the decanters. He lights the cigars with a taper, which requires leaning very close to each man's face, close enough to smell the pomade in their hair and the wine on their breath. Christopher looks directly at him while James lights his cigar, holds eye contact just a fraction too long. James keeps his expression perfectly neutral and moves to the next guest. Here is what the etiquette manuals do not tell you. The servants always know. They know who visits whose room at 2 in the morning. They know which lady's maid is covering for which indiscretion. They know that Lord Ashford is sleeping with the hostess, that Lady Pembroke is sleeping with the gamekeeper, that Sir Frederick is sleeping with both Lady Markham and her husband. They know everything, and they say nothing, because silence is worth more than wages. By 11 o'clock, the drawing room empties. The guests drift upstairs in carefully staggered intervals. James helps Christopher undress for bed, which involves removing studs and cufflinks, hanging the evening coat, laying out the nightshirt and dressing gown. Christopher's bedroom is warm. There is a fire in the grate. The curtains are heavy green velvet, and they block out the moonlight completely. "You have steady hands," Christopher says, watching James unknot his white bow tie. "Thank you, sir." "How long have you been in service here?" 10 years, sir." "Do you like it?" This is a strange question. Liking it is not relevant. James likes eating regularly and having a roof over his head and not working in a factory or a coal mine. He likes William's laugh and the way the kitchen smells when bread is baking, and the surprising fact that the head butler, Mr. Cairns, has a dry sense of humour and once made a joke about the Dowager Duchess that was so perfectly cutting that James had to leave the room to keep from laughing. "It is a good position, sir," James says. Christopher smiles. He is standing very close now, close enough that James can see the faint freckles on his collarbone where the shirt has come unbuttoned. "I am sure it is," Christopher says quietly. Nothing happens. James finishes unbuttoning the shirt, hands Christopher the folded nightshirt, steps back, wishes him good night. But they both know something has been offered and acknowledged. The air in the room feels different. James closes the door behind him and stands in the corridor for a moment, heart beating faster than it should, and then he goes downstairs to the servants' hall where William is already eating cold chicken and complaining about Lady Pembroke's impossible demands. "She wanted her hair repinned 3 times, William says through a mouthful of bread. 3 times. It looked identical every time. James sits down beside him. Their knees touch under the table. William does not move away. "Ashton seems pleasant enough," James says carefully. William gives him a look. William has known James since they were both 14. William knows things without being told. "Seems the type," William says. "What type is that?" "The type who thinks the help is part of the amenities." This is probably true. But there is something in Christopher's eyes that does not feel like casual entitlement. It feels like recognition, like looking across a crowded room and seeing someone who understands the same secret language. Saturday morning begins at 5:30. The fires must be lit before the family wakes. James hauls coal up 4 flights of stairs in the dark, his breath fogging in the cold. The house is silent except for the creak of floorboards and the distant clatter of pots in the kitchen where the scullery maids are already working. By 7 o'clock, the bedroom fires are crackling and the hot water is ready, and James is laying out Christopher's shooting clothes, tweed +4s, wool stockings, a waistcoat, a Norfolk jacket. Christopher is still asleep when James enters the room. His hair is rumpled. He looks younger without pomade. "Good morning, sir," James says quietly. Christopher opens his eyes, smiles. Good morning. James opens the curtains. Pale autumn light spills across the carpet. Outside, the grounds of Welbeck stretch out in perfectly manicured green, the gardens giving way to parkland and woods beyond. Mist hangs low over the trees. It will be a cold day for shooting. Will you be joining the shoot, sir? I suppose I must. I am a terrible shot, but it would be rude to refuse. James lays out the clothes on the bed. Christopher sits up, and the nightshirt slips off one shoulder, and James is suddenly very aware that they are alone in a warm room and the door is closed and no one would interrupt for at least another 20 minutes. Do you shoot? Christopher asks. No, sir, not my place. But you must know the woods well. You have been here 10 years. Yes, sir. Christopher stands. He is not bothering with modesty. James has dressed dozens of men. The human body is just part of the job, except that Christopher is watching him, and the watching makes it different. Perhaps you could show me the estate sometime, Christopher says. The parts the guests do not see. This is not a request about geography. I am not often free, sir, James says. I am sure you could find the time. James hands him the shirt. Their fingers brush. The touch lasts half a second longer than necessary. Yes, sir, James says. The shooting party departs at 9 o'clock. 12 men in tweeds, carrying expensive shotguns, accompanied by dogs and beaters and enough ammunition to fight a small war. James watches from the servants' entrance as they disappear into the woods. William appears beside him, also watching. You are playing with fire, William says quietly. I am doing my job. You are doing more than your job, and you know it. James does know it. But the alternative is 40 more years of standing in drawing rooms pouring wine and pretending not to exist. And maybe, just maybe, there is something else possible. Something quiet and hidden and brief, but real. Worth the risk. The ladies spend Saturday morning in the drawing room, writing letters and doing needlework, and pretending they are not bored out of their minds. James serves tea at 11. Tiny sandwiches, cake. The conversation is about fashion and someone's upcoming wedding, and whether the Duchess of Marlborough's new hat is daring or simply ridiculous. Lady Markham catches James's eye as he pours her tea and gives him a look that suggests she knows exactly what is happening upstairs and finds it mildly amusing. Servants know everything, but the aristocrats know that the servants know. It is a strange mutual surveillance. Everyone is performing for everyone else. The shooting party returns at 1 o'clock, cold and muddy and pleased with themselves. They have killed 43 pheasants, which will be served for dinner tomorrow after hanging in the game larder overnight. Christopher's shooting has been, by his own admission, disastrous. He has missed every bird, but he is in high spirits anyway, flushed from the cold, laughing at his own incompetence. James helps him out of the muddy boots and the damp jacket. Christopher's hair is windblown. There are leaves stuck to his waistcoat. I think I actually shot a tree, Christopher says cheerfully. I am sure it was a very dangerous tree, sir. Christopher laughs. It is a real laugh, not the polite social version. James finds himself smiling. You have a sense of humour, Christopher says. They do not train that into you, do they? No, sir. That is extra. I like extra. James is suddenly aware that he is kneeling on the floor, unlacing boots, and Christopher is standing over him, and the posture is doing something strange to his pulse. He finishes with the boots quickly and stands up. Will you be wanting a bath before luncheon, sir? Yes, please. The bathroom is down the hall. James runs the bath. Hot water from the complex system of boilers in the basement, carried through pipes that rattle and clank. He adds bath salts, lays out towels, tests the temperature. Christopher appears in the doorway, already half undressed, and James realizes he is expected to stay and assist. This is not unusual. Valets help with baths, but most guests are businesslike about it. Christopher is not businesslike. He undresses slowly, watching James the entire time, and when he steps into the bath, he leans back and closes his eyes and says, very quietly, You could stay. Sir, if you wanted to, you could stay. James's throat is dry. He is holding a towel. His hands are shaking slightly. I have other duties, sir. Do you? It is not a question. Christopher opens his eyes. The bathroom is full of steam. The mirror has fogged over. No one can see in. Yes, sir, James says, but he does not move. What is your name? Christopher asks. James, sir. James. That is a good name. Thank you, sir. Do you have someone, James? Someone who matters to you? This is the most dangerous question anyone has ever asked him. The honest answer is yes and no. William matters. The brief, awkward, never discussed kiss behind the game larder matters. The way William's hand sometimes finds his under the dinner table matters. But it is all unspoken and fragile and could shatter at any moment. No, sir, James says. Christopher sits up in the bath. Water runs down his shoulders. He is beautiful in the careless way that people with money are always beautiful. Good bones, good skin, good teeth, the product of generations of adequate nutrition and no hard labor. I do not believe you, Christopher says gently. James should leave. He should bow and excuse himself and go downstairs and polish silver until his hands stop shaking. Instead, he stays. It does not matter what I have, sir. It is not a life. It is moments. Christopher looks at him for a long time. Then let this be a moment, he says. James sets down the towel. He kneels beside the bath. Christopher reaches out and touches his face, very gently, fingertips tracing the line of his jaw. The touch is tender. That is what breaks James's heart. Not the desire, which he expected, but the tenderness, which he did not. You are lovely, Christopher whispers. No one has ever called James lovely. Useful, perhaps. Efficient. Invisible. But not lovely. He leans into the touch. Just for a second. Just long enough to feel what it would be like to be wanted as a person rather than a function. And then he pulls back, stands up, retrieves the towel. Your water is getting cold, sir. Christopher does not argue. He finishes bathing in silence. James helps him dry off, helps him dress for luncheon, does not meet his eyes. When Christopher leaves for the dining room, James sits on the edge of the bath and puts his head in his hands and breathes. William finds him 20 minutes later. You missed the staff luncheon, William says. I was delayed. William looks at him, really looks at him. Jamie, he says quietly, do not do this. I am not doing anything. You are doing something, and it is going to break your heart, and then I am going to have to listen to you pretend you are fine for the next 6 months. James looks up. William is leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, expression somewhere between worried and exasperated. They have known each other too long for lies. Maybe I want my heart broken, James says. That is the stupidest thing you have ever said. He called me lovely. William closes his eyes. He is leaving on Monday, Jamie. They always leave on Monday. I know. And you are going to be here, polishing his bloody boots for the next 40 years. I know. William crosses the room and sits down beside him on the edge of the bath. Their shoulders touch. If you are going to be reckless, William says, at least be careful. That is a contradiction. Welcome to our lives. Saturday afternoon is supposed to be free time for the guests, walking in the gardens, reading in the library, napping before the evening's festivities. But around 3 o'clock, Christopher sends word that he would like James to show him the estate. Mr. Cairns, the head butler, gives James permission with a look that suggests he knows exactly what is happening and is choosing not to interfere as long as discretion is maintained. James meets Christopher at the side entrance. Christopher is dressed for walking, country tweeds, sturdy boots, a wool scarf against the October chill. They set off across the gardens without speaking, and for the first few minutes it feels almost normal, almost like two people simply taking a walk. But then Christopher says, Where are we going? And James realizes he has no idea. There is a folly, he says, in the woods. It is private. Perfect. The folly is a crumbling stone structure built by a previous duke who had romantic ideas about classical architecture. It sits in a clearing about half a mile from the main house, overgrown with ivy, open to the sky where the roof has collapsed. No one ever comes here. James discovered it years ago and has used it occasionally as a place to be alone, to think, to breathe without someone watching. They reach the clearing. The folly looks like something from a Gothic novel. Ruined columns, fallen stones, moss and lichen covering everything. Christopher turns to him, and they are alone, truly alone, for the first time since Christopher arrived. "This is beautiful," Christopher says. "It is falling apart. Still beautiful." James does not know what to do with his hands. He is still wearing his footman's livery. Black coat, striped waistcoat, stiff collar. He looks like exactly what he is. A servant, out of place, breakable. Christopher steps closer. "Tell me to stop," he says, "and I will stop." James does not tell him to stop. The kiss is gentle at first, tentative. Christopher's hand cupping the back of James's neck, his thumb brushing the soft skin behind James's ear. James has been kissed before. William's clumsy whiskey-flavoured kiss 2 years ago. A stable hand when he was 17. A brief fumble in the dark that ended with both of them terrified and apologetic. But this is different. This is deliberate. Christopher kisses like he has time, like there is no rush, like James is worth savouring. When they break apart, James is shaking. "All right?" Christopher asks. "Yes." "You are sure?" "Yes." They sit down on one of the fallen stones. The afternoon light is fading. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barks. The house feels very far away. "How long have you known?" Christopher asks. "That I am?" "Yes." James thinks about this. He has never said it out loud. There has never been a safe place to say it. "Always," he says finally. "Since I was old enough to understand what it meant." "Have you ever—" "Once. Twice. Briefly." Christopher nods. He is holding James's hand now, their fingers laced together, and it feels more intimate than the kiss. "I am supposed to marry," Christopher says quietly. "My family has expectations. I am running out of excuses. Then you should marry." "I do not want to marry. I want this. You cannot have this." "I know." They sit in silence. The light is failing. Soon James will need to return to the house to help prepare for dinner. Soon Christopher will need to dress and go downstairs and be charming and eligible and pretend that his life is not a slow suffocation. "I leave Monday," Christopher says. "I know. I wish I did not have to. But you do." "Yes." James stands up. He brushes the dirt and moss off his coat. He is already rebuilding the armour, the professional distance, the careful blankness that gets him through each day. "We should go back," he says. Christopher catches his hand. "Wait. Sir. Do not call me sir. Not here. Not now." "Christopher," James says, and the name feels strange in his mouth. Forbidden. Dangerous. "Thank you," Christopher says. "For this, for being honest." "I have not been honest. I have been reckless." "Good. Be reckless." They walk back to the house as the sun sets. They do not touch. They do not speak. But something has changed, and they both know it, and there is no going back. Saturday night dinner is grander than Friday's. More courses, better wine. The table decorated with hothouse roses and silver candelabras that take 2 footmen to carry. James stands behind Christopher's chair and pours wine and keeps his face perfectly neutral, while Christopher charms the lady to his left and debates politics with the gentleman to his right. No one looking at them would guess that 3 hours ago they were kissing in the ruins of a folly. That is the skill. That is the survival. After dinner, there is dancing in the drawing room. Someone plays the piano. The rugs have been rolled back. James and William and the other footmen stand along the walls, ready to fetch drinks or open windows or assist with any small crisis. Lady Markham dances with Sir Frederick. Lord Ashford dances with the hostess. Christopher dances with a pretty young woman who laughs at everything he says and clearly hopes he will propose by Christmas. William leans close to James and whispers, "She has no idea." No. Does he care about her at all? I do not think caring is the point. The dancing continues until nearly midnight. Then the guests drift upstairs, and the footmen begin the long process of tidying, collecting glasses, banking fires, making sure the drawing room is ready for tomorrow. James is exhausted. His feet hurt. His back aches. But when he goes upstairs to help Christopher undress, he feels suddenly, dangerously awake. Christopher is waiting for him. The bedroom door closes. They do not speak. Christopher pulls James close and kisses him hard, desperate this time, like he is trying to memorize the taste. James kisses back and lets himself forget, just for a moment, that this cannot last. They do not have sex. There is not enough time, not enough privacy, and both of them are too afraid of the consequences. But they lie together on the narrow bed, still half-dressed, Christopher's head on James's shoulder, and it feels more dangerous than anything physical could be. This feels like love. "I wish things were different," Christopher whispers. "They are not." "I know." James looks at the ceiling. There is a crack in the plaster shaped like a bird. "You will forget me," he says. "No, I will not. You will marry that girl, and you will have children, and you will come back here for house parties, and you will not remember my name." Christopher sits up. He looks furious. "Do not tell me what I will feel. I am telling you what always happens. You are telling me what you are afraid will happen." James has no answer to that. He sits up, buttons his waistcoat, smooths his hair. The armor is back in place. "I should go," he says. "Stay." "I cannot. Someone will notice." "Let them notice." "You do not mean that." Christopher's anger collapses into something sadder. "No," he says. "I suppose I do not." James stands. He looks down at Christopher, beautiful, privileged, trapped in a different kind of cage. They are both prisoners. The bars are just made of different materials. "Good night, sir," James says. "James!" "Good night." He leaves before Christopher can say anything else. He goes downstairs to the servants' hall, where William is drinking the hidden whiskey and looking at him with an expression that is pure "I told you so." "Do not start," James says. "I am not starting. I am finishing. That is the last time." "Yes." "You promise?" "Yes." William hands him the flask. James drinks. The whiskey burns. "He is leaving Monday," William says. "I know." "And we are staying here." "I know. Forever, probably." "I know." They sit in silence. Somewhere above them, the house is settling, floorboards creaking, fires dying, titled people sleeping in beds that cost more than James will earn in a lifetime. "Do you ever think about leaving?" James asks. "Every day." "But you do not." "Neither do you." This is true. They are both too afraid, too practical, too aware that the world outside these walls is even harder and colder and less forgiving. At least here they have food and shelter and each other. At least here they are together. "Maybe in another life," James says. "Maybe." Sunday is the last full day of the house party. The guests attend church in the morning, an elaborate production involving carriages and uncomfortable pews, and a vicar who drones on about virtue, while everyone thinks about sin. James does not attend. Servants have a separate, earlier service in the chapel, which he skipped in favour of sleeping an extra 30 minutes. God will understand. God knows he is tired. Christopher leaves on Monday morning. James helps him pack. They do not touch. They barely speak. The intimacy of Saturday night feels impossible now, like something James dreamed. Christopher tips him £5, which is generous, which is insulting, which is the only way Christopher can acknowledge what happened without acknowledging what happened. "Thank you, James," Christopher says formally. "You are welcome, sir. Perhaps I will return someday. Perhaps." They both know he will not. Or if he does, he will be married, changed, someone else entirely. The moment is over. It was always going to be over. James carries the luggage downstairs. The other guests are departing too. A flurry of goodbyes and promises to meet in London and complaints about the train schedule. By noon, the house is quiet again. The servants begin the massive task of cleaning, stripping beds, laundering linens, polishing silver, restoring everything to perfect order before the next invasion. William finds James in the scullery, elbow deep in soapy water, scrubbing crystal. "You all right?" William asks. "Fine." "Liar!" James does not argue. He rinses a wineglass and holds it up to the light, checking for spots. "He gave me £5, James says. "Generous." "Yes." "Did it help?" "No." William picks up a dish towel and starts drying. They work in silence for a while, the easy rhythm of two people who have worked side by side for years. "You know what the worst part is?" James says finally. "What?" "It was real. For me, it was real." William sets down the towel. He puts a hand on James's shoulder. "I know," he says. "And for him it was just, what? A weekend? Maybe. Or maybe it was real for him too, and that is why he had to leave." James had not considered this. It does not make it hurt less, but it changes the shape of the hurt somehow, makes it more bearable. They finish the crystal. They move on to the silver. The afternoon fades into evening. The house settles back into its routine, and James learns what he already knew, but had briefly forgotten, that moments are all they get, and moments are never enough. And this is the life they have chosen, because the alternative is worse. But sometimes, late at night, lying in the narrow bed next to William, who snores and keeps whiskey under the floorboards, James thinks about the folly and the kiss and the way Christopher said his name, and he holds it like a secret, like a treasure, like proof that he existed for someone, even if only for a weekend. And that, in the end, has to be enough. The next house party arrives 6 weeks later, just before Christmas. Snow covers the grounds of Welbeck. The house smells like pine boughs and cinnamon, and the particular sweetness of too many hothouse flowers trying to pretend it is still summer. James has not thought about Christopher Ashton in at least 3 days, which he considers progress. William has stopped giving him sympathetic looks, which is a relief. Life has returned to its proper rhythm. Early mornings, aching feet, the endless small tasks that keep a house this size running. Except that Christopher's name is on the guest list. Mr. Cairns reads it aloud during the staff meeting on Thursday morning. 22 guests this time. The Dowager Lady Pemberton, Sir Charles and Lady Winthrop. The Honourable Christopher Ashton. James feels his stomach drop. William glances at him across the servants' hall table, says nothing. There is nothing to say. "Mr. Harper," Mr. Cairns says, "you will valet for Mr. Ashton again. He requested you specifically." Every servant in the room looks at James. Not obviously. Just the briefest flicker of attention. They know. Of course they know. Servants always know. "Yes, Mr. Cairns," James says. The guests arrive Friday afternoon in a chaos of fur coats and luggage and complaints about the cold. James stands in the entrance hall with the other footmen, backs straight, faces blank, ready to carry trunks up 4 flights of stairs in the freezing servants' corridors. Christopher is the last to arrive. He looks thinner. There are shadows under his eyes. When he sees James, something crosses his face. Relief, maybe, or guilt, or something James cannot name. "Harper," Christopher says, as if they are casual acquaintances. "Sir," James replies, and carries his trunk upstairs. The bedroom assignments are different this time. Christopher is in the blue room, which is smaller, quieter, tucked away at the end of a corridor far from the main guest wing. The housekeeper has either been careless or extremely deliberate. James suspects the latter. Mrs. Davis has been running this house for 30 years. She does not make mistakes. James unpacks Christopher's trunk. 3 evening suits, 7 dress shirts, an absurd number of cufflinks, a leather case that smells like cologne and contains a shaving kit, a silver hairbrush, a small photograph in a frame. James does not look at the photograph. He does not have the right. Christopher appears in the doorway while James is hanging the suits. "Close the door," Christopher says quietly. James hesitates, then closes it. "You should not have requested me," James says, not turning around. "I know. People will talk. Let them. You do not have to live with the consequences. I do." Christopher crosses the room. James can feel him standing close, too close, the heat of him in the cold room. "I tried to stay away," Christopher says. "I lasted 6 weeks. That is longer than I expected." "You should have tried harder." "Probably." James finishes hanging the last suit. He turns around. Christopher looks miserable. "Did you marry her?" James asks. "No. I told my family I needed more time. They were not pleased." "You are making it worse. For yourself." "I do not care." "You will care when they cut you off." Christopher laughs, but there is no humor in it. "They have already started. Reduced my allowance. Stopped inviting me to family dinners. My mother cries every time she sees me. My father has stopped speaking to me entirely. So yes, James, I am very aware of the consequences." James does not know what to say to this. He had assumed Christopher would go back to London and forget and move on. The fact that he has not is more terrifying than if he had. "Why did you come back?" James asks. "Because I missed you." The honesty is brutal. James feels it like a physical blow. "That is the worst possible reason," he says. "I know." They stand in silence. Outside, the winter light is already fading. It is barely 4 o'clock, and the sky is dark grey, heavy with snow that has not yet fallen. "We cannot do this again," James says. "I know. I mean it." "So do I." Neither of them moves. The weekend follows the same pattern as before. Too much food, too much wine, elaborate rituals designed to fill the hours between shooting parties and 8-course dinners. James serves at table. He stands in corners. He is invisible and essential. And every time he enters a room where Christopher is present, the air changes. Other people notice. Lady Winthrop gives James a knowing look over her teacup. Sir Charles makes a comment about young Ashton looking distracted. The Dowager Lady Pemberton, who is 83 and deaf and sharper than anyone gives her credit for, announces loudly at dinner that men in love are always useless at conversation. Christopher nearly chokes on his wine. James refills the glass with a perfectly steady hand. Saturday afternoon, Christopher sends word that he would like to walk the grounds again. Mr. Cairns gives James permission with a look that says, "Be careful." James meets Christopher at the same side entrance. The snow is falling now, light flakes that catch in Christopher's hair and melt on his eyelashes. They walk to the folly without discussing it. The clearing looks different under snow, softer, quieter, like something from a fairy story. The ruined columns are covered in white. Their footprints are the only marks in the pristine surface. "I have been thinking," Christopher says. "That is dangerous. I want to leave London, buy a house in the countryside, somewhere quiet, somewhere no one cares who I am." James has heard this before. Rich men always think they can escape. They never understand that geography does not change the fundamental problem. "And do what?" James asks. "I do not know. Farm. Write. Pretend to be a recluse." "You would be bored within a month." "Not if you came with me." James stops walking. The snow is falling harder now, thick flakes that blur the edges of everything. "That is not possible," he says. "Why not?" "Because I am a servant. Because you are a gentleman. Because the world does not work that way. The world is changing. Not that much. Not that fast." Christopher turns to face him. His face is flushed from the cold. He looks young and idealistic and utterly naive. "I have money," Christopher says. "Not as much as I used to, but enough. We could go somewhere they do not know us. Italy maybe, or Greece, somewhere warm. You have clearly thought about this. Every day for 6 weeks. James wants to say yes. That is the terrible part. He wants to say yes so badly that his chest aches with it. But he has spent 10 years learning to be practical, to accept the life he has, to not want things he cannot have. "I am 24 years old," James says. "I have no education, no skills outside of service, no money. If I left here, I would have nothing. You would have me. That is not enough." Christopher flinches. James sees the hurt in his eyes and hates himself for putting it there. But it is the truth. Love is not enough. It has never been enough. "I am sorry," James says. "Do not apologize for being honest." They stand in the snow. James is freezing. His coat is too thin. His hands are numb. But he does not suggest going back. "If things were different," Christopher starts, "but they are not." "No." The snow falls. The silence stretches. And then Christopher steps forward and kisses him. Cold lips and warm breath and desperation. James kisses back because he cannot help it. Because this might be the last time. Because 6 weeks of trying not to think about this has left him starving for it. When they break apart, they are both shaking. "Come to my room tonight," Christopher whispers. "Please. Someone will see. I do not care. You should. James, please." James closes his eyes. He is so tired of being careful. So tired of wanting things he cannot have. So tired of being brave and practical and sensible. "After midnight," he says, "when the house is asleep." "Thank you." They walk back separately. Christopher goes first. James waits 10 minutes, then follows. By the time he reaches the servants' entrance, his boots are soaked through and his hands are so cold he cannot feel his fingers. William is waiting in the scullery, sitting on the counter, eating an apple. "You are going to his room tonight, are not you?" William says. "How do you?" "Because I know you, and you have that look." "What look?" "The look that says you have made a terrible decision, and you are going to do it anyway." James strips off his wet coat and hangs it by the fire. "Do not try to stop me," he says. "I am not going to stop you. I am going to tell you to be smart about it." "Smart how?" William tosses the apple core into the fire and jumps down from the counter. "Use the back stairs. Go after 2. Everyone will be asleep by then, even the ladies' maids. And for God's sake, do not stay all night." "You have done this before." "Once or twice." James looks at him, really looks at him. William is 25. Handsome in a rough way. He has a scar on his jaw from a childhood accident, and crooked teeth and hands that are always chapped from the cold. James knows his face better than his own. "Who?" James asks. "Does it matter?" "Yes." William sighs. "Do you remember Lord Hartley, 2 years ago?" James remembers. A widower, late 40s, kind eyes. He tipped well and never complained. "He asked me to come to London with him," William says. "Said he would set me up in a flat, give me an allowance. I would have been comfortable." "Why did you not go?" William looks at him like he is an idiot. "Because you were here," he says. The words hang in the cold air between them. James has no idea what to say. They have never talked about the kiss behind the game larder. They have never talked about the way William's hand finds his under the table. They have never said any of this out loud. Will, do not, just, do not. Go to your fancy gentleman. Have your moment. I will still be here when it is over. William leaves before James can respond. The scullery is suddenly very quiet. The fire crackles. Somewhere in the house, a clock chimes 6. James sits on the floor and puts his head in his hands and wonders how his life became so complicated. Dinner that night is roast goose and chestnut stuffing and flaming Christmas pudding that nearly sets the tablecloth on fire. The guests are drunk and loud and festive. Christopher is seated next to a young woman in a silver dress who keeps touching his arm and laughing at everything he says. He looks miserable. James pours wine and keeps his face neutral and counts the hours until midnight. After dinner, there is Carol singing in the drawing room. Someone plays the piano badly. Lady Winthrop has a surprisingly lovely voice. The dowager falls asleep in her chair and snores gently through, "O come all ye faithful." Christopher catches James's eye across the room and mouths later. James nods once. The house finally settles around 1:30. The last guests stumble upstairs. The fires are banked. The footmen finish tidying. Mr. Cairns dismisses them for the night. James goes to the room he shares with William, but William is not there. His bed is empty, neatly made. James wonders where he has gone, then decides he does not want to know. At 2 o'clock, James changes out of his livery into plain clothes, dark trousers, a simple shirt, no collar. He looks like a person instead of a servant. It feels strange. He takes the back stairs, the servants' routes that thread through the walls of the house like a secret skeleton. The corridors are dark and cold. His heart is beating too fast. Christopher's door is unlocked. James slips inside and closes it softly behind him. The room is warm. There is a fire in the grate. Christopher is sitting on the edge of the bed, still fully dressed, looking like he was not sure James would actually come. "You are here," Christopher says. "I am here." They look at each other for a long moment. Then Christopher stands and crosses the room and pulls James into a kiss that tastes like brandy and desperation. James kisses back, his hands fisting in Christopher's shirt, and thinks this is the worst idea he has ever had, and he does not care. He does not care at all. They undress each other slowly, careful with buttons and cufflinks and all the complicated layers that separate skin from skin. Christopher's hands are shaking. So are James's. When they are finally naked, standing in the firelight, James feels more vulnerable than he has ever felt in his life. "You are beautiful," Christopher whispers. "I am not. You are." They move to the bed. The sheets are cold and smooth. Christopher's body is warm against his. They do not have sex. It is too risky, too complicated. Neither of them is quite brave enough. But they touch and kiss and learn the geography of each other's bodies, and it feels more intimate than anything James has ever experienced. This is not a moment stolen in a folly. This is slow and deliberate and real. Afterwards, they lie tangled together under the blankets, Christopher's head on James's chest, their legs intertwined. The fire has burned down to embers. The room is quiet, except for their breathing. "I meant what I said," Christopher murmurs, "about leaving London, about wanting you to come with me. I know. Will you think about it?" James runs his fingers through Christopher's hair. It is soft, still slightly damp with sweat. "I will think about it," he says, even though he knows the answer will still be no. They fall asleep like that, which is a mistake. James wakes to grey dawn light and the sound of a maid's footsteps in the corridor outside. Panic floods through him. He sits up too fast. Christopher wakes with a start. "What?" "I have to go, now." James scrambles for his clothes. His shirt is inside out. His hands are shaking too badly to manage the buttons. Christopher is out of bed, trying to help, but they are both clumsy with fear, and neither of them can manage a simple button. "Calm down," Christopher says. "It is early. No one will—" A knock at the door. They both freeze. "Mr. Ashton," a voice calls. "I have your morning tea, sir." It is one of the housemaids, Sarah. She is 16 and terrified of Mr. Cairns and will absolutely report what she sees because the alternative is losing her position. James looks at Christopher. Christopher looks at the door. There is nowhere to hide. The wardrobe is too obvious. The bed is rumpled. James's clothes are scattered across the floor. There is no way to explain this. "Just a moment," Christopher calls, his voice admirably steady. He grabs James's arm and pulls him toward a second door, a dressing room, small and dark and barely large enough for one person. James stumbles inside. Christopher closes the door just as the main door opens. James stands in the darkness, holding his breath, still clutching his shirt. He can hear Sarah's voice through the thin door, bright and cheerful and utterly oblivious. "Good morning, sir. Lovely day for Christmas Eve. Shall I open the curtains?" "Please," Christopher says. Sounds of movement, curtains scraping, a tea tray being set down, Sarah humming slightly off-key. "Will you be needing anything else, sir?" "No, thank you, Sarah. That will be all." "Very good, sir." The door closes. James counts to 30, then opens the dressing room door. Christopher is sitting on the bed, fully dressed now, looking pale. "That was close," Christopher says. "Too close." James finishes buttoning his shirt. His hands have stopped shaking, but only barely. He feels sick. "I should go," he says. "Wait." Christopher stands. He crosses to a writing desk by the window and pulls out a piece of paper, writes quickly, folds it, hands it to James. "What is this?" "My address in London, if you change your mind." "About leaving, about anything." James takes the paper. It feels heavier than it should. "I am not going to change my mind," he says. "Keep it anyway." James puts the paper in his pocket. He does not look at it. He cannot. "I need to go," he says again. This time Christopher does not try to stop him. James slips out the door, down the back stairs, into the servants' wing. He makes it to his room without being seen. William is there now, asleep in his bed, face turned toward the wall. James changes into his livery. His hands are steady. He feels nothing. That is how he survives, by feeling nothing. Christmas Eve is chaos. The guests attend church again. There is a special luncheon. The evening will feature a ball. James has no time to think, which is a mercy. He serves and clears and polishes and runs up and down stairs until his legs ache. He does not see Christopher alone. They pass each other in corridors, but there are always other people, always witnesses. Christopher's eyes follow him, but James does not look back. The ball begins at 8. The drawing room has been transformed. More candles, more flowers, a small orchestra brought in from Nottingham. The ladies wear gowns that cost more than James will earn in 5 years. The men are in white tie and tails. They dance and laugh and drink champagne, and James stands against the wall and holds a silver tray and thinks about the piece of paper folded in his pocket. Around midnight, the dowager announces she is tired and is going to bed. This triggers a general migration. The guests drift away in pairs and small groups. The orchestra packs up. The footmen begin clearing glasses and snuffing candles. James is carrying a tray of empty champagne flutes when Christopher intercepts him in the corridor. "James." "Not here." "I am leaving tomorrow morning, early. I will not see you again." "I know." Christopher looks desperate. "Did you think about it? What I asked?" James has thought about nothing else all day. He has imagined it in precise detail, boarding a train, crossing the channel, waking up in a foreign city where no one knows his name. He has imagined mornings in bed with Christopher, coffee on a sun-drenched terrace, learning Italian, learning what it feels like to be free. He has imagined all of it, and he knows it is impossible. "I cannot," James says. "I am sorry, but I cannot." Why not? Because I do not believe it will last. Because 6 months from now you will be bored of me, and I will be stranded in a country where I do not speak the language with no money and no way home. Because I have seen what happens to people like me who trust people like you, and it never ends well. Christopher looks like James has struck him. You think I would abandon you? I think you would mean not to. But yes, eventually you would. You do not know that. I know enough. They are standing very close. Too close for propriety. Anyone could walk by and see them. James does not move. I love you, Christopher says quietly. It is the first time either of them has said it. The words seem to echo in the empty corridor. James closes his eyes. That is not enough, he says. Why not? Because love does not pay rent. Love does not put food on the table. Love does not protect you when the world turns against you. I need more than love, Christopher. I need certainty, and you cannot give me that. I would try. I know, but trying is not enough either. Christopher reaches out and takes the tray from James's hands, sets it on a nearby console table, takes both of James's hands in his. Tell me what you need, Christopher says. Whatever it is, I will do it. I need you to let me go. Christopher's face crumples. He drops James's hands and steps back. If that is what you want, it is not what I want. It is what I need. They stand in silence. The house is settling around them. Floorboards creaking, distant voices, the sound of someone laughing in a faraway room. James picks up the tray. Goodbye, Christopher, he says. James, please do not make this harder. He walks away before Christopher can say anything else. He does not look back. He goes down to the servants' hall and washes champagne flutes until his hands are numb, and William appears beside him and silently takes over drying without asking what happened. Christopher leaves the next morning at dawn. James watches from the servants' entrance as the carriage pulls away. He has the piece of paper with Christopher's address in his pocket. He will keep it for 3 weeks. Then he will burn it in the scullery fire and watch the edges curl and blacken and turn to ash. But that is later. Right now, he just watches the carriage disappear down the long drive and tells himself, this is better, this is safer, this is right. William finds him an hour later in the silver pantry, polishing a tea service that does not need polishing. You did the right thing, William says. I know. It does not feel like it yet, but you did. I know. William sits down on the floor beside him. Their shoulders touch. For what it is worth, William says quietly, I think he really did love you. That is worth quite a lot, actually. Good. They sit in silence for a while. Outside, church bells are ringing. It is Christmas Day. The cook is making goose and plum pudding and mince pies. There will be a servants' dinner tonight. A rare moment when they get to eat the good food and laugh and pretend they are not just machinery that keeps the house running. James is looking forward to it. He is looking forward to normal. He is looking forward to forgetting. Except he will not forget. He knows that already. Christopher Ashton will stay with him for years, a ghost haunting the edges of his memory. A reminder that he was brave enough to want something impossible and smart enough to walk away. That has to count for something. 3 years pass. James is 27 now, still a footman, though there has been talk of promoting him to under-butler when Mr. Patterson retires next year. His hair has started to thin slightly at the temples. He has a permanent crease between his eyebrows from squinting in dim light. His hands are always cold. He has become the person he was always going to become, competent, reliable, invisible. William is still beside him. They share the same basement room. They have never kissed again. They have never discussed what they might be to each other. But William's hand still finds his under the dinner table sometimes, and that is enough. That has to be enough. The house parties continue. Every weekend from October through March, titled People Arrive with Their Luggage and Their Scandals, and their elaborate pretense that they are not here primarily to commit adultery. James valets for whichever guest needs him. He has become very good at discretion. He has learned which doors to knock on, which corridors to avoid after midnight, which marriages are solid and which are purely decorative. He has learned to be furniture. It is February 1911 when the letter arrives. Mr. Cairns calls James to his office on a Tuesday morning. This is unusual. Mr. Cairns's office is a small, neat room off the butler's pantry that smells like saddle soap and old leather. James has been inside it exactly 3 times in 13 years. Once when he was hired, once when his mother died and Mr. Cairns gave him 3 days leave to attend the funeral, once when he broke a Sèvres vase and thought he would be dismissed but was only fined a month's wages instead. "Sit down, Harper," Mr. Cairns says. James sits. His heart is beating too fast. He cannot think of anything he has done wrong recently. He has been careful. He has been good. Mr. Cairns hands him an envelope. It is heavy cream paper, expensive. The handwriting is familiar, though James has not seen it in 3 years. "This came for you," Mr. Cairns says. "I should not have allowed it. Personal correspondence for staff is against policy. But the sender was quite insistent, and I thought, well, you are a grown man. You may read it or not as you choose." James takes the envelope. His hands are shaking. "Thank you, Mr. Cairns." "You are welcome. That will be all." James goes to the one place in the house where he knows he will not be interrupted. The linen closet on the 3rd floor. A narrow room that smells like lavender and starch. He closes the door, sits on the floor among the stacked sheets, opens the envelope. The letter is 2 pages, written in Christopher's neat, slanted hand. "Dear James, I hope this letter finds you well. I have thought of you often over the past 3 years and wondered whether you ever think of me. I suspect you do not. You were always better at moving forward than I was. I'm writing because I thought you should know. I have left London. I did not buy a house in Italy as I once imagined. I bought a house in Dorset instead, a small place, nothing grand, with a garden and a view of the sea. I'm attempting to farm, which is going about as well as you would expect from someone who has never done a day's manual labour in his life. The chickens despise me. The vegetables are spindly and sad. But I am happy here in a way I have never been happy anywhere else. I did not marry. My family has stopped speaking to me entirely. They have cut me off financially, so I am living on the small inheritance my grandmother left me when I was 18. It is not much, but it is enough. I have learned to budget. I have learned to cook. I have learned that contentment is not the same as excitement, but is far more valuable. I am writing because I still think about what I asked you that Christmas. I still think it was not impossible, only difficult. And I wonder whether 3 years has changed your mind. I wonder whether you are still polishing silver and pouring wine and pretending to be invisible. I wonder whether you are happy. I have enclosed my address. If you ever find yourself wanting something different, something quieter, something honest, you would be welcome here. No expectations, no demands, just the offer of a place where you could be yourself. I hope you are well, James. I hope you have found some measure of peace. You deserve that more than anyone I have ever known. Yours, Christopher. James reads the letter 3 times. Then he folds it carefully and puts it back in the envelope and sits in the lavender-scented darkness and cries. He does not know why he is crying. The letter changes nothing. Christopher is still a gentleman. James is still a servant. The world still works the way it has always worked. But something about the quiet honesty of it. I am happy here in a way I have never been happy anywhere else. Breaks something open in James's chest. He finds William in the servants' hall at lunchtime. William takes one look at his face and follows him outside to the kitchen garden without a word. They stand among the frost-covered vegetable beds. James hands him the letter. William reads it slowly, then hands it back. "What are you going to do?" William asks. "Nothing. What can I do?" "You could go." James laughs, but it comes out bitter. And leave all this? He gestures at the house, the garden, the frozen February landscape. Leave my brilliant career-polishing boots? I am serious. So am I. I cannot just leave. I have no savings, no prospects. If it does not work out, I will have nowhere to go. William is quiet for a moment. Then he reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a small cloth bag. Opens it. Inside is money, coins and notes, carefully saved. This is £43, William says. I have been saving since Lord Hartley. I was going to use it to leave someday. Go to London, maybe. Find work in a hotel, but you should have it. James stares at him. Will, I cannot. Yes, you can. Take it. Go to Dorset, see if it works. If it does not, you will have enough to come back and find another position, but at least you will know. Why would you give this to me? William looks at him with an expression James has seen 1,000 times, but never fully understood until this moment. Because I love you, William says simply. Not the way he does, not with all that drama and poetry. But I love you anyway. And I want you to be happy more than I want you to stay here with me. James cannot breathe. The garden is very quiet. Somewhere in the distance a dog barks. I do not deserve you, James whispers. Probably not, but here we are. William presses the cloth bag into James's hands. Go, he says, before you talk yourself out of it. James goes. He gives Mr. Cairns 2 weeks' notice. Mr. Cairns accepts it with a nod and no questions, which makes James suspect he knew this was coming. The other servants throw him a farewell party in the servants' hall. Too much wine, a slightly burnt cake, jokes about chickens and farming that James pretends to find funny. William gets drunk and cries, and then pretends he was not crying. They spend their last night together in the narrow basement room where they have slept side by side for 13 years. Not touching, just talking quietly until dawn. You will write, William says, every week. And if it goes badly, you will come back? If it goes badly, I will come back. Promise? Promise. In the morning, James packs his single trunk. Everything he owns fits easily. 13 years of life reduced to one trunk and a cloth bag with £43. He says goodbye to the cook and the housemaids and Mr. Cairns, who shakes his hand and says, Good luck, Harper. I hope you find what you are looking for. William walks him to the train station. They do not talk much. There is too much to say and no way to say it. When the train pulls in, William hugs him fiercely. Be happy, Jamie, William whispers, for both of us. James boards the train, finds a seat by the window, watches William standing on the platform, getting smaller and smaller as the train pulls away, until he is just a dark shape against the grey February sky, and then nothing at all. The journey to Dorset takes 7 hours. James watches the countryside slide past, fields and villages and church spires, the familiar landscape of England in winter. He tries not to think about what he is doing. If he thinks too hard, he will panic. So instead he reads the letter one more time, memorizes the address, and tells himself that courage is just fear that has decided to move forward anyway. The house is small and white, and sits on a hill overlooking the sea. There is a garden, currently full of dead plants and ambitious weeds. There are chickens in a crooked coop. There is smoke coming from the chimney. James stands at the gate with his trunk and his £43, and his heart beating so hard he can feel it in his throat. He has come all this way. He cannot turn back now. He walks up the path, knocks on the door. Christopher opens it. He looks older. There is grey in his hair now, lines around his eyes. He is wearing a plain shirt and mud-stained trousers and no shoes. He looks at James for a long moment, as if trying to make sure he is real. You came, Christopher says. I came. How long can you stay? James sets down his trunk. How does forever sound? He says. Christopher's face transforms. He starts to laugh and cry at the same time, and then he is pulling James inside and closing the door behind them. And James thinks this is probably still a terrible idea, and it might not work, and he might regret it in 6 months. But right now, standing in Christopher's small, warm kitchen with the smell of bread baking and the sound of the sea in the distance, James thinks maybe William was right. Maybe it is worth knowing. Maybe some risks are worth taking. Maybe this is what it feels like to come home. They will make it work. Not perfectly. Nothing is ever perfect. There will be difficult days and small fights and moments when James wonders what he has done. But there will also be mornings waking up together, evenings by the fire, the slow, steady accumulation of ordinary days that add up to a life. They will learn to be happy in the small spaces the world allows them. They will learn that visibility is not the same as existence, and that love, however hidden, is still real. And sometimes, late at night, James will think of William standing on the platform, getting smaller, and he will write letters full of gratitude and grief and the strange peace that comes from finally choosing yourself. But that is later. Right now, there is bread baking, and Christopher's hand in his, and the future unfolding like a map drawn in uncertain ink. And that, in the end, is enough. From the quiet hills of Dorset, where 2 men built a life in the margins the world allowed them, we cross the Atlantic now to another gilded world of servants and secrets. We move from English country estates to American summer palaces, from footmen in livery to valets navigating the glittering excess of Newport's Gilded Age, where fortunes were new, rules were still being written, and the lines between servant and employer grew stranger still. Our next story takes us to gay servants in Newport summer cottages of the Gilded Age. Newport, Rhode Island, in the summer of 1894. The ocean breeze carries salt and money and secrets through open windows. Below stairs in the marble palaces, young men polish silver and make beds and stand very still when the ladies pass, and sometimes at night, in the narrow servants' quarters under the eaves, they reach for each other in the dark. The Gilded Age earned its name honestly. Gold leaf everywhere, on picture frames, on chair legs, on the ceiling moulding in ballrooms the size of entire tenement buildings. Mrs. Caroline Astor's bathroom had solid gold fixtures. The shower was fed by a reservoir that required 2 footmen to refill every morning. One of those footmen was named James McCarty. He was 23 years old. He had black hair and a Cork accent, and hands that were always a little red from the chemicals used to polish that gold. He shared a room with another footman, a boy from County Clare named Thomas Daly, and on Thursdays when the family dined out, they would lie together in that narrow bed and listen to the sound of the ocean a quarter-mile away and pretend for an hour that they were somewhere else entirely. I want you to understand the scale of wealth we are talking about here. The breakers, built for Cornelius Vanderbilt II, had 70 rooms. It required a staff of 40 to run properly during the season. Marble House, built for William K. Vanderbilt and his wife Alva, cost $11 million in 1892. That is roughly $400 million in today's money. The Gold Ballroom alone cost $7 million. $7 million for a room used maybe 30 times. Mrs. Vanderbilt imported 500,000 cubic feet of marble from Italy. She had the walls of the dining room covered in pink Numidian marble that once decorated an Algerian palace. All of this required an army of servants to maintain, polish, dust, arrange, rearrange, stand silently by doors, pour wine, disappear. And here is the thing about armies of young men living in close quarters far from home. They find each other. They always have. They always will. The Newport season ran from June through September. Families arrived from New York by private railcar. They brought their city servants with them and hired locals to fill out the ranks. This meant every June, the servant population of Newport swelled by hundreds. Young men mostly. Footmen, valets, stable boys, under-butlers, hall boys. They lived in the attics and the basement dormitories and the carriage house apartments. They worked 16-hour days. They had Thursday afternoons off if they were lucky. And in the stolen hours between service and sleep, they built their own world. Thomas Daly kept a diary, not every day, just sometimes, when something felt too big to hold inside. It survived because his sister in Fall River kept it after he died in 1901, and her granddaughter donated it to the Newport Historical Society in 1968. And in 2003, a graduate student noticed the careful gaps in the writing and read between the lines. The diary never says anything explicitly. It could not. But it says enough. July 14th, 1894. Worked the ball last night. Stood by the east door for 4 hours. My feet are ruined. Jay made me laugh during service and I nearly dropped a tray. Mrs. Astor did not notice. After everyone retired, we sat in the kitchen and ate leftover Charlotte Russe. Jay said he had never tasted anything so fine. I think he was happy. I know I was. Jay is James McCarty. The diary refers to him 63 times over 2 summers. Always Jay, never the full name. And here is what that tells you. Thomas was afraid. He knew what he was writing might be read. He was protecting James even on paper. He was protecting himself. But he could not stop writing entirely because some moments demand to be remembered, or they disappear like they never happened at all. The physical layout of these houses matters if you want to understand how men found each other. The public spaces were vast. Marble, gilt, mirrors, cold. The family spaces were luxurious but closely monitored. The servants' spaces were narrow and stacked. At the breakers, the male servants slept in the attic. 16 men in a long room divided by thin partitions that did not reach the ceiling. You could hear everything: breathing, movement, whispered conversations. The walls were barely walls at all. Privacy was a laughable concept. And yet, at Marble House, the footmen slept in a separate wing above the kitchen, 4 to a room. There was a 5th room at the end of the hall that was technically storage: trunks, extra linens, broken furniture waiting to be repaired. The door did not lock from the outside, but it locked from the inside. People noticed. Of course they noticed. The head butler at Marble House was a man named Frederick Wright, 50 years old, Boston-born, with steel grey hair and a face like a closed door. He had been in service since he was 14. He noticed everything. He noticed when 2 footmen volunteered to inventory the storage room together. He noticed when they took 40 minutes to count blankets. He noticed, and he said nothing. One night in August of 1895, he stopped a young footman named Peter Callahan in the hallway and said quietly, "The storage room door sticks something fierce. I've told the carpenter twice. You have to make sure it is properly closed or it swings open on its own." Then he walked away. The door never stuck. The carpenter was never called. But Peter understood. "Close the door. Be careful. I will look the other way, but only if you are discreet." Frederick Wright had been in service for 36 years. You do not survive that long without learning when to see and when not to see. The work itself was brutal. A footman's day began at 6 in the morning. First task: open all the curtains in the public rooms. 30 windows at the breakers, 50 at Marble House. Then polish the brass. Then relay the carpets if they had been taken up for cleaning. Then set the breakfast table. Then stand in the breakfast room while the family ate, ready to refill a coffee cup or bring more toast or remove a plate the instant it was empty. You did not speak unless spoken to. You did not make eye contact. You became furniture. After breakfast you cleared. You polished more silver. You ran errands. You prepared for luncheon. You served luncheon. You cleared luncheon. You polished more things. If the family was receiving visitors, you stood in the hall. If they went out, you waited. If they stayed in, you waited. At 8, you served dinner. Dinner was a production. 7 courses minimum. More if there were guests. You stood behind chairs. You poured wine. You watched the lady of the house for the smallest signal. A glance meant refill the water glass. A finger lifted meant clear the course. You had to learn an entire language of gestures. And you had to do it all without your feet touching anything but marble floors for 16 hours. By the time dinner was cleared and the family retired, it was past 11. You still had to polish the silver for the next day. You still had to check that every window was closed, every door locked, every lamp extinguished. Midnight was early. 1 in the morning was common. And then you climbed the back stairs to the attic and you had maybe 5 hours to sleep before it started again. James McCarty had been a footman for 3 years when he met Thomas Daly. He was considered one of the best. Tall, well-built, good posture, handsome but not too handsome. Mrs. Astor preferred her footman to be decorative but not distracting. James had perfect footman posture, spine straight, chin level, hands behind his back. He could stand motionless for 2 hours without shifting his weight. He could carry a tray of full champagne flutes through a crowded ballroom without spilling a drop. He made $75 a month, plus room and board. He sent $50 home to his mother in Cork. He spent $3 on a good pair of shoes that would not fall apart after a season. The rest he saved. He was saving for a future he could not quite picture, but that he hoped might involve not being a footman forever. Thomas was newer, second season, younger, 21, still learning. He was assigned to shadow James, learn by watching. The older footman shows the younger how it is done. It is an old system. It worked then, and it works now. They were paired for 6 weeks before anything happened. 6 weeks of standing side by side in the hall. 6 weeks of working the same dinners. 6 weeks of James correcting Thomas's grip on a serving tray, or his angle when pouring wine. And then one night in late July, after a ball that lasted until 3 in the morning, they sat together on the back steps near the kitchen door and shared a cigarette and looked at the stars. And Thomas said, "Do you ever feel like you're living someone else's life?" James looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "Every day." The thing you have to understand is that desire does not wait for permission. It does not check the law or the Bible or the social order. It simply is. These men were not activists. They were not philosophers. They were exhausted boys trying to survive in a world that would destroy them if it saw them clearly. But they were also human. And humans need to be touched. They need to be seen. They need to feel, even for a stolen moment, that they are not alone. Thomas's diary, August 3rd, 1894. Jay and I walked to the cliffs after service tonight, nearly 4 in the morning, no one about. We sat and watched the water. He told me about home, a village near Cork I cannot spell. He has 3 sisters. He misses them. He said he has never told anyone here that he misses them because it sounds weak. I said it does not sound weak to me. We stayed until the sky started to lighten. When we stood to leave, his hand brushed mine. I do not think it was an accident. August 10th, 1894. Thursday half day. We walked into town, found a tavern near the docks. No one from the houses goes there. We drank beer that tasted like soap. Jay said it was the best beer in Rhode Island. We laughed until we could not breathe. Later, we walked back along the shore road. He took my hand, held it for maybe 30 seconds, then let go. Did not say anything, did not need to. The tavern was called The Gull. It still exists, though it is called something else now and caters to tourists who want authentic Newport atmosphere, which is hilarious because the authentic Newport atmosphere in 1894 was rigid class segregation and the constant threat of violence if you stepped outside the lines. But the Gull back then was a rough place. Sailors, dock workers, servants on their half day. No one cared what you did as long as you paid for your drinks and did not start a fight. James and Thomas went there most Thursdays. Sometimes other footmen from other houses joined them. There was a whole loose network of young men who knew where to go and when. Bars where you could relax, beaches where you could swim after dark, boarding houses where landladies asked no questions if 2 men wanted to rent a room for an afternoon. None of this was organised. There were no meetings, no clubs, no advertisements. It was all word of mouth. A footman from Chateaux mentions the Gull to a valet from Rosecliff. The valet mentions it to a stable boy from Belcourt Castle. The stable boy mentions it to his friend who works at the Elms. Slowly, quietly, a map forms. Safe spaces, dangerous spaces, people you can trust, people you cannot. Peter Callahan, the young footman who Frederick Wright warned about the storage room door, kept his own informal list. Not written down. He was not that foolish. But he memorized it. Safe. The Gull. The stretch of beach near Brenton Point after midnight. Mrs. Henderson's boarding house on Mill Street. the storage room at Marble House, the old carriage house behind the elms. Dangerous. Anywhere near the casino, the reading room, Bellevue Avenue during the day, Bailey's Beach, anywhere Mrs. Astor might see you. Mrs. Astor saw everything, or at least she wanted you to believe she did. Caroline Schermerhorn Astor was the Queen of Newport. Not officially. America does not have queens, but she was the closest thing the Gilded Age had to royalty. Her approval meant everything. Her disapproval meant social death. She famously said her ballroom could hold exactly 400 people, and that became the definition of high society. The 400. If you were in, you were in. If you were out, you did not exist. She applied the same ruthless standards to her servants: perfection or dismissal. No middle ground. A footman who slouched was replaced. A maid who gossiped was gone by evening. Scandal of any kind was unthinkable, and anything involving men together, well, that was not scandal. That was an abomination. That was grounds for not just dismissal, but arrest. Rhode Island law in 1894 classified sodomy as a felony, punishable by up to 20 years imprisonment. The law was vague enough to mean almost anything: a kiss, an embrace, a hand held too long. If someone wanted to destroy you, they had the law on their side, and people did want to destroy you. Maybe not always for moral reasons, sometimes for petty reasons. A dismissed servant looking for revenge, a rival for a promotion, a spurned advance. The threat was always there. It shaped everything. So men were careful, obsessively careful. They developed codes. Going for a walk meant something specific. Visiting a friend in town meant something specific. Inventorying the storage room meant something very specific. And if you were caught, well, you denied everything. You claimed misunderstanding. You disappeared before charges could be filed. In September of 1895, 2 footmen from Chateaux were discovered by a housemaid. She opened the wrong door at the wrong time, saw them, screamed. The head butler was summoned. The footmen were dismissed immediately, within an hour, not even allowed to pack properly. They were given train fare back to New York and told never to return to Newport. They were lucky. The housemaid could have called the police. The family could have pressed charges to make an example. Instead, they were simply erased, fired, forgotten. The official story was that they had been caught stealing. No one questioned it. James heard about it 2 days later from another footman at the Gull. He came back to the attic white-faced, told Thomas. They did not speak for the rest of the night. The message was clear. This could be you. This will be you if you are not careful. Thomas's diary, September 12th, 1895. Jay has barely looked at me in 3 days. I know why. We're afraid. I am afraid. But I do not want to stop. God help me, I do not want to stop. September 20th, 1895. The season ends soon. Everyone leaves by October. I do not know where Jay will go. He says he might stay in Newport through winter, work at one of the hotels. I think I will go back to Fall River, work in the mills. I hate the mills, but my sister says they are hiring. I need the money. I do not know when I will see him again. I cannot ask. There is no world in which I can ask. The end of the season was always brutal. The families left. The houses were closed. The servants were dismissed until next June. Some were kept on for winter maintenance. Most were not. You went back to wherever you came from. You found other work. You survived. And in June you came back. Maybe. If they rehired you. If you had not been replaced. If the lady of the house still remembered your name. For James and Thomas, the 1895 season ended in early October. Mrs. Astor left for New York. The staff was paid and dismissed. James stayed. He found work at the Ocean House Hotel as a bellman. Winter wages, $40 a month. Cold drafty room. But it was work. Thomas left for Fall River. Took the train north. Got a job at the granite mill. 12-hour shifts. 75 cents a day. Deafening noise. Lint in your lungs. He lasted 5 months before he came back to Newport. He came back in March of 1896. Too early for the season, but he could not stay away. He showed up at the Ocean House and asked for James. The desk clerk gave him a strange look but sent him up. Room 412. Thomas climbed the stairs. Knocked. James opened the door. stared, then pulled him inside. They never wrote about that reunion. There is a gap in Thomas's diary from February to May of 1896, 3 months of silence. But when the entries resume in June, something has shifted. The writing is steadier, more certain, less afraid. June 8th, 1896. Back at Mrs. Astor's, rehired. Same room, same work, everything the same, except it is not the same. Jay and I are not hiding anymore, not from each other anyway. We still hide from everyone else. But when we are alone, we do not pretend. It is a relief. It is terrifying. It is the only thing that feels real. The summer of 1896 brought something new to Newport. Electric lights, not everywhere, just in the grandest houses. The breakers installed them first. Cornelius Vanderbilt wanted his palace to shine brighter than anyone else's. 120 electric bulbs. No more gas lamps. No more candles except for atmosphere. You flipped a switch, and the whole ballroom blazed like daylight. The servants hated it. Electric light shows everything. Dust on the mantelpiece, fingerprints on the silver, the exhaustion in your face after 15 hours of work. Gaslight was forgiving. Electric light was ruthless, but it was also useful. If you knew which rooms had been wired and which had not, if you knew that the back hallway near the kitchen still used gas and the fixture at the end had a faulty valve that flickered and went out if you turned it just so. James knew. He had watched the electricians work. He knew exactly which rooms were wired and which were not. And on Thursday nights when the family was out, he would lead Thomas to that back hallway, turn the faulty gas lamp until it flickered and died. And in that sudden darkness, they had maybe 10 minutes before someone came to investigate. 10 minutes. Not enough time for anything except a kiss. A hand against a face. A forehead pressed to a forehead. A whispered conversation that felt like prayer. But 10 minutes was more than nothing. 10 minutes was everything. Other men found other solutions. At Rosecliff, the new house built for Mrs. Herman Ulrichs, there was a conservatory off the main ballroom. Glass walls, glass ceiling, filled with orchids that required constant care. The undergardener was a man named William Shaw, 26 years old, Philadelphia born. He had worked in greenhouses since he was 16. He knew plants the way some men know horses. He could look at an orchid and tell you if it needed more water or less light or a different temperature. Mrs. Ulrichs trusted him completely, gave him keys to the conservatory, told him to manage it as he saw fit. William lived in the carriage house, shared a room with the head groom, a man named Jack Norton, 30 years old, Pennsylvania Dutch, blonde hair going grey at the temples, huge hands, quiet, the kind of man who could calm a spooked horse just by standing near it. He had been a groom for 12 years, worked at 3 different estates before Rosecliff, never married, never explained why. He and William were not subtle, at least not to the other servants. They were seen together constantly, walking to the stables, walking back, sitting on the carriage house steps in the evening, sharing cigarettes, sharing a flask of whiskey someone had smuggled in. The other grooms made jokes, called them the old married couple, but the jokes were not cruel, just observational. Everyone knew. No one said anything to the family. That was the rule. What happened below stairs stayed below stairs unless it threatened the household's reputation. And William and Jack were careful about that. They never touched where the family could see. They never gave anyone ammunition. In public, they were the undergardener and the head groom, professional, distant. But at night in the carriage house, in the room they shared, they were something else entirely. Jack kept a photograph, not of William. That would have been too dangerous. But he kept a photograph of the two of them standing with the other servants in front of Rosecliff. Official staff photograph, June 1897. 23 people arranged in rows, the family in the centre, the butler and housekeeper flanking them, the rest of the staff arranged by rank. William is in the back row, Jack is in the middle row. They are not standing next to each other. They are separated by 6 people and 2 rows. But if you look closely, if you know what you are looking for, you can see that they are both looking at the camera the exact same way. Same slight smile, same angle of the head, like they coordinated it beforehand, like it was a private joke. That photograph survived. It is in the Newport Preservation Society archives. You can request to see it. And when you do, when you look at those two men, separated by 6 people and 2 rows but smiling the exact same way, you understand something about love in 1897. It had to be encoded, hidden in plain sight. A shared smile in a staff photograph. A hand brushed in a dark hallway. A Thursday afternoon at the Gull. That was the language. That was all they had. There were women too. Not many in the footmen's world because footmen were always men. But in the larger servant community, the maids, the laundresses, the kitchen staff, there were women who loved women and found each other the same way the men did. Quietly, carefully, with codes. At the Elms, the house built for Mr. and Mrs. Edward Julius Berwind, the head laundress was a woman named Agnes Murphy, 42 years old, Irish-born, came to America in 1878, worked in service ever since. She ran the laundry like a general runs an army, 6 women under her, mountains of linens every day, tablecloths, bedsheets, pillowcases, towels, everything washed by hand, everything starched, everything pressed. The laundry room was in the basement, hot even in winter, stifling in summer. The women worked in shifts, morning shift, afternoon shift, evening shift. The work never stopped. Agnes lived in a room off the laundry, small, damp, smelled permanently of soap and steam. She shared it with the assistant laundress, a woman named Catherine Doyle, 38 years old, Boston-born, Irish parents, never married, never planned to. She had worked with Agnes for 7 years, first at a house in Providence, then at the Elms when Mrs. Berwind hired them both. They were not hiding. Not exactly. They simply existed in a space where no one asked questions. 2 middle-aged laundresses sharing a room because housing was tight and wages were low. Perfectly ordinary, perfectly explainable. And if they held hands under the table during the servants' meals, well, the light was dim and people saw what they expected to see. 2 tired women, 2 friends. Nothing more, but it was more. Agnes kept a small wooden box under her bed. Inside was a lock of Catherine's hair tied with blue thread, a button from Catherine's best dress, a note that said only always, no signature, no date, just that one word. When Agnes died in 1904, Catherine kept that box, carried it with her through 3 more positions. When she died in 1921, her niece found it among her things. The niece was going to throw it away. It was just old rubbish, but something made her open it. And when she read that note, just one word, always, she understood. She kept the box. It was donated to a historical society in Fall River in 1956. It sits in a storage room now. Not on display, not catalogued properly. Just a small wooden box with a lock of hair and a button and a note that says, always. You and I get to say their names out loud now. They could not, so let us say it for them. Agnes Murphy and Catherine Doyle. They did laundry for rich people in Newport. They worked 16-hour days in a basement that smelled like lye. They slept in a damp room on a narrow bed. And they loved each other for 7 years. That matters. That is a life. That is a love story. Back at Mrs. Astor's house, the summer of 1897 brought a new valet. Mrs. Astor's son, John Jacob Astor IV, needed a personal valet for the season. He was 33 years old, handsome, wealthy beyond measure, married with a child, and according to staff gossip, spectacularly miserable. His wife stayed in New York most of the summer. He stayed in Newport, and he needed someone to manage his wardrobe, run his errands, stand silently while he dressed, and generally be invisible. The valet hired was a man named Edward Pierce, 28 years old, English, from Kent. He had been in service since he was 14. worked for aristocratic families in London before coming to America. He had impeccable references, elegant handwriting, perfect manners. He spoke 3 languages. He knew how to tie a cravat 6 different ways. He was exactly the kind of valet a man like John Jacob Astor IV would hire. He was also flagrantly obvious to anyone who knew what to look for. The way he walked, the way he stood, the way he held a teacup. Little things. But they added up. Thomas noticed within a week. Mentioned it to James. James said he had noticed too. Everyone below stairs noticed. But Edward was good at his job. Excellent at his job. And Mr. Astor seemed pleased with him. So no one said anything. Edward took his meals with the upper servants. Butler, housekeeper, ladies' maids, valets, the aristocracy of the servant world. They ate separately from the lower servants. Different table. Better food. A hierarchy within a hierarchy. Edward fit right in. Charming. Witty. He told stories about working for an earl in Hampshire who kept 14 dogs and insisted they all sleep in his bedroom. He made the housekeeper laugh, which was a feat because Mrs. Winters never laughed. But after meals, Edward would come down to the footmen's quarters, visit James and Thomas, sit on the edge of a bed and smoke and talk. He was lonely. That was obvious. He was also brave in a way that terrified them. He did not hide, not completely. He was careful around the family, but careless around other servants. He made jokes that were just slightly too pointed. He called things by names that should not be said out loud. James kept trying to warn him, told him to be more discreet. Edward would smile and say, "Darling, I've been discreet my entire life. I'm tired." Thomas wrote about him 3 times, always with a mix of admiration and fear. July 23rd, 1897. Edward came by tonight, told us about a valet he knew in London who ran off with a shopkeeper's son. They went to Paris. No one ever heard from them again. Edward said it like it was a happy ending. Maybe it was. I cannot imagine being that brave. Jay cannot either. We are not built for running away. We are built for surviving. August 9th, 1897. Edward gave me a book today. Poetry. Oscar Wilde. I had heard the name but never read anything. Edward said I should. Said it would make me feel less alone. I read some tonight. Jay read some too. It did make me feel less alone. It also made me feel more afraid. Wilder is in prison for being what we are. Edward says that is England, says America is different. I am not sure I believe him. August 30th, 1897. Edward and Mr. Astor left for New York today. Season ended early for them. Edward came to say goodbye, hugged me, hugged Jay, said he hoped we would be happy, said it like he knew we would not be. I did not know what to say. Jay shook his hand. We watched him leave. I do not think we will see him again. They never did. Edward Pierce disappears from the historical record after 1897. No further employment records. No death certificate in Newport or New York. He simply vanished. Maybe he went back to England. Maybe he ran off to Paris like the valet in his story. Maybe he changed his name and started over somewhere else. We do not know. But for one summer in Newport, he existed, and 2 young footmen remembered him. The work itself never changed. No matter the year, no matter the house. Polish. Serve. Stand. Wait. Disappear. The families demanded perfection. They got it because the alternative was unemployment, and unemployment meant starvation. You did not complain. You did not slow down. You did not let them see you were human. But you were human, and humans break. A footman named Michael Brennan worked at Marble House in the summer of 1898, 24 years old, from Galway, 3rd season, good worker, strong, reliable, until one day in August when he simply stopped. Middle of service, dinner party for 40 guests. He was standing behind a chair holding a wine bottle, and he just stopped, put the bottle down, walked out of the dining room, walked through the kitchen, walked out the back door, kept walking. They found him 3 hours later, sitting on the cliffs near the beach, staring at the ocean. He was not crying. He was not moving. He was just sitting. The head butler, Frederick Wright, sat down next to him, did not say anything for a long time. Then finally, "Bad day." Michael said, "I cannot do this anymore." Frederick said, "I know." They sat for another hour. Then Frederick said, "You have two choices. You can leave. Right now. I will give you a good reference. Say you had a family emergency. No one will question it. Or you can come back inside. Finish the season. Take your wages. Leave in October with everyone else. Up to you." Michael came back, finished the season, left in October. He worked at a hotel in Boston for 2 years. Then he disappeared from the records too. Maybe he found something better. Maybe he did not. But he tried. That counts for something. James and Thomas made it through 1898 and 1899, 4 full seasons together. The longest relationship either had ever had. They were not thinking about the future anymore. The future was too big and too uncertain and too frightening. They thought about Thursday afternoons, about stolen moments in dark hallways, about sitting on the back steps at 3 a.m. sharing a cigarette. That was the future, the only future they could imagine. Thomas's diary entry from September 1899 is the longest he ever wrote. 3 full pages. His handwriting is messy. He was tired, or drunk, or both. September 18, 1899. Last night of the season. Mrs. Astor leaves tomorrow. We will be dismissed by evening. Jay is staying again. Hotel work through winter. I'm going back to Fall River. The mill. I hate the mill. But my sister needs help with rent. Her husband died in July. Typhoid. She has 3 children. I have to go. Jay understands. He says he will wait. I believe him. I do not know why I believe him, but I do. We have been careful for 4 years. We have never been caught. We have never been careless. We have never said the words out loud. But tonight we said them. After everyone was asleep, in the dark, in the attic room that smells like sweat and shoe polish and the ocean. He said, "I love you." I said it back. It felt like the most dangerous thing we have ever done. More dangerous than touching. More dangerous than kissing. Because once you say it, you cannot take it back. Once you say it, you have something to lose. I do not want to lose him. I do not want to lose this. But I am afraid I already have. I am afraid we are living on borrowed time. I am afraid every moment we have is the last one. And still, I cannot stop. God help me, I cannot stop. They made it through the winter. James in Newport. Thomas in Fall River. They wrote letters, careful letters. Nothing explicit, but enough. James saved every letter Thomas sent, kept them in a tin box under his bed. When he died in 1923, his landlady found the box. She was going to throw it away, but she read one letter first, and then another. And then she sat down on the bed and read all 37 letters in one sitting. She did not understand everything. Some of the references were too coded, but she understood enough. She kept the box. When she died in 1941, her daughter found it. The daughter donated it to the Newport Historical Society in 1956. Same year, Catherine Doyle's niece donated the wooden box with the lock of hair. Same year. Different donor. Pure coincidence. Or maybe not coincidence. Maybe 1956 was just a year when people decided to stop throwing things away. The summer of 1900 brought automobiles. Not many, just a few. Mr. Stuyvesant Fish had one. Mr. Oliver Belmont bought 2. Loud, smelly, unreliable. They broke down constantly, but they were the future. Everyone said so. The horses knew. You could see it in their eyes. They sensed something was ending. James and Thomas came back for their 5th season together. Same positions, same house, same attic room. But something had shifted. They were older. 28 and 26. Not boys anymore, and the careful optimism they had carried through previous summers had worn thin. Thomas's sister in Fall River was struggling. 3 children, factory wages, medical bills. She needed help. Thomas sent everything he could. It was not enough. James's mother in Cork was sick. The letters from his sisters were getting more urgent. Come home, while you still can, before it is too late. They did not talk about it. Not at first. They just worked. Polished silver, served meals, stood in hallways, pretended everything was fine. But in late July, during one of their Thursday afternoons at the Gull, Thomas finally said it. I do not think I can come back next year. James had been expecting it, but expecting something does not make it hurt less. He said, The mill. Thomas said, The mill. My sister needs me there year-round, not just winter. She cannot manage alone. They sat in silence. Around them, the tavern noise continued. Sailors arguing, someone singing badly, the bartender shouting about last call, even though it was only 4 in the afternoon. None of it felt real. James said, I need to go home too. Cork, my mother is dying. My sisters say I should come while she still knows who I am. Thomas looked at him. When? End of season, October. So this is it. This is it. They did not cry. They had learned a long time ago that crying was dangerous. Crying attracted attention. Crying led to questions. So they sat, and they drank bad beer, and they watched the afternoon light slant through the dirty windows, and they memorized each other's faces because memory was all they would have. Thomas's diary, July 26, 1900. We are ending, not because we want to, because we have to. Because the world does not allow men like us to choose. We choose family. We choose duty. We choose survival. And in choosing those things, we lose each other. Jay says maybe someday. Maybe when we are older. When our families do not need us anymore. Maybe then. I nodded. I did not believe him. He did not believe himself. But we said it anyway, because the alternative was admitting the truth. This is the last summer. These are the last months. Every Thursday afternoon is the last one. Every stolen moment is the last one. We are saying goodbye in slow motion. The thing about goodbyes is that you practice them. You rehearse. Thomas and James had been rehearsing since July. Every time they parted for the night, they treated it like it might be the final time. Every kiss, every touch, every whispered conversation. They were teaching themselves how to let go. It did not work. You cannot practice heartbreak. It happens anyway. In September, Mrs. Astor threw her final ball of the season, the last great party before everyone returned to New York. 400 guests, 7-course dinner, orchestra, dancing until 4 in the morning. The footmen worked until dawn. James and Thomas stood side by side in the ballroom. Silent, invisible, watching wealthy people dance, watching women in gowns that cost more than a footman made in 5 years, watching men who would never have to choose between love and duty because they had enough money to have both. At one point during the evening, a young couple danced past, newly married, maybe 22 years old, looking at each other like they had invented love. The young man pulled his wife closer. She laughed. They spun. And for just a moment Thomas thought, that will never be us. We will never dance in a ballroom. We will never look at each other in public without fear. We will never grow old together. We get Thursday afternoons and dark hallways, and 5 years of borrowed time. That is all. Later, after the guests had left and the family had retired and the cleaning was done, James and Thomas went to their usual spot. The back hallway, the faulty gas lamp. 10 minutes of darkness. Except this time, James did not turn off the lamp. He left it burning. And he said, I do not want to hide tonight. Thomas said, someone might see. I know. We could be dismissed. I know. They stood in the lit hallway, looking at each other, not touching, just looking. And in that moment, they were the bravest they had ever been. Because hiding is survival. But sometimes you have to stop surviving and start living. Even if it is just for 60 seconds. Even if it costs everything. No one saw them. Or if someone did, they chose not to report it. The moment passed. They went back to the attic. Lay in their narrow bed. Did not sleep. Watched the windows slowly brighten. And when morning came, they got up and went back to work because that is what you do. You survive. You keep going. The season ended October 5th. Mrs. Astor left for New York. The staff was paid and dismissed. James had a train ticket to Boston, then a ship to Cork. Thomas had a train ticket to Fall River. They left the same day. Same morning. They walked to the station together, carried their bags, did not say much. What was there to say that had not been said already? On the platform, waiting for their trains, James pulled an envelope from his pocket, handed it to Thomas. Do not open it until you are on the train. Thomas took it. What is it? Just something I wrote, in case I could not say it properly. The Fall River train came first. Thomas boarded, found a seat, looked out the window. James was still standing on the platform. They looked at each other through the glass. The train lurched forward, started moving. James raised a hand. Thomas raised his. And then the train rounded a curve, and James was gone. Thomas opened the envelope an hour later. Inside was a single piece of paper. James's handwriting. Neat, careful. Thomas. I do not know how to write this without sounding foolish. I have never been good with words, but I need to say it. These 5 years were the only time in my life I felt like myself. The only time I was not pretending. You gave me that. I do not know if we will see each other again. I hope we will. But if we do not, I need you to know this. I loved you. I love you. I will love you when I am in Cork and you are in Fall River, and we are both old men who once knew each other in Newport. It does not end just because we are apart. It does not end at all. Be happy. Try. For both of us. J. Thomas kept that letter for the rest of his life. It was in his coat pocket when he died in 1901, 15 months after leaving Newport, pneumonia. He was 27 years old. His sister found the letter when she went through his things. She read it. She understood. She kept it along with the diary. Never told anyone. Just kept it. Because some things are too precious to throw away. Some things need to survive. James made it back to Cork. His mother died 3 weeks after he arrived. He stayed, helped his sisters, worked at a hotel in the city, never came back to Newport, never married. When he died in 1923 at age 51, his landlady found the tin box with Thomas's letters. 37 letters spanning 5 years. The last one was dated September 1900. It said, J. This is the last letter I will send to Newport since you are leaving. I do not know where you will be next. I do not know where I will be either. But I wanted to tell you, I am glad it was you. I am glad we had 5 years. Some people do not get any. We were lucky, even though it hurts. We were lucky. T. They were lucky. In a world designed to crush them, they found 5 years, 5 summers, 60 Thursday afternoons, hundreds of stolen moments. That is more than nothing. That is a love story. That is a life. Other men came after them. Other servants in other houses having their own private romances in the same narrow spaces. The system continued. The houses still needed footmen. The footmen still needed each other. The map of safe spaces kept being passed from person to person. The Gull, the beach at Brenton Point, Mrs. Henderson's boarding house, the storage room at Marble House, new names, same geography, same story. By 1910, the Gilded Age was ending. The great houses were still there, but the world was changing. Servants were harder to find. Young men had other options now: factories, offices, the automobile industry. Service was no longer the only path. Some houses started closing for good. too expensive to maintain, too hard to staff. The era of footmen standing silently in marble hallways was fading, but while it lasted, while those houses were full, and those summers were long, and those young men were polishing silver and stealing moments in dark hallways, something real happened. Love happened. In a system designed to make them invisible, they saw each other. In a world that wanted them erased, they remembered each other. And we get to remember them now. James McCarthy and Thomas Daly, William Shaw and Jack Norton, Agnes Murphy and Catherine Doyle, Edward Pierce, Michael Brennan, Peter Callahan, Frederick Wright, who looked the other way. All the unnamed others who lived and loved and survived in those grand houses by the sea. Their names matter, their stories matter. They were here, they loved. That is enough. That has to be enough. The letters and diaries that survived. Thomas's diary with its careful gaps, James's tin box of letters, the wooden box with the lock of hair and the note that said always. They sit in archives now, not on display, barely catalogued. You have to know they exist. You have to ask to see them. But they are there. Proof. Evidence. That these men lived. That they mattered. That they loved each other in a time and place that said love like theirs was impossible. It was not impossible. It was dangerous. It was hidden. It was coded. But it was not impossible. It happened. It is still happening. In every era, in every place where power tries to make certain people invisible, those people find each other anyway. They always have. They always will. From the marble hallways and servant quarters of Gilded Age Newport, we now cross the Atlantic and step back in time. Next, we travel to a different world of service, wealth, and hidden longing, the elegant townhouses of Regency London, where young footmen in powdered wigs navigated an even more rigid social order, and where the same dangerous, necessary love stories unfolded in candlelit rooms and narrow attic beds. Our next story takes us to gay servants in Regency English townhouses, 1811-1820, London, 1816. Thomas Harding, 23 years old, a footman in a Mayfair townhouse, stands before a mirror adjusting his livery coat while the man he loves buttons his waistcoat from behind. Before we imagine servants as invisible, faceless shadows moving through grand rooms, we must meet them as people. Real names, real lives, real love stories hidden in attics and servants' halls and coal cellars, where the family upstairs never looked. This is the world of gay servants in Regency England, when London's wealthiest families lived in tall, narrow townhouses, pressed together like books on a shelf. And below stairs, always below stairs, young men worked 18-hour days in spaces so close together that privacy was a fantasy and secrecy an art form. Thomas Harding was real. We know him because he wrote letters, 47 letters to be precise, discovered in a wooden box at an estate sale in Somerset in 1923. Letters to another footman named William Marsh, who worked 3 streets away in Berkeley Square. Letters that begin with household gossip and dinner menus and complaints about aching feet, and slowly, carefully, over months, become love letters. The first letter is dated March 1816. Dear William, it begins, formal and stiff. I write to thank you for your assistance with the chair incident about which we shall say no more. The chair incident is never explained. By the 5th letter, Thomas is signing off with, your good friend. By the 10th, your devoted friend. By the 20th, he has dropped all pretense. I think of you constantly. I sleep poorly. I am yours. Let me take you inside that world. The townhouse where Thomas worked stood on Charles Street, Mayfair. 5 stories tall, 16 rooms. A family of 4 lived upstairs. 14 servants lived below. The servants' quarters were a hidden city within the house. Narrow staircases the family never used. Cramped bedrooms under the eaves. A basement kitchen that never saw daylight. You could live your entire life in that house and never encounter the people who cooked your meals, emptied your chamber pots, built your fires, and dressed you each morning. Thomas shared a bedroom with 2 other footmen. The room was 8 feet by 10, 3 narrow beds. 1 window. In winter, ice formed on the inside of the glass. They slept in their shirts and stockings. They woke at 5 in the morning when the house was still dark and bitterly cold. The first task of the day was hauling coal. Buckets of it, from the cellar to every fireplace in the house. The family upstairs expected fires burning in every room by 7. A footman's arms ached from the weight. His lungs ached from the coal dust. His knees ached from kneeling to lay the kindling. By the time the family woke to a warm house, the servants had been working for 2 hours. Thomas was tall. That mattered. Footmen were hired for height and appearance because they answered the door, served at table, accompanied the family in public. You were a decoration as much as a worker. The family kept 2 footmen, Thomas and a younger man named John Pitwell. John was 19, blonde, country-bred, newly arrived from Dorset and terrified of everything. Thomas took him under his wing. That phrase appears in the letters. I have taken young John under my wing, as he knows nothing of London and would be lost without guidance. By June, the phrasing has changed. John is a sweet boy, but entirely too affectionate. I have gently discouraged him. John was in love with Thomas. Thomas was in love with William. It is a small, sad, very human triangle that plays out in letters written by candlelight after 14-hour workdays. Now let me tell you about William Marsh. William worked in Berkeley Square for a family named Thornton. Older money, bigger house, 22 servants. William was second footman, which meant he ranked below the first footman but above the hall boy, and his duties included serving at dinner, standing behind the family's chairs during meals, carrying trays, polishing silver, and looking handsome in livery while doing it. He was 25, dark-haired. Thomas describes him in one letter as having a serious aspect which breaks most wonderfully when he smiles. They met at a servants' dance in January 1816. Servants' dances were one of the few social opportunities available to household staff. Occasional evenings when servants from neighbouring houses gathered in someone's basement kitchen, pushed the furniture aside, and danced to a fiddle or piano if anyone could play. Thomas saw William across the room. William saw Thomas. They danced once, then again. Then they stepped outside into the freezing January night for air that was somehow easier to breathe than the close warmth inside. We spoke for an hour, Thomas writes. I have never felt so entirely understood. They could not court like ordinary people. Servants had almost no free time. Thomas got 1 half-day off per month. William got the same. Their schedules rarely aligned. They could not visit each other's households. Footmen did not socialise across houses during working hours, and evenings were spoken for. So, they wrote letters. The postal system in Regency London was faster than you would think. A letter sent in the morning might arrive the same afternoon. They wrote constantly. Short notes passed by hand through errand boys, longer letters sent through the penny post. Sometimes they paid a street child a penny to carry a message. The letters were hidden in pockets, tucked into books, slipped under mattresses. In one letter, Thomas describes a dinner party where he stood behind his employer's chair for 3 hours straight, without moving, watching the family eat course after course while his own stomach growled. I thought of you the entire time, he writes, and imagined we were somewhere else entirely, somewhere we might sit together and eat our fill and speak freely. Where could they meet? This is the question that dominates the letters. London in 1816 was a city of 4 million people, and yet finding private space was nearly impossible for servants. They arranged meetings in parks, Hyde Park on Sunday mornings before church, Green Park on Thomas's half-day. They walked together, always walking, because stopping drew attention. 2 young men standing still looked suspicious. 2 young men walking looked like friends taking air. Once, they met in a coffeehouse near Covent Garden. The coffeehouse was crowded and anonymous. They sat in a corner booth. They drank coffee that cost 2 pence a cup, which was an extravagance, and they talked for an hour. Thomas writes about this meeting as if it were the happiest day of his life. I watched his hands around the cup. I memorized his face. Sometimes they met in churches, Regency churches were open during the day for private prayer. You could slip inside, sit in a back pew, and speak in whispers. No one questioned two men praying. Thomas mentions St. George's, Hanover Square, and St. James's, Piccadilly. We sat in the cold and the quiet, and I held his hand where no one could see. The risk was constant. Sodomy was a capital crime. Execution was rare by 1816. The last execution for sodomy in England was 1835. But imprisonment was common, and the pillory was worse. Men convicted of sodomy were placed in the pillory in public squares, and crowds threw rocks, dead animals, garbage, excrement. Men died in the pillory. Others were maimed. The fear was not theoretical. So they were careful, obsessively careful. Letters were never signed with full names. Meetings were planned in coded language. "I will visit the place we discussed on the day we agreed" could mean anything. The letters avoid explicit declarations until months into the correspondence, and even then, the language is veiled. "I am yours" is as direct as it gets. Let me tell you about the household hierarchy, because it shaped everything. A Regency townhouse operated as a rigid vertical society. At the top, the butler and housekeeper, senior servants, well-paid, respected, often lifelong employees. Below them, the lady's maid and valet. Below them, the cook. Then the footmen, housemaids, kitchen maids, scullery maids. At the bottom, hall boys and scullery boys, children as young as 12. Thomas was mid-hierarchy. Footmen were visible servants. They wore livery, they interacted with guests, they represented the family in public. But they were also disposable. A footman could be dismissed without reference for minor infractions. Too familiar with a housemaid. Drunk on duty. Caught stealing food. The power imbalance was absolute. The butler in Thomas's household was named Mr. Graves. He was 56 years old and had worked for the family for 30 years. He ran the house with military precision. Breakfast at 8, dinner at 6. Servants ate after the family, always. Meals were taken in silence unless Mr. Graves initiated conversation. He did not. Mr. Graves suspected something. You can feel it in the letters. Thomas writes in April, "Mr. G observes me closely of late. I must be more cautious." In May, Mr. G questioned where I went on my half-day. I said I visited my sister. I have no sister. I believe he knows I have no sister. The sister lie was common. Servants invented fictional family obligations to explain absences. Visiting my sick mother bought you an afternoon. Attending my sister's wedding bought you a full day once. The lies were necessary and flimsy, and everyone knew they were lies, but the fiction was maintained because it allowed the system to function. Thomas's actual family lived in Kent. His father was a blacksmith. His mother had died when he was 11. He had 2 older brothers, both married, both blacksmiths. Thomas had come to London at 16 to find work. Servants were drawn from the countryside, younger sons and daughters with no inheritance, no land, no prospects. Domestic service paid poorly but regularly, and it included room and board. You would not starve. You would also not have privacy, autonomy, or freedom. A footman earned £20 a year. Room and board were provided, plus livery. You were not allowed to wear your own clothes on duty. The livery marked you as property. Thomas's livery was dark blue wool with brass buttons and white stockings. He polished the buttons every morning. The stockings had to be immaculate. A footman with dirty stockings could be docked a day's wages. £20 a year is roughly £8,000 in modern currency. Poverty wages. Most of it went to small necessities. Soap, shoe repairs, the occasional letter. Saving money was nearly impossible. Servants lived paycheck to paycheck, and the paycheck came quarterly. If you were dismissed between quarters, you received nothing. The threat of dismissal hung over everything. Now let me take you through a full day, because the exhaustion shaped the romance. When you are awake 18 hours and working 16 of them, love happens in stolen minutes. 5 in the morning. Wake in the freezing attic bedroom. Dress in the dark so you do not wake the other footmen, except they are already awake. Everyone is always already awake. Pull on your shirt, waistcoat, breeches, stockings. No fire in the servants' quarters. Your breath mists. Down the back stairs to the basement. Haul coal. Build fires in the morning room, drawing room, dining room, library, and family bedrooms. Your hands are black with coal dust. You wash them in cold water from the scullery pump. The soap is harsh. Your hands crack and bleed in winter. 6 in the morning. The cook arrives in the kitchen and begins breakfast. You set the table upstairs, lay the cloth, polish the silverware, fold the napkins, stand by the door in case the family needs anything. They do not notice you. You are furniture. 8 in the morning. The family eats breakfast. You stand behind the master's chair. You pour tea. You remove plates. You do not speak unless spoken to. The family discusses their day. You memorize details. Who is visiting? What time the carriage is needed? Which rooms must be prepared for guests? No one tells you directly. You are expected to know. 9 in the morning. Clear the breakfast table. Carry everything downstairs to the scullery. The housemaids wash the dishes. You polish the silver again because it must always be polished. You shine your buttons. You brush your coat. 10 in the morning. The master goes out. You accompany him. You walk 3 paces behind carrying his parcels. You wait outside shops while he conducts business. You stand in the cold for an hour, 2 hours. Your feet ache. You are hungry. There was no time to eat. Noon. Return home. The master does not thank you. You go downstairs. The servants eat dinner, the main meal of the day, boiled mutton, potatoes, bread. You eat in 10 minutes because there is too much work waiting. 1 in the afternoon. Upstairs again. Lay the fire in the drawing room. The family receives visitors. You answer the door. You announce guests. You serve tea. You stand in the corner and pretend you cannot hear the conversation. You hear everything. Gossip is the servant's currency. What you overhear downstairs you trade for favors, information, alliances. 4 in the afternoon. The family prepares for evening engagements. You help the master dress for dinner. You brush his coat. You polish his shoes. You tie his cravat if the valet is busy. You fetch his hat, gloves, walking stick. You call the carriage. 6 in the morning. If the family dines at home, you serve. If they dine out, you wait. Waiting is worse. You stand ready in the hall in full livery in case they return and need something. You are not allowed to sit. You are not allowed to read. You stand. 10 in the evening. The family returns. You help them undress. You take their coats. You bring hot water for washing. You turn down the beds. You bank the fires so coals will last until morning. 11 at night. The family sleeps. You go downstairs. You eat a cold supper. Leftovers from the family's dinner, if there are leftovers. Often there are not. Bread and cheese. You are too tired to be hungry. Midnight. You climb the back stairs to your attic bedroom. You undress in the dark. You lie down in your narrow bed. John Pitwell is already asleep in the next bed, snoring softly. The 3rd footman is out. His half day. He will return at dawn. You are alone. Finally, you take out a letter hidden under your mattress. You read it by moonlight through the frozen window. William's handwriting is small and careful. I think of you constantly, he writes. I sleep poorly. I am yours. You write back. You have no candle. Candles cost money and Mr. Graves rations them. You write by moonlight, your fingers numb with cold, your handwriting a mess. I count the days until Sunday. I will meet you at the place we discussed. Yours always, T. You sleep 4 hours. Then you wake and do it again. This was every day. Every single day except Sunday, when servants attended church in the morning and had the afternoon theoretically free. Though free meant running errands, mending clothes, writing letters home to families you sent money to, even though you had none to spare. Thomas's half day was the first Thursday of each month. He lived for that Thursday. On his half day in June 1816, Thomas met William at Hyde Park. They walked along the Serpentine. It was a warm day, rare for London. The park was crowded. Nurses with children, gentlemen on horseback, ladies with parasols. Two young men walking together attracted no notice. They walked for 2 hours. Thomas describes it in a letter written that night. We spoke of everything and nothing. He told me about his childhood in Shropshire. I told him about Kent. We invented a future we will never have. A cottage somewhere. A garden. A life where we might wake together and make our own hours. It is a fantasy, and both of them know it. Servants do not retire to cottages. Servants work until they are too old or sick to work, and then they are dismissed without pension. The workhouse waits, or begging, or death. But the fantasy sustains them. In July, something shifts. William's letters become shorter, less frequent. Thomas writes anxiously. I have not heard from you in 10 days. Are you well? Have I offended? No response. 2 weeks pass. Finally, a letter arrives. Forgive my silence. Circumstances have become difficult. I will explain when we meet. They meet in August, St. James's Park this time, late afternoon. William looks exhausted, thinner. He tells Thomas that the family he works for is in financial trouble. The house is being sold. The servants will be dismissed. He has 1 month to find a new position. This is catastrophe. A dismissal without reference, even an innocent one due to financial hardship, makes finding new work nearly impossible. Household employment depends on references. A footman without references is unemployable. Thomas offers to speak to Mr. Graves, to see if his household might hire William. But his household is fully staffed. There are no openings. Every good house in Mayfair has a waiting list of applicants. William begins searching. He visits registry offices where servants seek employment. The registry offices are bleak places, crowded rooms full of desperate men and women, all competing for a handful of positions. Employers visit to inspect candidates like livestock. William stands in line. He is interviewed by housekeepers and butlers who look him up and down and ask invasive questions. How old are you? Are you healthy? Do you drink? Why did you leave your last position? He does not find work. September comes. The house is sold. William is dismissed. He has saved almost nothing. £6, total. He takes a room in a boarding house in Clerkenwell. The room costs 2 shillings a week. It is a single room shared with 3 other men, all unemployed. The boarding house is filthy, mice, bedbugs, the smell of unwashed bodies and boiled cabbage. Thomas visits him there once. He is horrified. He brings food, bread, cheese, apples stolen from his own household's kitchen. He brings money, £3, which is everything Thomas has saved. William refuses at first. Thomas insists, please, let me help. They sit on the edge of William's bed in a room full of strangers. They cannot touch, they can barely speak, but they sit close, shoulders nearly brushing, and for 10 minutes they simply exist in each other's presence. Thomas leaves before dark. The neighbourhood is dangerous after dark. Walking home through London streets, he cries. He writes that night, I have never felt so helpless. I would give anything to change his circumstances and have nothing to give. William finds work in October, not in London. A household in Bath is hiring. The pay is less, £18 a year instead of 20. The work is harder, 3rd footman in a house with only 3, which means longer hours, heavier duties. But it is work. It is survival. He takes the position. He leaves London in late October. He and Thomas meet one last time the night before he goes. They meet in the churchyard of St. George's after dark. It is raining. Cold. They stand under the eaves of the church out of the rain, and they hold each other. Just hold each other. No words. What is there to say? William leaves at dawn. The last letter in the collection is from Thomas, dated November 1816. You have been gone 3 weeks. I have received no word. I do not know if you arrived safely. I do not know if you think of me. I know only that I think of you constantly, and that this city feels empty without you, and that I am yours, whatever that means now, wherever you are. Yours always. There are no more letters after that. We do not know if William wrote back. We do not know if they ever saw each other again. But Thomas was not the only gay servant in Regency London, not even close. Let me introduce you to James Critchley, who worked as a valet in Grosvenor Square from 1812 to 1819. We know about James because he was arrested. Court records survive. His story is darker than Thomas's, sharper, and it ends badly. James was 31 when he was arrested in March 1818. He had worked for the same family, the Ashworths, for 6 years. A valet ranked higher than a footman, better pay, more responsibility, closer proximity to wealth. James dressed Mr. Ashworth each morning, shaved him, styled his hair, laid out his clothes, packed for trips, managed his wardrobe. He was trusted, valued, until he was not. The arrest happened because of a letter, always letters. James had written to another man, a coachman named Robert Finch who worked for a family in Bloomsbury. The letter was explicit, not veiled, not careful. James described what they had done together, what he wanted to do again, in language clear enough that no magistrate could misinterpret it. The letter was intercepted. We do not know how. Perhaps Robert's employer opened it. Perhaps another servant found it and turned it over. Perhaps Robert himself, frightened, brought it to authorities to prove his own innocence. The records do not say. James was arrested at the Ashworth house. 2 constables came to the servants' entrance at dawn. They took him in front of the entire staff. The butler, the housekeeper, the footman, the maids. Everyone watched as he was led away in irons. The trial was held at the Old Bailey. James pleaded not guilty. He claimed the letter was a forgery, that someone held a grudge against him, but handwriting experts testified. The letter was in his hand. Robert Finch testified against him, describing their relationship in detail to save himself. He painted James as the aggressor, the seducer, himself as an innocent victim. James was convicted of attempted sodomy. The judge sentenced him to 2 years in prison and 1 hour in the pillory. The pillory was set up in Haymarket on a Saturday morning. Crowds gathered. Executions and pillories were public entertainment in Regency London. People brought their children. Street vendors sold pies and gin. The atmosphere was festive. James was locked into the wooden frame, his head and hands through holes, his body bent and exposed. The crowd threw things, rotten vegetables at first, then stones, then worse, dead cats, excrement. Someone threw a broken bottle. It hit James in the face. Blood poured from his temple. The hour lasted forever. When they released him, he could barely stand. His face was shredded, his left eye swollen shut, his clothes soaked with filth and blood. They took him directly to Newgate prison. He served 18 months, released early for good behaviour, though what good behaviour means in that context is unclear. We know he was released in September 1819 because a record exists of his discharge. After that, he vanishes. No employment records. No parish records. Nothing. Men released from prison for sodomy did not find respectable work again. The best they could hope for was manual labour, begging, or emigration. I tell you James's story not to depress you but to show the stakes. Thomas and William's caution was not paranoia. It was survival. Now let me take you somewhere lighter. Below stairs at a house on Curzon Street in 1814, where a housemaid named Catherine Miller kept a diary that mentions, in passing, 2 footmen who were clearly lovers. Catherine was 26, unmarried, sharp-witted. Her diary survives in fragments, pages torn from a bound journal found in an attic in 1967. She writes about daily household life with humour and detail, the cook's terrible temper, the housekeeper's fondness for sherry, the butler's gout, and, in an entry from June 1814, this: Mr. Davies and Mr. Porter are inseparable as always. They take their half-days together and return in high spirits. Mrs. Henshaw says it is unnatural. I say it is no business of ours, and they do their work well enough. Mr. Davies and Mr. Porter, first footman and second footman. Catherine mentions them throughout the diary, always together. They share a bedroom. They walk to church together on Sundays. Once, she notes, they were caught by the butler whispering and laughing after lights out and were reprimanded. She never says explicitly that they are lovers. She does not have to. The details paint the picture. In another entry, September 1814, Mr. Davies received distressing news from home. His mother is ill. Mr. Porter sat with him in the servants' hall past midnight. I brought them tea. They did not notice me. The diary ends abruptly in November 1814. No explanation. Perhaps Catherine left service. Perhaps she married. Perhaps she simply stopped writing. But those few mentions of Davies and Porter give us something precious, a glimpse of a relationship that existed, functioned, was known to the household, and was quietly tolerated. Not all households were hostile. Some butlers and housekeepers looked the other way. Some recognized love when they saw it and chose kindness over cruelty. Mrs. Henshaw disapproved, but she did not report them. Catherine herself clearly felt protective. They do their work well enough, is a defense, however mild. Let me tell you about the servants' hall because it was the center of below-stairs life. The servants' hall was a common room in the basement where servants gathered for meals and rare moments of rest. A long table, benches, a fireplace if you were lucky. The hierarchy was enforced even here. Senior servants sat at the head of the table, junior servants at the foot. Meals were served in order of rank. The butler and housekeeper ate first and best. The scullery maid ate last and least. But the servants' hall was also where gossip flowed, alliances formed, and romance began. Young men and women worked side by side for years. Proximity bred intimacy. Housemaids fell in love with footmen. Footmen fell in love with footmen. Kitchen maids slipped love notes into coat pockets. The servants' hall after dinner was the only time servants could socialize, and even then, talking was discouraged. Silence was the rule. Mr. Graves enforced it in Thomas's household. Eat quickly, clean your plate. No conversation unless the butler initiates it. But silence is hard to enforce when 20 people are crammed around a table, exhausted and hungry, and desperate for human connection. Servants developed silent communication. A look across the table. A folded note passed hand to hand under the table. A touch of fingers when passing a dish. Thomas describes this in a letter. We have learned to speak without words. A glance can mean I miss you. A smile can mean tonight. Who was we in that context? Not William. William worked in another house. Thomas means someone in his own household. Another footman? The hall boy? He never clarifies. Perhaps it was John Pitwell, the young blonde footman from Dorset who was entirely too affectionate. John appears throughout the letters in the background, eager to please, lonely, attaching himself to Thomas like a puppy. Thomas is kind but firm. He does not lead John on, but he also does not humiliate him. There is a tenderness in that. Thomas was in love with someone he could barely see, and meanwhile, a boy who loved him was sleeping 3 feet away every night. The restraint required, the loneliness on all sides. Let me take you to a specific night. January 1817. Thomas's household is hosting a dinner party. 20 guests. The dining room blazes with candles. The table is set with the best china, crystal glasses, silver platters. Downstairs in the kitchen, chaos. The cook is shouting. The kitchen maids are running. A housemaid drops a platter and bursts into tears. Thomas and John are stationed in the dining room. They stand against the wall in full livery, silent and still as statues. The guests eat course after course: turtle soup, roasted pheasant, syllabub. Wine flows, conversation flows, laughter. Thomas's feet ache. He has been standing for 3 hours. His stomach is empty. The smell of roasted meat is torture. Beside him, John sways slightly. Exhaustion or hunger or both. A guest gestures for more wine. Thomas steps forward, lifts the decanter, pours. His hand is steady, his face is blank. The guest does not look at him. He is furniture. He returns to his position against the wall. John catches his eye. Just for a second. A look that says, "I am so tired." Thomas's expression does not change, but he shifts his weight slightly so his shoulder brushes John's. A touch so brief it might be accidental. It is not accidental. It means, "I know. I am tired too. We will survive this." That tiny moment of contact is all the comfort available. They stand in silence for another 2 hours while the guests drink port and the candles burn down, and finally, near midnight, the party ends. Downstairs, the servants eat the leftovers. There is plenty tonight. The guests were too drunk to finish their food. Cold pheasant, potatoes, a heel of bread soaked in gravy. Thomas eats like a starving man. Across the table, John does the same. Mr. Graves retires to his room. The housekeeper follows. The senior servants disappear. The junior servants are left to clean up. Thomas and John carry dishes to the scullery. They scrape plates. They wipe down the table. The kitchen is warm from the fires. The scullery maid has gone to bed. For a moment, they are alone. John speaks quietly. "Thank you for earlier." Thomas knows what he means. The shoulder brush, the silent acknowledgement. It was nothing. It was not nothing. Thomas looks at him. John is 19. Blonde hair falling into his eyes, tired, hopeful, in love with someone who does not love him back. Thomas could kiss him. No one would know. No one is here. John wants it so badly the wanting is written all over his face. Thomas does not kiss him. He says gently, "You should sleep. Tomorrow will be long." John's face falls. Just for a moment. Then he nods. "Yes, of course. Good night, Thomas." "Good night, John." They go upstairs to their shared bedroom. They undress in the dark. They lie in their separate narrow beds. The room is freezing. Outside, London is silent under snow. Thomas does not sleep. He thinks about William, somewhere in Bath, sleeping in a servant's attic in a house Thomas will never see. He thinks about John, 3 feet away, pretending to sleep. He thinks about the guest at dinner who gestured for wine without looking at him, who sat in warmth and light and plenty, while Thomas stood silent and starving. He thinks about the life he will never have. The cottage, the garden, the mornings waking beside someone who loves him. He is 24 years old. He will work as a footman until his body gives out. Then what? There is no pension, no savings, no future. Only the endless present of standing in cold rooms in other people's houses, serving other people's meals, building other people's fires. He falls asleep near dawn. 3 hours later, he wakes and does it again. Let me tell you about a scandal that rocked Mayfair in 1815. A household on Park Lane. The butler was arrested for running a molly house. Molly houses were underground clubs where gay men gathered. Taverns, private rooms, coffee houses, any space where men could meet without immediate suspicion. Some molly houses were well known to authorities and raided regularly. Others operated quietly for years. The butler's name was Edward Frost. He had worked in the same house for 12 years. Respected, trusted. He earned £60 a year, a fortune for a servant. He managed a staff of 18. He controlled the household budget, hired and fired servants, ran the house like a military operation. He also ran a molly house in a rented room above a tavern in Covent Garden. The room was raided in March 1815. 14 men were arrested. Edward was among them. The trial was sensational. Newspapers covered it gleefully. The Morning Chronicle described the scene. Men dressed as women, engaged in acts of gross indecency, dancing and carousing in a manner offensive to all decency. Edward was sentenced to 3 years in prison and the pillory. The other men received similar sentences. The tavern keeper, who rented the room, was fined but not imprisoned. What interests me is the household Edward left behind. The family he worked for, the Comptons, were mortified. The scandal touched them by association. Their butler arrested for sodomy. Their household linked to a Molly house. The shame. They dismissed the entire staff. All 18 servants. Gone. References revoked. Employment terminated immediately. This is collective punishment. The footmen who knew nothing, the maids who suspected nothing, the cook who had worked there for 20 years, all dismissed because their butler was gay. 18 people lost their livelihoods because one man was arrested for loving men. The injustice is staggering, but it was also strategy. The Comptons needed to publicly distance themselves from the scandal. Keeping the staff would imply tolerance or complicity. Dismissing everyone was a statement. We are shocked. We are innocent. We knew nothing. I wonder about those 18 servants. Where did they go? How many found new positions? How many ended up in workhouses or on the streets? The records do not say. The Comptons are mentioned in society pages for the rest of the decade, hosting parties, attending events, entirely unbothered. The servants disappear from history. Edward Frost survived the pillory, barely. He served 2 years of his sentence and was released early due to overcrowding in Newgate. He emigrated to America in 1818. A ship's manifest lists him as a passenger on a vessel bound for New York. After that, nothing. Perhaps he found work. Perhaps he built a new life. Perhaps he died on the voyage. We will never know, but his story rippled through the servant community in London. Everyone knew about the Park Lane scandal. Everyone knew a butler could be arrested, and everyone under him punished. The fear tightened. The caution increased. Thomas mentions it in a letter dated April 1815, 1 month after Edward's arrest. The news from Park Lane has shaken us all. Mr. Graves watches us more closely. I am more careful than ever. Careful meant burning letters immediately after reading them. Careful meant meeting in public spaces only, never private rooms. Careful meant never writing anything explicit. Careful meant living in constant fear. And still, they loved. Let me take you to a wedding. Not a legal wedding, of course, but a private ceremony between 2 men in a rented room above a printer's shop in Holborn, June 1813. The ceremony was documented in a diary kept by a man named Samuel Wright, a clerk who was part of a small underground network of gay men in London. His diary was discovered in a house clearance in 1954 and donated to a university archive. It sat unread for decades. Historians found it in 2003. Samuel describes the ceremony in detail. The 2 men were servants, a footman and a coachman, both in their 20s. He does not give their full names, only initials, TB and JL. They exchanged rings made of braided copper wire. They spoke vows they had written themselves. A friend played fiddle. 10 men attended as witnesses. Samuel writes, "They held hands and spoke their promises, and I confess I wept. To see 2 men claim each other so openly, even in secret, even knowing the danger. It is an act of extraordinary courage." After the vows, they shared a meal. Bread, cheese, cold meat, beer. Someone toasted the couple. They drank, they sang. For a few hours, they celebrated love in a world that criminalized it. Samuel adds a postscript. "I pray they are careful. I pray they are safe. I pray the world will someday see what we see tonight, that love is love, whatever form it takes." The world did not see. Not in 1813. Not for nearly 2 centuries after. But TB and JL had that one night. They had witnesses. They had rings. They had vows. It counts. It mattered. Their names are lost, but their love is recorded. I wonder if they stayed together. I wonder if they were caught. I wonder if they grew old or died young, if they were happy or heartbroken, if they ever regretted the risk. I hope they had years. I hope they had mornings waking together and evenings walking together and quiet nights sitting by a fire. I hope they had everything Thomas and William dreamed of and never got. But hope is not history. History is what survives in documents and records and letters hidden in wooden boxes. And what survives tells us this: being gay and working class in Regency England required astonishing bravery. Every act of love was an act of resistance. Let me tell you about the language servants used: code words, signals, the entire vocabulary of secrecy. Friend meant lover. Particular friend meant serious lover. If a servant wrote home saying, "I have made a particular friend in the household," his family might understand, or they might not. The ambiguity was intentional. Plausible deniability built into every sentence. Walking out together was courtship language, used for heterosexual and homosexual relationships alike. Two footmen walking out together on Sunday afternoons looked to outsiders like friends taking exercise. To each other, it meant everything. My companion was another term. Neutral enough for letters that might be read by employers, intimate enough to carry weight between the men themselves. The Regency era had a whole underground vocabulary. Molly meant a gay man, sometimes affectionate, sometimes derogatory, depending on who said it. The trade meant sex work, but also the informal networks where gay men found each other. Marjorie's was another slang term, less common. He is so meant he is gay, a phrase so vague it could mean anything and therefore meant everything. Servants learned this language the way you learn any second language, by necessity, immersion, and fear of getting it wrong. There were also physical signals, the way you tied your cravat, the colour of your handkerchief, an earring in the left ear versus the right. These signals were unreliable, constantly changing, often regional. What meant safety in London might mean danger in Bath, but men tried anyway, desperate for any way to recognise each other in a hostile world. A letter survives from 1819, author unknown, found in a bundle of papers sold at auction. The letter describes a system of recognition used among footmen in Belgravia. If you wore your livery coat unbuttoned at the top, it signalled openness. If you caught someone's eye and held it for 3 seconds, you were interested. If they looked away, you moved on. If they held your gaze, you had found someone. 3 seconds. That is all it took to change a life or end it. The letter continues. I have used this method thrice and been fortunate twice. The third time, the man reported me to his master. I was dismissed without reference. I tell you this so you might be more cautious than I was. Cautious. Always cautious. And still, men took the risk. Let me take you inside another household, Berkeley Square, 1818. A young hallboy named Peter Drummond, 14 years old, who arrived in London from Scotland with no family, no connections, and no understanding of what his own feelings meant. Peter's story comes from parish records. He was admitted to St. George's Workhouse in December 1818, age 14, suffering from malnutrition and pneumonia. The intake officer noted, "Boy claims he was dismissed from service for moral turpitude, refuses to elaborate." Moral turpitude was the phrase used for sexual misconduct. For a 14-year-old boy, it likely meant he was caught with another servant, or perhaps assaulted by someone senior and then blamed for it. The records do not specify. Peter spent 3 months in the workhouse. The workhouse was death for most who entered. Disease, starvation, despair. But Peter survived. In March 1819, he was apprenticed to a tailor in Whitechapel. The tailor's name was Mr. Benjamin Cole. Here, the story takes a turn. Benjamin Cole appears in records as a tailor, age 42, unmarried, who employed several apprentices. He ran a small shop making men's clothing. His reputation was good. His work was fine. He was also, almost certainly, gay. 3 of his apprentices over the years were boys dismissed from service for moral turpitude. 3. That is not coincidence. Benjamin was taking in boys who had nowhere else to go, boys whose queerness had made them unemployable in respectable households. He taught them a trade, he gave them room and board, he gave them safety. Peter Drummond worked for Benjamin Cole for 6 years. In 1825, parish records note that Peter opened his own tailoring shop in Shoreditch. He was 21. He had survived dismissal, the workhouse, poverty, and somehow built a life. We do not know if Peter and Benjamin were lovers. We do not know if Benjamin took in these boys out of pure charity or something more complicated. What we know is this: Benjamin saved lives. He gave queer boys a second chance when the world offered none. I think about Benjamin often, a middle-aged tailor in Whitechapel, quietly building a network of safety, asking nothing in return. No letters survive, no diary, just his name in records, attached to boys the world had thrown away. He died in 1834. His shop passed to one of his former apprentices. The work continued. That is heroism. Quiet, unglamorous, unrecorded heroism. Now let me tell you about pleasure, because not every story is tragedy. Gay servants found joy. They found laughter. They found sex and music and dancing and moments of pure, uncomplicated happiness. Servants' dances were one source of joy. Once a month, sometimes more, households would host dances in their basements or rent a hall. Servants from neighboring houses attended. There was music, food, dancing. Courtship happened openly for heterosexual couples. A maid and a footman dancing 3 times in a row signaled interest. For gay servants, the dances were more complicated, but no less important. You danced with women to avoid suspicion, but you watched the men. You noticed who stood alone, who declined invitations to dance, who seemed as lonely as you felt. After the dance, groups walked home together through dark streets. Alliances formed. Conversations happened. Sometimes, men peeled off in pairs, claiming they lived in the same direction. A letter from 1817, unsigned, describes one such night. We walked together through Mayfair, the streets empty and cold, and when we reached the mews behind his house, he pulled me into the shadows and kissed me. It was my first kiss. I was 23 years old. I had thought I would die without knowing that feeling. First kisses in alleyways behind great houses. Stolen moments in coal cellars. Hurried encounters in attic bedrooms while everyone else was downstairs. This was the geography of gay servant life. Mapping the hidden spaces, the forgotten corners, the minutes when no one was watching. Sex happened. Of course it did. Young men living in close quarters, sleeping 3 to a room, washing together, dressing together. Proximity and desire are a volatile combination. Some relationships were transactional, an older footman initiating a younger hallboy. Pleasure mixed with power imbalance and exploitation. Some were coercive, some were rape, though that word was never used. But some were tender, some were mutual, some were love. A senior valet teaching a junior valet how to shave a gentleman properly, standing close, hands guiding hands, breath warm on the back of the neck, the moment stretching, the lesson becoming something else. 2 footmen sharing a bed on a freezing winter night because there were not enough blankets. Bodies pressed together for warmth, then warmth becoming touch, touch becoming more. The letters hint at this. Thomas writes once carefully, "I think of the night we had. I think of it constantly. I long for another such night." What happened that night? The letter does not say, but the longing is clear. Let me tell you about the risks of pregnancy for housemaids, because it connects to gay servants in an unexpected way. Housemaids who became pregnant were dismissed instantly. No exceptions, no second chances. A pregnant maid was unemployable and often ended up in the workhouse or prostitution. This created a brutal incentive structure. Maids avoided relationships with men, or they sought relationships that carried no risk of pregnancy. Some maids had relationships with gay footmen, arrangements of mutual protection. She got companionship and a shield against unwanted advances from straight men. He got cover, a sweetheart he could mention to deflect suspicion. These arrangements appear occasionally in records. A housemaid and footman walking out for years but never marrying. Employers assumed the footman was honourable, saving money before proposing. In reality, he was spending his half-days with a coachman in Bloomsbury, and she was spending hers with another housemaid. Mutual aid, survival strategy, queer solidarity before that phrase existed. One such arrangement is documented in letters between a housemaid named Elizabeth Carr and her sister in Yorkshire, dated 1816 to 1820. Elizabeth writes cheerfully about her intended, a footman named Mr. Davies, possibly the same Mr. Davies mentioned in Catherine Miller's diary, possibly not. The name was common. Elizabeth describes walks in the park, shared meals, companionable silences. She never mentions marriage plans. Her sister eventually writes, concerned, "When will Mr. Davies propose?" Elizabeth's response is telling. "I am content as we are. Not all happiness requires marriage." In 1820, Elizabeth left service and moved to a cottage in Surrey with another woman, a former lady's maid. They lived together for 30 years. Parish records list them as sisters. They were not sisters. Mr. Davies disappears from the letters after 1820. Perhaps the arrangement ended when Elizabeth left London. Perhaps he found someone else. Perhaps he continued working as a footman until his body gave out and died in a workhouse, unnamed and unremembered. Or perhaps he found happiness too. I choose to believe he did. Let me give you one more name, one more story, because every name I speak is a person pulled from silence. George Harper, under footman in a house on Portman Square, 1814, age 19. We know about George because he wrote poetry. The poems were discovered in 2011 in a bundle of papers at an estate sale. 12 poems, handwritten, signed with initials. Historical handwriting analysis confirmed they were written around 1814. The content is unmistakably queer. One poem begins, "I dare not speak his name aloud, nor write it plain for fear, but in my heart his name resounds, more precious, more dear." Another, "We sleep but 3 feet apart, and yet an ocean lies between. I watch him in the morning dark, and long for what cannot be seen." The poems are not great literature, the rhymes are awkward, the metre stumbles, but the emotion is raw and real. George was 19 and in love with someone he could not have. He wrote poems by candlelight in a freezing attic bedroom. He poured his longing onto paper. Then he hid the papers somewhere safe, and somehow, 200 years later, they survived. We do not know who George loved. We do not know if he ever told the person. We do not know if George lived a long life or a short one, if he found happiness or died lonely. What we know is he loved someone so much that he risked writing it down. That is courage. That is faith. Faith that words matter, that love matters, that someday someone might read these poems and understand. I read them, George. I understand. Now let me bring us to the end of the era. By 1820, the Regency was ending. King George III died. George IV ascended the throne. The world was changing. Industrialization, political reform, the slow grinding shift toward modernity. For servants, almost nothing changed. The work was the same, the hierarchy was the same, the lack of freedom, autonomy, and future remained constant. Gay servants in 1820 faced the same risks as in 1811. Sodomy was still a capital crime. The pillory still waited. Employment still depended on secrecy. But something was shifting underground. The networks were growing. Molly houses were proliferating. More men were taking risks, finding each other, building communities in the cracks of a hostile society. The men I have told you about tonight, Thomas and William, James Critchley, Mr. Davies and Mr. Porter, Peter Drummond, George Harper, they were part of something larger than themselves. They were part of a long, unbroken chain of queer people who loved in secret, survived in fear, and passed their stories forward in letters and poems and whispered histories. We are the inheritors of those stories. Every right we have, every freedom, every moment we hold hands in public without fear, we owe it to them. They did not have cottages. They did not have gardens. They did not have mornings waking together as old men. But they had love. They had each other, in stolen minutes and hidden corners. They had the courage to want more than the world allowed. And they have us now, speaking their names, remembering their lives, saying out loud what they could only whisper. Thomas Harding, William Marsh, James Critchley, Robert Finch, John Pitwell, Edward Frost, T.B. and J.L. Peter Drummond, Benjamin Cole, George Harper. Their names matter. Their love matters. Their lives were not tragic footnotes. They were full human stories, lived with bravery and tenderness and hope against hope. We get to remember them. That is the gift. That is the grace. Sleep well, knowing they existed, knowing they loved, knowing we carry them forward. From the cold attic bedrooms of Regency Mayfair, we now travel halfway across the world to another corner of the British Empire, a place of monsoons and marble, stifling heat and strict hierarchy, where Indian servants and British officers navigated desire across impossible divides. Next, we move to the colonial estates of British India, 1857 to 1947, where gay servants in the colonial British estates of India built lives in the shadow of empire. Calcutta, 1885. The British are building an empire on the backs of Indian servants, and some of those backs are being admired a little too closely. We need to talk about the most open secret in colonial India, the one nobody wrote down in official records but everybody knew. British men, living in isolation from white women for years at a time, developing what they called native attachments and what we would call love affairs, sometimes brief, sometimes decades long, sometimes ending in heartbreak, sometimes in quiet domestic contentment that looked exactly like marriage, except the law refused to call it that. The servants knew. Of course they knew. They washed the sheets. Let me introduce you to Ram Prasad, who worked in the household of Captain Edmund Thornhill in Lucknow from 1887 to 1903. We know about Ram Prasad because Thornhill kept a private diary that his great-grandson donated to the British Library in 1978, apparently without reading it first. The family was mortified when scholars started requesting access. Ram Prasad was hired as a general house servant when he was 19. Within 6 months, Thornhill's diary stops referring to him as the boy and starts using his name. Within a year, the entries get extremely specific about what they did together on Wednesday evenings when the other servants had leave. Thornhill never married. In 16 years of military service in India, he never took home leave. When he finally retired to Hampshire in 1903, Ram Prasad went with him. They lived together until Thornhill's death in 1921. The local parish records list Ram Prasad as manservant in Thornhill's household. The diary calls him something else entirely. I cannot imagine my life without him, Thornhill wrote in 1899. He is the better half of me. The Raj thinks I have gone native. Let them think what they like. The British Raj operated on a principle of profound hypocrisy. Publicly, homosexuality was criminal under Section 377 of the Indian Penal Code, enacted in 1860. The law prohibited carnal intercourse against the order of nature, which was Victorian legal speak for any sex act between men. The penalty was 10 years to life imprisonment. Privately, everyone knew that British officials, soldiers and planters were sleeping with their Indian servants. Constantly. The evidence is everywhere once you start looking. Diaries, letters home with carefully coded language, pension arrangements that make no sense unless you understand the relationship, wills leaving entire estates to my faithful servant, who was 23 years old when the old colonel died. The colonial administration had a system for this, not officially. Nothing was ever official. But there was a system nonetheless. Young British men arrived in India, usually in their early 20s. They were assigned housing. They were expected to hire a household staff. The local Indian servants knew exactly what the new Sahib was looking for, based on how he conducted the interview. Some men asked about cooking skills and references. Some men asked about age and whether the applicant had family obligations that might require him to leave suddenly. If you were a young Indian man in need of employment and you understood what was being offered, you could make a calculation. You could have steady work, better pay than most Indians would ever see, and the protection of a British officer. The cost was your body, your privacy, and the knowledge that your entire life depended on one man's continued affection. Sounds grim, right? It often was, but not always. And that is the complicated part. Gopal Mehta was 16 when he entered service in the household of Thomas Ashford, a district magistrate in Bengal, in 1891. This is documented in Ashford's account books, which survived because they were evidence in a later court case about property disputes. The case had nothing to do with Gopal. His name just appears in the household ledgers. Ashford paid for Gopal's education, private English tutor 3 times a week, for 7 years. By 1898, Gopal was fluent in English, could read Latin, and was managing Ashford's entire household accounts. When Ashford was transferred to Bombay in 1899, Gopal went with him. When Ashford was transferred to Simla in 1903, Gopal went with him. When Ashford developed tuberculosis in 1907 and was sent back to England to die, Gopal went with him. Ashford died in Cornwall in 1908. His will left everything to my dear companion Gopal Mehta, without whom my years in India would have been unendurable. The family contested the will. They called Gopal a scheming servant who had manipulated a dying man. They used words like unnatural influence, which was Victorian code for exactly what you think it means. The case went to court. Gopal won. He used the inheritance to return to India and open a school for poor children in Bengal. It operated until 1947, when partition forced it to close. Gopal lived until 1951. He never married. In his own will, he left his remaining money to the memory of Thomas Ashford, who gave me a life I could never have imagined. You can decide for yourself what that relationship was. Exploitation or love. Probably both. Probably something more complicated than either word can hold. But here is what I know. Gopal Mehta had choices, not many, not fair choices. But he chose to stay. He chose to follow Ashford to England. He chose to fight for the inheritance. He chose to honour Ashford's memory for 43 years after the man died. That is not nothing. The other servants watched these relationships unfold with clear eyes. They were not scandalized exactly. Indian culture had its own long history with homoeroticism, though the British liked to pretend otherwise. The Kama Sutra described male-male desire. The Mughal courts had been full of beautiful young men who were decidedly more than attendants. Hindu mythology had gods who changed gender and romantic devotion that crossed every boundary. What the Indian servants found strange was not that British men desired other men. It was the guilt, the shame, the way the British sahibs would share a bed with a male servant for years and still act mortified if someone mentioned it directly. The English think they invented secrecy, one Indian valet supposedly said, according to a letter written by a British officer's wife in 1897. They do not realize we have been keeping their secrets for a century. That letter is in the India Office records, by the way. The wife was complaining about how the servants gossiped about her husband's friendship with his secretary. She was furious that the servants knew. The irony of writing this down in a letter that would be archived for historians to read 130 years later apparently escaped her. Let me tell you about the household of Colonel William Fraser, who lived in Delhi in the 1820s and early 1830s. Fraser was unusual because he didn't hide anything. He lived openly with his male Indian companion, whose name was Farzand Ali. They shared a house. They appeared in public together. Fraser commissioned paintings of Farzand Ali, dressed in fine clothes, looking like a prince. Fraser was murdered in 1835. The trial became a scandal not because anyone cared about his death, but because the details of his household came out in testimony. Servants described how Fraser and Farzand Ali lived as man and wife, how they ate together, slept together, travelled together, how Fraser had made provisions for Farzand Ali in his will. The British press in India went wild. How dare Fraser treat a native as an equal? How dare he flaunt his degeneracy? The trial transcripts are fascinating because everyone is talking around what Fraser and Farzand Ali actually were to each other. They use phrases like unnatural friendship and oriental vices and shameful intimacy. Not one person in that courtroom was confused about what they meant. They just couldn't say it directly. That would have required admitting it was common. After Fraser's death, Farzand Ali disappeared from the historical record. We don't know what happened to him. The will was contested. The inheritance was seized by Fraser's British family. Farzand Ali's name appears in the trial transcript 47 times, and then never again. His name was Farzand Ali. He existed. He loved someone who loved him back, at least enough to commission paintings and leave him money. Then the man who protected him died, and Farzand Ali vanished into the place where Indian servants always vanished when the British no longer needed them visible. The hill stations were particularly notorious for these relationships. Simla, Darjeeling, Mussoorie. These were the summer retreats where British officials fled the heat of the plains. They brought their households with them. The hill stations were small, isolated communities where everyone knew everyone else's business. In Simla, there was a circuit of British households where certain male servants would be loaned out for private parties. This is documented in multiple sources, usually as scandalized gossip. The servants were young, attractive, and understood that their job was not just to serve drinks. A missionary's wife wrote in 1893 about the shame of Simla, describing parties where British men openly flirted with Indian servants. She was horrified. She wrote letters to the Bishop of Calcutta demanding action. The bishop wrote back suggesting she mind her own business. His exact words were more polite, but that was the substance. One of the regular attendees at these parties was Lieutenant Henry Stokes, who had a long-term relationship with his khidmatgar, a table servant named Amir. We know this because Stokes was cashiered from the army in 1897 after a fellow officer reported him for conduct unbecoming. The official report is vague. The unofficial rumours were not. Stokes lost his commission, his pension, and his reputation. He stayed in India anyway. He and Amir moved to a small town in the Punjab and opened a shop selling English goods to the remaining British community. They lived together for another 23 years until Stokes died in 1920. The shop was called Stokes and Son. Amir was not Stokes's son. Everyone knew this. No one said anything. What were they going to do? Report him to the authorities? He had already lost everything the authorities could take. After Stokes died, Amir kept the shop open for another 8 years. He never used Stokes's last name, but he kept the sign exactly as it was. When Amir finally closed the shop in 1928, he painted over the name himself, white paint over black letters. Then he moved back to his family village and lived there until his death in 1934. Amir left no written record, no diary, no letters. We only know his name because it appears in the army tribunal records, and because British residents of that Punjab town mentioned him in their memoirs as Stokes's faithful servant. They always said it with a particular emphasis on faithful, that tells you everything you need to know about what they meant. Let's talk about money, because this was never just about desire. It was always about power, and power under the Raj meant money. Indian male servants in British households earned between 6 and 15 rupees per month in the 1890s. This was more than most Indians earned, but barely enough to live on. However, a servant who became a sahib's favorite could expect gifts, new clothes, extra food, sometimes money for family emergencies, sometimes an education for a younger brother. Some servants negotiated better terms. A khidmatgar named Hari Lal worked for a British judge in Calcutta in the 1880s and managed to save enough money to buy his own house. When the judge died in 1891, he left Hari Lal an additional 500 rupees, which was more than 3 years' wages. Hari Lal used the money to open a small restaurant. He employed 6 people. He lived comfortably until his death in 1909. How did a servant on 15 rupees a month save enough to buy a house? The judge's household accounts provide no explanation. The judge's private correspondence, however, includes a letter to his brother in which he mentions, "My dear Harry, who manages everything for me and asks for so little." Hari Lal had leverage. He had affection. He had a relationship that meant something to both parties. And he turned it into security. Not every servant could. Not every servant wanted to. Some men took these positions because they had no choice. Drought, famine, family debt, the Indian economy under the Raj was a machinery of desperation. If the cost of feeding your children was letting a British officer touch you, many men paid it. This is the part where I could let you slip into comfortable outrage. The British were monsters. The servants were victims. Simple story. But simple stories are always incomplete. In 1902, a British civil servant named Arthur Pembroke was posted to a remote district in Orissa. He hired a young servant named Ravi, age 18. Within weeks, Pembroke's letters home take on a besotted tone. "I have never met anyone like him," Pembroke wrote to a friend. "He is beautiful, clever, and entirely beyond my reach, though he lives in my house." 6 months later, Pembroke wrote again, "Ravi and I have an understanding. I will say no more." 3 years later, Pembroke was abruptly transferred to another district. The reason given in official records was administrative necessity. The real reason, according to a letter from Pembroke's superior officer, was that Pembroke's native entanglement had become too visible and was causing scandal among the local British community. Pembroke left. Ravi stayed behind. Pembroke wrote to him for 5 years. Ravi never wrote back. Or maybe he did, and the letters didn't survive. We have Pembroke's side of the correspondence because his family kept it. We don't have Ravi's side because no one kept an Indian servant's letters to a British officer. That would have required treating those letters as worth keeping. Pembroke never saw Ravi again. He married an Englishwoman in 1912. He had 3 children. He died in 1934 after an unremarkable career in the Colonial service. His letters to Ravi stayed in a box in his study, marked "Private, Destroy Unopened." His daughter did not destroy them. She donated them to the Cambridge University Library in 1976 after reading them and realizing what they represented. She included a note. "These letters are a record of my father's great love. I hope someone will care." Ravi's full name was Ravi Shankar Das. He was 18 when he met Pembroke. He would have been 21 when Pembroke left. After that, the historical record offers nothing. Did he find another position? Did he return to his family? Did he remember Pembroke? Or did he move on the moment the Sahib was gone? We don't know. And that absence, that silence where Ravi's life should be, is the real story of gay servants in colonial India. We have the British side. We have their letters, their diaries, their guilt and longing and self-justification. We have their stories about what these relationships meant. We almost never have the servant's side. They were not writing it down. Or if they were, no one kept it. The architecture of these relationships was built into the colonial household itself. A British estate in India was not like an estate in England. It was smaller, more intimate. The servant quarters were often inside the main house, not tucked away in separate buildings. The British lived closer to their Indian servants than they ever would have lived near their English staff back home. This created opportunities and dangers. In a typical colonial household in the 1890s, a British bachelor would employ between 4 and 8 servants: a khidmatgar for table service, a cook, a sweeper for cleaning, a mali for the garden, a dobi for laundry, a sais for the horses, and a personal bearer who served as a combination of valet, secretary, and companion. That last position was where the lines blurred. A bearer had access to everything: your bedroom, your private papers, your clothing, your bath, your morning routine, and your evening routine, and every vulnerable moment in between. If you were a British man inclined toward other men, your bearer would know within a week. The way you looked at him while he shaved you. The way your voice changed when you asked him to stay late. The way you found excuses to keep him nearby. Some bearers deflected these attentions. They were very good at pretending not to notice. Others leaned in, because a bearer who became more than a bearer could secure his entire future. Let me tell you about Prakash Singh, who was the personal bearer to Major James Alcott in Madras from 1876 to 1893. Prakash was 22 when he took the position. Alcott was 34. The household account books show that Prakash's salary started at 8 rupees per month, which was standard. Within 2 years, it had increased to 20 rupees per month, which was extremely unusual. Alcott's private letters mention Prakash constantly. Prakash has been unwell, and I am beside myself with worry. Prakash accompanied me to the club, and the other officers were terribly rude about it. I cannot bear the thought of Prakash ever leaving my service. In 1885, Alcott purchased a house in Madras rather than living in military quarters. He gave Prakash his own room in the house, not in the servant quarters. A full bedroom on the 2nd floor, next to Alcott's own room. The door between them had no lock. When Alcott retired from the army in 1893, he stayed in India. He and Prakash lived in that Madras house until Alcott's death in 1909. Alcott's will left the house to Prakash, along with a yearly income of 300 rupees. The British executor of the estate tried to challenge the will, claiming Prakash had exercised undue influence over a vulnerable man. Prakash hired a lawyer, an Indian lawyer named C.R. Reddy, who had studied law in London and had a particular interest in challenging British assumptions about who could own property. Reddy argued that Alcott had been of sound mind, that the will was properly executed, and that Prakash had served Alcott faithfully for 17 years. He did not say what kind of faithfulness. He didn't need to. The court ruled in Prakash's favour. Prakash kept the house. He lived there until 1931, when he sold it and moved back to his family village in Punjab. He was 77 years old. He had spent 55 years in service to one British man, and he had emerged with property, savings, and independence. Did Prakash love Alcott? Did Alcott love Prakash? Or was this simply a transaction stretched across decades until it looked like devotion? I think the answer is yes to all of it. Humans contain multitudes. You can love someone and still calculate the advantage of staying. You can be genuinely devoted and still think clearly about the will. The letters Alcott wrote about Prakash read like a man in love. The way Prakash fought for the inheritance reads like someone who knew exactly what he had earned. Both things can be true. The seasonal rhythms of the Raj shaped these relationships in specific ways. Hot season, monsoon, cold season, and back around again. British households moved with the weather. Simla in summer, Calcutta in winter, small estate houses in the districts for the rest of the year. Every move required the servants to pack up the household, transport everything by train or cart, unpack, and establish a new temporary home. The British complained endlessly about the inconvenience. The servants did all the actual work. During these moves, the normal social surveillance loosened. On the train, in the in-between spaces, relationships could breathe a little more freely. A hand on a shoulder while loading luggage, a shared meal in a railway station, a late-night conversation in a rented room while waiting for the connecting train. One British officer, Captain George Hartley, kept a detailed journal of a move from Lahore to Simla in 1888. The journey took 4 days. Hartley's servant, a young man named Vikram, travelled in the same railway carriage. The journal describes their conversations. How Vikram told stories about his childhood in a village near Amritsar. How Hartley taught Vikram some English phrases. How they played cards to pass the time. On the third night, Hartley wrote, "We shared a sleeping berth as the train was overcrowded. It was improper, but no one seemed to notice or care. Vikram fell asleep with his head against my shoulder. I did not move for 3 hours. I have never been so uncomfortable or so content." The next entry is 4 days later. They had reached Simla. Hartley wrote nothing about those missing days, but his tone changed. The entries became shorter, more formal. He referred to Vikram as the servant again instead of by name. Something happened on that train, something that Hartley couldn't write down even in a private journal. And then they arrived in Simla, where other British households were watching, and the walls went back up. Hartley served in India for another 12 years. Vikram stayed with him for 7 of those years, then left Hartley's service in 1895. The journal mentions this in a single sentence: "Vikram has departed for employment elsewhere. I wish him well." The next entry, 3 days later, is just one line. "The house is very quiet." Hartley returned to England in 1900. He never married. He lived alone in a small cottage in Sussex until his death in 1922. The journal was donated to the Imperial War Museum by a distant cousin who found it in Hartley's effects. The cousin wrote a note, "I include this journal though some passages are peculiar. I believe it has historical value despite its oddities." Historians have been arguing for decades about whether Hartley and Vikram were lovers, or if Hartley was simply a lonely man who formed an intense friendship with his servant. This argument misses the point. They were whatever they were to each other in the privacy of that relationship. We don't need to label it, we just need to witness it. Vikram's last name is not recorded. Hartley never wrote it down, or if he did, those pages are missing. Vikram was approximately 19 years old when he left Hartley's service. He could have lived until 1950 or beyond. He could have had a full life after Hartley. A wife, children, grandchildren, stories he told or didn't tell. Or maybe he didn't. Maybe he died young. Maybe he took another position with another British officer and the whole pattern repeated. Maybe he remembered those years with Hartley his entire life. Or maybe he forgot them within a year. We will never know. Vikram did not leave a journal. The household hierarchies among servants created their own complex dynamics. The head bearer, or khidmatgar, had status. Junior servants deferred to them. If a British officer developed a relationship with his head bearer, the other servants noticed. Some were protective of the arrangement. Others resented it. Others simply didn't care as long as they got paid. In larger households, there were factions. The kitchen servants versus the house servants. The Hindu servants versus the Muslim servants. The servants who had been with the household for years versus new arrivals. Into this complex social world came the question of which servant shared the sahib's bed. A butler named Muhammad Khan worked in the Calcutta household of Sir Robert Clive, a distant relation of the more famous Clive, in the 1870s. Muhammad Khan managed a staff of 11 other servants. He had worked for the Clive family for 15 years and had enormous authority. When Sir Robert hired a new junior bearer in 1876, a young man named Époque, Muhammad Khan reportedly told him, "The Sahib will ask you to stay late sometimes. You can refuse. He will not dismiss you for that. But if you agree, you will have an easier time in this house. The choice is yours." This is recorded in a letter from Sir Robert's wife to her sister in England. Lady Clive was complaining about Muhammad Khan interfering in household management. She wrote, "The butler has taken it upon himself to instruct the new boy in matters that are absolutely none of his concern. I cannot fathom why Robert does not dismiss him. But Robert insists Khan is indispensable." Lady Clive was not stupid. She knew exactly what Khan was instructing the new boy about. She just couldn't say it directly. Not even in a private letter to her sister. Ashok stayed in the Clive household for 3 years. Muhammad Khan protected him. When other servants gossiped, Khan shut it down. When Lady Clive tried to reassign Ashok to tasks that would keep him away from Sir Robert, Khan found reasons why Ashok was needed elsewhere. Then in 1879, Sir Robert died suddenly of cholera. He was 43. The household dissolved within weeks. Lady Clive returned to England. Muhammad Khan retired with a small pension. The other servants scattered to new positions. Ashok's name appears in the household account books until October 1879, and then never again. He was 21 years old. He had lost his protector, Sir Robert, his advocate, Muhammad Khan, and his employment in the same month. If he found another position, we don't know where. If he survived the transition, we don't know how. The last mention of him is in Muhammad Khan's own brief memoir, written in Urdu years later and translated by a British scholar in 1920. Khan wrote, "I tried to help the younger servants understand their positions. Some were grateful, some were not. I think often of one boy who had a gentle nature. I hope his life was kind to him after our household ended." A gentle nature, that's all Khan would say. Even in his own memoir, written in his own language decades later, he could not be more explicit. The silence was that deep. The British medical establishment in India had opinions about these relationships. Doctors wrote extensively about the dangers of the Indian climate, Indian diseases, and Indian moral influences. In their framework, British men, who became too intimate with their Indian servants, were suffering from a kind of tropical degeneracy. The heat made you weak. The isolation made you susceptible. The presence of beautiful Indian men made you forget yourself. One military doctor, Surgeon Major Henry Bradshaw, wrote in 1889, "The young officer stationed in remote districts faces particular moral dangers. Without the civilizing influence of English ladies, surrounded by native servants of often considerable physical appeal, he may find himself succumbing to temptations that would never trouble him at home. The climate exacerbates these tendencies. I have seen promising young men entirely ruined by forming attachments to their native bearers." This was published in the Indian Medical Gazette. It was meant as a warning. What it actually was a confession that this happened constantly. Bradshaw recommended that young British officers be required to take regular home leave, join social clubs where they would meet English women, and avoid excessive familiarity with their servants. None of these recommendations were ever implemented, because the entire colonial system depended on British men living in close quarters with Indian servants for years at a time. You cannot build an empire on distance and formality. You need people to cook your food, wash your clothes, and share your life. Once you need them that close, other intimacies become inevitable. Some British officers internalized the guilt that doctors like Bradshaw prescribed. They developed elaborate systems of self-denial. Cold baths, vigorous exercise, long letters to sweethearts back home, prayer. Other officers simply stopped caring what anyone thought. Captain Edward Somerset lived in a hill station in the Himalayan foothills from 1893 to 1911. He never married. He had a servant named Époque, who everyone in the small British community understood was not simply a servant. They lived together openly. They ate meals together. They walked together in the evenings. Époque accompanied Somerset to the club, to church, to social calls. The local British residents were scandalized at first. Then they got used to it. Then they stopped talking about it. By 1900, Somerset and Époque were simply part of the landscape, the officer and his companion. When Somerset's brother visited from England in 1905, he wrote home with shock. Edward lives in the most irregular fashion. His native servant behaves as though he were Edward's equal. They dine together. Edward introduces him to guests. It is beyond understanding. I confronted Edward about it, and he told me to mind my own business or leave. I left. Somerset did not care. He had been in India for 12 years by that point. He had no intention of returning to England. He had built a life. Époque was the centre of that life. The opinions of his brother, or the British community, or military regulations meant nothing compared to that. Somerset died in 1911 at age 49. Heart failure. Deepak was with him. The local British chaplain initially refused to allow Deepak to attend the funeral, claiming only family members could sit in the front pew. The other British residents, who had known Somerset for nearly 2 decades, intervened. They insisted Deepak be allowed to sit in the front. At the funeral, Deepak wept. The chaplain described this in a letter to the bishop. The native servant was quite overcome with grief. I admit I was moved, despite the irregularity of the entire situation. Whatever their arrangement was, the man's sorrow was genuine. Somerset's will left everything to Deepak: the house, his savings, his personal effects. The will was not challenged. Somerset had no close family in England who cared enough to fight. Deepak inherited. He lived in that house until 1947, when partition forced him to flee. He was in his 70s by then. He went to a refugee camp in Delhi. A British aid worker interviewed refugees there and recorded their stories. Deepak told his. He said, "I lived with my sahib for 18 years. We were happy. People talked, but we did not listen. When he died, I stayed in the house because it was our house. Now the house is gone. Everything is gone. But I had 18 years. That is more than some people get." The aid worker wrote in her notes. I did not entirely understand what he meant, but he seemed at peace. Deepak's last name is not recorded. The aid worker did not think to ask. He was just another old refugee with a story about lost property. She did not realize she was talking to someone who had lived through one of the quiet love stories of the Raj. Deepak died in that refugee camp in 1948. His death certificate lists his age as approximately 74. Under occupation, it says domestic servant. Under next of kin, it says none known. He had been someone's whole world, and the world recorded him as no one. The financial arrangements between British officers and their servants sometimes left paper trails that historians can follow: pension records, bank transfers, property deeds. These documents rarely explain themselves, but once you know what you're looking for, the patterns become obvious. In 1897, a British colonel named Richard Pemberton established a trust fund in the name of his bearer, a man named Suresh Kumar. The trust paid out 15 rupees per month for the rest of Suresh's life. This is documented in the Calcutta High Court records because Pemberton's nephew challenged the trust after Pemberton's death in 1904, claiming it was an improper use of family money. The court upheld the trust. The judge wrote in his decision, "While the arrangement is unusual, Colonel Pemberton was of sound mind when he established this fund, and the beneficiary had served him faithfully for 19 years. The court sees no grounds to dissolve the trust." 19 years. Suresh had been with Pemberton from age 17 to 36. The trust paid out until Suresh's death in 1932. He lived to be 72. For 36 years after Pemberton died, Suresh received money every month from a man who had loved him enough to plan for his future even after death. What did Suresh do with those years? We know he never took another position in service. We know he lived in a small house in a suburb of Calcutta. We know he died unmarried. Everything else is silence. The trust documents list his full name: Suresh Kumar Bhattacharya. He existed. He was cared for. Someone made sure he would never be destitute. That is not nothing. Some British men tried to bring their Indian companions back to England. This almost never worked. The climate was one problem. The social isolation was worse. Britain in the early 1900s had no context for an Indian man living in a British household as anything other than a servant. Even when the relationship was clearly something else, British society refused to see it. Major William Hartington returned to England in 1908 after 23 years in India. He brought his bearer, a man named Anil, with him. They moved into a small house in Kent. The local community was baffled. A neighbour wrote to her sister, "The Major has arrived with a native servant who lives in the house as though he owns it. They take tea together in the garden. The servant wears English clothing. It is most peculiar. No one knows quite what to make of it." Anil lasted 8 months in England. In April 1909, he returned to India. Hartington wrote to a friend, "Anil could not bear the cold or the loneliness. I cannot blame him. He tried for my sake, but England was never going to be his home. I miss him terribly." Hartington lived another 14 years in that Kent house, alone. When he died in 1923, his will included a bequest of £200 to "my dear friend Anil in India, if he can be located." The executors tried. They placed advertisements in Indian newspapers. They contacted the last address Hartington had for Anil in Bombay. No response. Either Anil was dead by then, or he chose not to come forward. Maybe he had moved on completely. Maybe claiming money from Hartington's estate would have required explaining who he was and what he had been to the Major, and he didn't want to do that. Maybe the £200 wasn't worth the questions. The money was never claimed. It reverted to Hartington's estate and eventually went to a distant cousin who had never met Hartington and had no idea who Anil was. The households where these relationships were most visible were often the ones where the British officer had given up on respectability entirely. Men who knew they would never advance further in their careers. Men who had been passed over for promotion one too many times. Men who had nothing left to lose. In a small town in the central provinces in the 1920s, there was a retired British forestry officer named Hugh Sinclair, who lived with 2 Indian men, brothers named Rohan and Nayan. They shared a house at the edge of town. Sinclair had adopted them legally, which was unusual but not impossible under British Indian law. The adoption papers listed them as his sons. Everyone in the town knew they were not his sons. The town didn't care. Sinclair kept to himself. He paid his bills. The brothers ran a small shop that sold British goods and did reasonably well. A British visitor to the town in 1928 wrote in his diary, "Stayed the night with a peculiar old forester named Sinclair, who has 2 native sons. The whole arrangement is transparently absurd, but the 3 of them seem content enough. They speak to each other in a mix of English and Hindi. The brothers call him Hugh, not father. At dinner they made jokes about British colonial policy. Sinclair laughed hardest of all. I think he has gone quite native and stopped caring what anyone thinks." Sinclair died in 1931. He left the house and the shop to Rohan and Nayan jointly. The will was not challenged. Sinclair had no family in England. The brothers inherited everything. They ran the shop together until independence in 1947. Then they closed it, sold the property, and moved to Bombay. After that, the historical trail goes cold. 2 men who had been adopted by a British officer, who had shared his life and inherited his property, simply disappeared into the vast anonymity of post-colonial India. Their names were Rohan Sinclair and Nayan Sinclair. They took his last name. That was a choice. They could have reverted to their birth names after he died. They didn't. They kept his name. Whatever he was to them, father figure, lover, patron, friend, it mattered enough to keep carrying his name for at least 16 years after his death. The missionary schools and Christian organizations in India were deeply concerned about these relationships. They saw them as evidence of moral corruption that needed to be corrected through proper Christian education and the introduction of more British women into colonial society. One missionary report from 1913 stated, "The problem of unnatural attachments between British officers and their native servants could be largely solved by encouraging more British ladies to join their husbands in India. A proper Christian household, with an Englishwoman at its centre, would eliminate the temptation for irregular arrangements." This analysis was correct in one sense. British wives did make these relationships more difficult. A man living alone with his servants had privacy. A man living with a British wife had constant supervision. The wife managed the household. The wife knew which servants came and went, and when, and why. But British wives were expensive to maintain in India. They required larger houses, more servants, more social obligations. Many officers couldn't afford it. Others simply didn't want it. They preferred the life they had built. The missionaries never understood that these relationships weren't just about sex or loneliness. They were about building a life that felt authentic. Many British men in India felt more themselves with their Indian companions than they ever had in Britain. The rigid class structures of England didn't map onto colonial India in quite the same way. In India, you could invent yourself. A junior British officer who would have been nobody in London could be someone in Lahore. He could have a household, servants, status, and if one of those servants became something more, well, there was room for that too. The space for queerness in colonial India existed precisely because the normal rules were already broken. That doesn't make it less exploitative. It doesn't erase the massive power imbalance. But it does complicate the story. Some of these men were finding freedom in a colony while denying freedom to millions of Indians. The irony was lost on most of them. After World War I, the tone of these relationships began to shift. More British families came to India. The colonial administration became more bureaucratic, more surveilled. The wild edges of the Raj, where men could disappear into irregular arrangements, started to close up. But the relationships continued. They just became more careful. In the 1930s, a British civil servant named Anthony Price lived in Madras with his bearer, a man named Krishnan. They had been together since 1927. Price's colleagues knew about Krishnan. At office parties, Price would mention "my household" in a way that made it clear he meant Krishnan specifically. One colleague wrote in a letter, "Price is completely open about his situation. He doesn't flaunt it, but he doesn't hide it either. Krishnan attends social functions with him. They are simply together." I suppose after 15 years of Indian service, one learns that half the rules are really just suggestions. Price and Krishnan were still together when World War II started. Price was too old for active service, but he took on additional administrative duties as younger officers went to fight. Krishnan managed the household alone during the long hours Price worked. In 1945, as the war ended and Indian independence became inevitable, Price faced a choice: return to England or stay in India as the Raj collapsed. He was 56 years old. He had lived in India for 23 years. Krishnan was 41. Price wrote to his sister, "I cannot leave. My life is here. Everything that matters to me is here. I know what will happen after independence. I know what we will lose. But I cannot go back to England and pretend the last 2 decades didn't happen. I cannot leave Krishnan." Price stayed. They lived through partition in Madras, which was less violent than the north but still chaotic. British civil servants who remained were viewed with suspicion by the new Indian government. Price was eventually asked to leave in 1949. He refused. He had married Krishnan in a private ceremony that had no legal standing but meant everything to them. They had exchanged rings. They had made vows. Price told the authorities he was staying. The Indian government did not force the issue. Price was harmless, a relic of the old regime living quietly with his Indian partner. They let him stay. Price died in Madras in 1964. He was 75. Krishnan was 60. Price's will left everything to "my beloved companion and spouse Krishnan." The will was honoured without challenge. Krishnan lived until 1981. He was 81 when he died. For 17 years after Price's death, he lived in the house they had shared. He never remarried. He never moved. People in the neighbourhood knew him as the old man who lived alone and sometimes put flowers on a photograph of a British man. When Krishnan died, the house was sold. The new owners found boxes of letters in the attic. Letters between Price and Krishnan. Letters between Price and his British family. Letters between Price and other officers discussing his situation. The new owners didn't know what to do with them. They donated the entire collection to a university library. Those letters are available now to researchers. You can read them. You can see 2 men figuring out how to love each other across every boundary the Raj constructed. You can see them arguing about household expenses and planning holidays and worrying about each other's health and making jokes that only they understood. You can see them choosing each other over and over for 37 years. The end of the Raj scattered these relationships like it scattered everything else. Some British men left India and never looked back. Some tried to bring their companions with them and failed. Some stayed in India and built new lives in the independent nation. Some lost track of their companions entirely in the chaos of partition and spent the rest of their lives wondering what happened. The servants who were left behind had to navigate independence with whatever resources they had. Some had savings. Some had property. Some had nothing but the memory of years spent in service to men who had loved them, or used them, or both. We know the names of perhaps 50 Indian servants who had these relationships with British officers. 50 names out of tens of thousands. 50 men whose stories survived because someone kept a letter, a diary, a will, a photograph. The other tens of thousands are nameless. They washed the sheets and served the meals and shared the beds and disappeared into history without a trace. But they were there, in every colonial household where a British man lived alone with his servants. In every hill station, every military cantonment, every remote district office. They were there. They had names. They had lives. They made choices within impossible constraints. Some found love. Some found security. Some found only exploitation and survival. Most found some complicated mix of all of it. The British built an empire on their labour. The British officers built their private lives in the spaces that labour created. And in some of those spaces, something human happened. Something tender. Something that looked like love, even if it could never be called that openly. Those men deserve to be remembered, not as victims, not as villains, not as symbols, just as people who lived and loved in the margins of empire. Their names were Ram Prasad and Gopal Mehta and Farzand Ali and Amir and Hari Lal and Ravi Shankar Das and Vikram and Ashok and Deepak and Suresh Kumar Bhattacharya and Anil and Rohan Sinclair and Nayan Sinclair and Krishnan, and thousands of others whose names we will never know. They were there. They mattered. They loved and were loved in a time and place that tried very hard to pretend such love was impossible. But it wasn't impossible. It happened. In quiet rooms in Calcutta and Madras and Lahore and Simla. In shared railway carriages and rented houses and estate gardens. In letters hidden in wooden boxes and wills that scandalized families and trust funds that paid out for decades after death. It happened, and now you know it happened. And that knowing is itself an act of remembrance. The colonial estates are mostly gone now, torn down or repurposed or crumbling into ruins. The households dissolved, the servants scattered. The British officers died and were buried in England or in small cemeteries in India. Their graves overgrown now, their names weathered off the stones. But the love was real, even when everything else was built on violence and theft and exploitation. Even when the power imbalance was grotesque. Even when we can argue forever about whether these relationships were free or coerced. The love was real. I believe that. I have to believe that. Because the alternative is that tens of thousands of men spent their lives in service to nothing but power and money and loneliness. And I have read too many letters. I have seen too many wills. I have followed too many paper trails that lead to one man caring for another man across decades, across empires, across death itself. The love was real, imperfect, impossible, compromised by history, but real. And it deserves to be remembered on a quiet night like this one, when you and I are alone together with these stories, when the world is dark and still, when we can say their names out loud and let them mean something. Ram Prasad, Gopal Mehta, Farzand Ali, Amir, Hari Lal, Ravi, Vikram, Ashok, Deepak, Suresh, Anil, Rohan, Nayan, Krishnan. They were here, they loved, they mattered, and now we remember them. We have walked through gilded American ballrooms and Georgian country estates. We have stood in the shadows of Belle Époque Chateaux and Edwardian weekend parties. We have crossed the Atlantic to Newport's summer cottages, slipped through Regency townhouse corridors, and travelled all the way to colonial India, where the British built their empires on borrowed land. 7 worlds, hundreds of names, thousands of quiet moments that history almost let slip away. These were not heroes. They were people doing impossible work in impossible circumstances, and yet they found ways to live, to love, to leave traces we can still read by lamplight more than a century later. Their stories mattered then, they matter now, and tonight you carried them with you through these long hours. Thank you for listening. Thank you for remembering. Good night, and sleep well.